Hello,
Hello, everybody.
welcome to WikiConference North America. We're starting soon. Welcome to WikiConference North America 2021. Should we start the slides?
We should, yes. It looks like we're live on YouTube.
Wow, we're live on YouTube. Very exciting. Hello, YouTubers. Please subscribe.
Cool. So yeah, welcome to the virtual WikiConference North America 2021. This is our second go of having a virtual conference, which we're pretty excited about. And our theme this year is global and local.
Yeah, we want to reach out to all the communities across North America in all the different countries of North America and help connect them on the local level and on the global level. Encourage local communities. Wiki is a bottom up process rather than the other way, unlike a lot of other tech projects, and hope we can keep that going forward with our regional communities.
So I'm sure many of you are new here, given we're a virtual conference this year. So just a brief description of who we are. We are the annual gathering of Wikimedia enthusiasts and volunteers from throughout North America. The conference roots got the start in 2014 when we had WikiConference USA in New York City. Then over the years, we were in DC, San Diego, Montreal, Columbus, and Boston. Somewhere along the way, we decided to expand the scope and become WikiConference North America. And then in 2020, of course, was our first adventure into going all virtual. And here we are again in 2021 with this fun experiment again.
Yeah, glad to go forward. I'm here from New York City. I heard Q60, that's Wikidata for New York City, and glad to be part of the initial conference in 2014, and glad to expand it beyond the United States and to make it global and now to make it into everyone's homes, and hoping we can go forward.
So yeah, first and foremost for the conference is our safe space policy. The basic summary is no harassment, discrimination, or offensive behavior. And this applies all over the conference, whether you're in a formal session, a lightning talk, an unconference, chat boxes, and everything in between. So ultimately, be respectful of each other's views, privacy, and boundaries. And please do not take screenshots of people's feeds or chats without their consent. We are broadcasting tracks in the red and blue stages live on YouTube, but everything else should more or less be kept private without consent. Um, we do have a full safe space policy available on our wiki. You can easily access it by going to safety.wcna.wiki. If anything during the conference makes you feel uncomfortable, you think something's not right, or there's any issues, you can send a direct message to a volunteer on Hopin that has safety in brackets in their name, or you can always email us at safety@wcna.wiki. Even if it's something minor, just let us know and we'll be happy to look into it and take care of it for you.
Yeah, it's good. Just be sure to get in touch with those people who have safety in their username, and we'll be glad to help you and help address any issues. The main platform today is Hopin. So if you're logged in internally, you're part of our Hopin audience. If you're a Wikimedia who's logged in internally, if you're in YouTube, you don't have access to that, but that's okay. You can still watch most of the stuff that's going on. We have red and blue stages with a few different presenters. The stage is presented through StreamYard as a production room. We have a connection from StreamYard through Kudo to enable live voice interpretation. So thank you for everyone who's enabled that, including especially Omar and Wikimedia Mexico and Victoria at also Wikimedia Mexico. And then it also shows up to YouTube. We also have a bunch of sessions that are on green tracks, which are editathon, unconference spaces, workshops, meetings, breakout rooms. And there you can do things like there's a limited number of people, but there's more. It's more group discussions, but don't do things like share video unless you really want to. And if you're a speaker, look for your StreamYard invitation. And contact an organizer if you don't have one, because we want to make sure that you are on the official stream that goes out to everybody.
And just to clarify that last point, if you are presenting in tracks red or blue, you will be doing it through StreamYard, and there's a special link available for that. You should have received an email. If not, like Richard said, reach out to us. Yeah, as Richard mentions, we do have translations this year, which we're very excited about. Our sessions in the red and blue tracks are available in both English and Spanish, and these are being broadcasted on YouTube as well as available within Hopin itself. If you are watching a stage in Hopin, what you can do is there at the chat box in the right at the top, there should be a button called Translations. You can click on that and select English or Spanish. So if you're in an English session, you can switch to Spanish. If you're someone speaking Spanish, you can switch to English. Um, I think most of our Spanish sessions are on Sunday, so keep that in mind for then. You can also change Hopin's interface by clicking your avatar at the top right and selecting languages in the drop-down. There's many languages provided for Hopin's interface, not just English and Spanish. So give that a try if you're interested.
Here's the some links. Here's the program at a glance. You can go to program.wcna.wiki. We have a few things that are shortcuts like that. We have helps, questions, and announcements on the Telegram chat. So you can get to that by chat.wcna.wiki. And you can get the WikiConference North America mug and t-shirts. Because, one of the shortcomings of most virtual conferences is you don't have a t-shirt. But you can get a wonderful t-shirt designed by Kevin. And it's available at reasonable prices at our store. We will have some evening activities. We will have a space at the Work Adventure Lounge. We have a space, sort of a virtual meeting space that's a Sursa 1990 RPG, sponsored by Work Adventure. They're providing for us. We'll start that maybe at 6:30. You can join. And there's a shortcut for that. And tonight, Friday evening, we will have wacky Wikipedia trivia with user Fuzzheado, myself, and user Rosie Stepp, and of course the guest Annie Rowerda of Instagram Depths of Wikipedia fame, Wikipedia's leading Instagram and Instagrammer and TikToker. So that'll be fun and reach into a broader audience.
Yeah, thank you to all the incredible organizers and volunteers who have helped put this conference together. It's no easy task. I remember when we went into this, I thought organizing a virtual conference would be easier than offline, and that turned out to be quite the opposite. Of course, we're not used to it, but so yeah, big shout out to all the people on the screen. I know there's also others who aren't on the screen who have helped out as well. I imagine this list will be expanded by the time we come to the conference conclusion on Sunday. So thank you to everyone who helped put this conference together in any big or small way. And then, yeah, at the bottom there, more than 300 people have registered for this conference, which is pretty incredible. Of course, not all 300 will be online at any given time, but we should have a pretty healthy attendance throughout the weekend, which we're very excited for. And then going off of that, just keep in mind, any online conference, there's going to be tech issues. People are going to have problems streaming, audio, things like that. So just bear with us. If you run into any technical issues, definitely feel free to reach out to any organizers. On Hopin, organizers should appear in the chat with organizer next to their name.
Yes, and thank you, Kevin, for providing so much infrastructure support. As I was helpfully prodded, we went through like a dozen different technical things, and we had like discussions over the last several weeks trying to find everything together. And thanks for everyone who helped with the technical infrastructure, including Kevin, and everyone who helped with the interpretation, especially our friends at Wikimedia Mexico, who did a lot to get that working for the first time. And thanks to everyone who's helping on the Safe Space team, those are helping review tracks. Yeah, and hopefully we can grow this, and maybe some of you can who haven't joined this year might help join in organizing next year. We can look at today's schedule. Do we want to can someone share today's schedule?
Yeah, let's quickly bring it up.
Yeah,
just to guide people through
it. Stop screen. Let's share it. Share screen. Here we are. Here's today's schedule. You can see the red stage, the blue stage. After this at 12:30, we will have in the red stage global templates. And there are special challenges for English, French, and Spanish. So those are three languages that are spoken in North America. In the blue stage, we'll have a glass box about proactive transparency against misinformation. In green, the green room, which is more sort of communal, expert fact checkers rely on Wikipedia. You and your students should too. We have some other talks. Open historical map, Smithsonian, and Wiki Education are working on biographies of American women. There's a break at 1:50 Eastern is a plenary about breaking the gender gap on Wikipedia from Carmen Alcazar from Wikimedia Mexico. There will be presentations on News on Wiki, Arab literary heritage, Enterprise Media Wiki, Commons, Programs Events Dashboard, and a panel on education with, I think, two different educators coming together, or two different education projects. I think might be multiple people. Yeah, and sort of different things all over the schedule. And the virtual world, I guess maybe it starts in earnest at 6:30 or 7:30. And of course, we have the Wikipedia Weekly special episode with depths of Wikipedia and the Wiki Trivia contest, which everyone's invited to.
Some other notes about the schedule: the left-hand column with all the times, that will automatically be set to your local time zone, or at least what our magical code thinks is your local time zone. You can see in the time column, it says here what it thinks your time zone is, so just keep that in mind. Richard's looking at the Eastern time zone right now, of course. Also just keep in mind that this schedule will evolve over the weekend. Some things might move around, nothing major, but just keep that in mind. So keep visiting back to keep yourself up to date. And do you want to introduce on-conference stuff too, Richard?
Yeah, so you can you can join. So we have a number of areas for unconference where you can add topics that might be in some of the green rooms. So say discussion sessions, mutual discussion sessions, and those can be at pretty much any time you propose. And also you can add lightning talks. We have a number of 5-minute talks. This is the most participatory part in some ways of the conference. You can add a 5-minute talk on any wiki-related topic. And we have 3 different slots. One is today starting about 5 o'clock, at 4:55. One's on Saturday starting at 5:15. There's one Sunday at 1:45. And you can put any wiki-related topic. It doesn't have to be totally fleshed out. It could be something that's that you're just developing and thinking about, or it could be something that you've presented somewhere else and you want to do in a smaller, more compact version. And we'd welcome any of your proposals. I put up one myself. I put up two myself. One's about crafting, and one's about social media. And someone's put about skateboarding. Someone's put about psychological safety. There's a presentation on the light and fast overview of Wikimedia Foundation funding and programs. How to leave Facebook, Wiki Women in Red, and the Ada Lovelace Wiki 24 initiative. OpenStreetMap, so a lot of different topics, and everyone is welcome to give a lightning talk presentation or unconference presentation at time of your convenience.
Awesome, thank you, Richard. So yeah, that's the conclusion to our introduction. We now have a roughly 5-minute break until the next sessions begin. We'll have activities right here in the red track, and then we also have activities in the blue track, and then the breakout room, track green. So yeah, grab yourself a cup of coffee, tea, water, whatever, and we'll see you in 5 minutes at the next sessions.
Hello, Shalom from Jerusalem. Hello, world. Hello, North America. My name is Amira Aroni, and I'm going to speak today about global templates. Now, if you've been following my presentations, I did a few presentations about this topic at some recent virtual conferences. At the Catalan conference, I did a short presentation about this at Wikimania. And I also did the presentation about this at the Russian conference a few weeks ago. This time it's going to be a bit different. It's going to be longer, more detailed, and I am going to especially address this to people who specifically speak English and French and Spanish. Three very large and very important languages, very important, especially in this ecosystem of templates and technology development and sharing information across all the languages. And just a little housekeeping comment. As far as I know, I'm being interpreted to Spanish. Thanks a lot to the interpreters. And I also tried to translate all the text in the slides into French. Mahuton Posupe from Benin helped me translate that. So thanks a lot, Mahuton. So let's speak about this. And first, let's understand why. Why is it so important, and why am I trying to speak about this? The goal of this whole idea, and at the moment, it's just an idea. It's a side project for me. It's not. Most of it is not an official project that is being worked on, but it's an idea lots of people talk about. But the main goal of this idea is to empower communities of editors. And to empower communities of editors absolutely everywhere, on all the wiki sites, all the Wikimedia wiki sites, Wikipedia's in all the languages, Wikisource in all the languages, Wikibooks, Wikidata, and so on. Commons especially, and so on. Everybody. And there's this fact. This fact will probably seem obvious to experienced Wikipedia editors, but sometimes there are some things that are so obvious that people don't really mention them, and they should be mentioned explicitly. There are features on Wikipedia, lots of features, Wikipedia and other wikis, lots of features, and these features are implemented as templates. They are implemented by the community of editors on the various wikis. They are implemented as templates. Some examples, I'm sure you're familiar with them, even if you're just readers of Wikipedia, but some examples. So this is an info box. Info boxes appear on Wikipedias in a lot of languages. Their functionality is very similar. However, their code is separate in each language. We'll speak about that in detail, but you can see the functionality. The functionality is similar. There's a photo of a person, there's the name of the person, date of birth, what do they do, and so on. You see some little differences in the design. So you can see here in English and French, but generally the functionality is similar. Another example, citation needed, one of the most iconic templates. And we as Wikipedians, we know this as a template. But Wikipedia readers, they know this as a feature. They see it on a lot of articles. So it's a feature. It's an iconic feature. It was featured, in comics and so on. So, and you can see that it's familiar in a lot of languages, in French and in Bengali and in Japanese and in English and in Hebrew and dozens of other languages. So similar functionality across languages. And of course, the formatted references. Now, references, they don't necessarily rely on templates, but most references in practice rely on templates for formatting, for correct display of links and italic text and so on. These, again, are used in a lot of languages. And how many of them are there? I don't know whether you ever wondered about this, but I counted this a few weeks ago, and this was the number in some of the biggest languages. So on the English Wikipedia, there are more than 500,000 pages in the template namespace. Now, some of them are test pages, some of them are documentation pages, but still, that's a lot. So on the biggest languages, there are many hundreds of thousands of templates. That's a lot of functionality. Some of it overlaps with other languages, some of it doesn't, but that's a lot. So I just showed you 3 simple examples of that. And here's the actual problem, and this is problem number 1. And let me try to make the case. Why do I think this is problem number 1? The situation is that the functionality of the templates is often, not always, but often very similar across languages. But the code that implements the templates is separate. It's forked. It's copied over into each language. Some of the templates are available on 200 or 300 wikis, and it's largely the same code. Sometimes it's completely identical. Sometimes it's like 80 or 90% identical, but these are copies. And these copies are maintained in a very inefficient way. Now, this is a somewhat technical slide, but bear with me. This is more or less the technical stack of how our sites work. So there is the MediaWiki core software, which implements the most basic functions of reading pages and editing basic pages and user accounts and the histories. There are the extensions, such as mobile frontend for mobile web things, for visual editor, for Egyptian hieroglyphics, we'll speak about them in a few minutes, for math formulas, and so on. There is Commons. Commons is a wiki. It's a content site, but the content of Commons, this is important, is available for all the wikis. You put an image once on Commons, and you can use it on any wiki. Similar for Wikidata. Wikidata is one of the wikis. It's one of the sites, but the content of Wikidata is relatively easily available to all the other wikis. So all this part at the bottom is shared across all the wikis. Now, the parts at the top are not shared in all the wikis. So there's some local media. So you can put images on Commons, but you can also put images locally on your wiki. It's up to every wiki to decide how to do this. The Spanish Wikipedia, by the way, as far as I know, they don't have any local images. That's the community decision. That's fine. The English Wikipedia does have a lot of local files. That's fine. It's up to them. Now, the info boxes, they are one of the things that are not shared. Each of them is local, even though you can see that the functionality is kind of the same. You have the info box template in English, and you have the kartechka in Russian, and tevat meida in Hebrew, and so on. And the code for these is not shared. The functionality is the same, but the code is not shared. And this is a problem. Now, why is it important? It actually is not important by itself. It's a relatively technical, internal thing. However, this is the thing that will allow a lot of other important things that are necessary to all the communities, to all the editors, and to all the readers. It will help make the experience of new editors easier and more convenient and less harmful, because new editors sometimes make mistakes with templates, and not intentionally, not because they want to vandalize, but because it was hard for them to understand how to use a template. It will make reusing content across languages and verifying content across languages easier. It will make development of smaller languages easier. And when I say smaller languages, I mean smaller on Wikipedia and online. Some of these so-called smaller languages are actually spoken by many millions of people, but the wikis in them are currently very small. And one of the most frequent complaints from the smaller languages is, we cannot use info boxes from the English Wikipedia. We want to use info boxes like in the English Wikipedia, or sometimes like in the French Wikipedia, or sometimes like in the Russian Wikipedia. And we cannot. We just don't have the skills to copy the code of the templates to our wiki. It's too difficult. And even if they find some nice people that help them copy a template, then they have to repeat this for thousands of other templates, because I showed you the numbers. There are many, many thousands of templates. So what can we do about this? So what I propose as a solution is a thing that I call global templates. And basically, I suggest, in one sentence, to make a repository of templates, a wiki which will hold the code of the templates, which will be accessible from all the other wikis. This would be similar to Wikimedia Commons. On Wikimedia Commons, you have images, and they are accessible from all the wikis. And if you don't want to use these images on Commons, you don't use them. If you want to upload local images, you upload local images. The same will be with templates. If you want to use the templates in the global repository, use the templates in the global repository. If you don't want to use the templates in the global repository, you don't use templates in the global repository. So that would be similar to Commons. Now, it's not the same. Templates are more complicated than images. Templates change more frequently than images, but nevertheless, it's relatively comparable. Now, templates often have strings of text, very often. Almost all templates have them. How will they be translated? So without going too deeply into the details, the translation will work similarly to how the translation of MediaWiki platform and MediaWiki extension works on Translate Wiki. Again, I won't go too deeply into the details, but the general idea is the same. It works fairly well on Translate Wiki. You can easily track the statistics. You can easily track the progress of translation. You can easily see which strings need updating, and that's it. So that's how it will work. It will be possible to translate the names of the templates. This is very important. People want to use in the wiki syntax in their language. They want to use names of templates in their language. This will be possible, definitely. And names of parameters are also very often translated to different languages. So it will be possible to translate these too. Now, what changes? The wiki syntax of the templates doesn't change. The syntax of the Lua modules doesn't change. It remains the same. What changes is the storage. It becomes possible, not necessary, not forced, but possible to store the code of the templates on a shared repository. And the localization, the translation of the text strings, becomes more structured than it is now. Now, if we imagine a template, for example, you are writing an article in Wikipedia in the Hausa language. Hausa language is spoken by tens of millions of people in Western Africa. And people often complain, we would like to use a template from the English Wikipedia, and we cannot. Now, if you want to do that, you need to copy a lot of pages from the English Wikipedia. Then you need to copy CSS and JS files for some templates, not for all of them, but for some of them you need to copy. That's already a very technical thing. Not a lot of people in these languages have the necessary skills to understand what CSS and JS to copy. You need to find the strings, because if you are familiar with how the wiki text of templates works, it's a lot of curly braces and equal signs, and it's very hard to actually find the strings to translate. You need to find them. Then you need to translate them. And then, if the template is updated in the language from which you copied it, you have to manually copy all the changes. This is pretty awful, but this is what people currently do. Now, in the future, if this idea is implemented, all you need to do is just translate the strings. You don't need to copy anything. You don't need to look for the strings. You don't need to deal with the code. The code is already there. It's already available for you. All you need to do is translate the strings, like it works now already with MediaWiki platform and extensions. We already have a lot of global things, in case you didn't know this. We have the images. We just don't call them global images, but these are global images. It's just called commons, but it's the same thing. User accounts were unified many years ago. Wikidata is available for everything. User pages are available. They are global. Not a lot of people use them, but they can be global. User preferences are global. A few other things are global that I'm not mentioning, but lots of things are global. But this really important thing, which are templates, this is not global yet. So I hope that it will be. Now, this is in demand. People want this. It's not just my idea that nobody asked for. No, people have been asking for this since at least 2004, which is more or less the year when templates appeared. So people always wanted to use templates across wikis. It came up in the community wishes votes. In the last community wish list vote, a wish which is related to this idea came up at number 1. In 2015, it came up at number 3. So people actually want this. Hundreds of people asked for this thing. So nobody can say it's just your idea and nobody asked for it. Now, what will we be able to do if we get this? Well, first, translation will become much easier, because currently, if any of you are familiar with content translation, for example, disclaimer, I'm in the team that develops content translation. If you're familiar with content translation, there will be a talk later at this conference about content translation. Translating the prose in content translation is fairly easy, the prose, the text of the article. But translating the templates is often very hard, and that's because the code of the templates is different in each wiki. But if it becomes global, then it will be just transparent. The humans will be able to focus on what humans do well, which is translating prose. And the computers will be able to focus on what computers do well, which is translating, code, templates. Templates are mostly code. The values of the parameters, humans will translate them. But the code of the templates, it will be just shared automatically. Now, if we go back to this chart, which I showed in the beginning, if you look at the info box and look at the hierro tag. Now, hierro tag, in case you're not familiar with it, it allows you to add Egyptian hieroglyphics, which is a very cool thing. Now, there is a button in Visual Editor which adds Egyptian hieroglyphics. It's available in all the wikis, even though Egyptian hieroglyphics are only really necessary in Wikipedia articles about ancient Egypt, which are awesome. But why is it available everywhere? Because Egyptian hieroglyphics are an extension. Info boxes, which are useful in a lot of articles in a lot of languages, they are not available as a button in Visual Editor. Because what you have to do now to add an info box, you have to memorize the name of the template. And there are hundreds, maybe thousands of useful templates to memorize. So you either memorize them or you copy them from other articles. You cannot have a button that adds an info box, even though it's needed in a lot of articles. Now, if templates become global, it will become easy for the communities, for the editor communities, to add buttons that add info boxes or other templates. Now, this will be up to the communities. But doing this currently, doing this separately in every wiki, just cannot scale. This is just unfeasibly difficult. On mobile phones, editing templates, especially on Visual Editor and in Wikitext also, is quite hard on desktops. It's even harder on mobile phones. And, lots of people read Wikipedia from mobile phones. Editing templates on mobile phones currently, not that easy. Editing templates on mobile phones will become easier because developers won't have to deal so much with the differences of templates across wikis. There will be, however, some challenges, some caveats, some difficulties, and this is really perhaps the most important part. So first, independence. Editing communities really, really love their independence, their autonomy to make their own decisions about how the design of their sites looks like, what content do they show, what data do they show. This will not be taken away. This is probably the most frequently asked question about templates. People often are afraid that it will be that global templates will force English Wikipedia's templates on all the other languages. Absolutely not. This is definitely not the intention. This will not be the effect either. People often complain. People in the English Wikipedia often complain, oh, but we don't want to use templates from other languages. Why do we need that? So first, you don't have to. But actually, well, I do think that it's an opportunity to see what templates are available in other languages. Maybe you will find some cool templates in German or Russian or Polish or Chinese or Hebrew that will be useful for you. If you don't like them, you don't have to use them. But independence will be preserved. This is key. Transition. This is the most important part in this whole presentation. And I would really love to hear questions about this. Once the repository becomes available, hopefully in, 1, 2, 3 years, templates will have to be moved one by one from the wikis to the central repository. How will this happen? I'm not entirely sure. I wrote some ideas about this. I will publish a link about this. But a big, how would I call it, paradox about this is that for the largest wikis, the templates, they kind of work already. Like the English Wikipedia has its templates. The Spanish Wikipedia has its templates. The Russian, the French Wikipedia, they have their templates. They don't need very strongly to copy templates from other languages. But other languages, they really want to copy from them. So some collaboration between the large languages and the smaller languages will be necessary, even though the larger languages are less interested in this. This is a challenge for which I don't have an immediate solution. I would really love to hear your ideas. The only solution I can think of is, encourage people, let's collaborate across languages and in the great Wikimedia community, but actually some ideas how to make this more efficient and more attractive to the template developers. I'm very much interested in this. I wrote something about this on MediaWiki.org, global templates/transition. I wrote all the ideas I could think of. If you can add anything there, this is very, very welcome. And if you have any comments after I finish speaking, I'm really, really interested in hearing that. So finally, towards the end, what is actually happening now? All these things that I spoke till now, almost all of them are ideas. proposals, suggestions. They are not a project, at least not yet. However, some things are actually happening. So first, translatable modules. This is a thing that my team is working on. I'm in the Wikimedia Foundation in the language team. And one thing that we are working on is making strings for Lua modules easier to translate. This doesn't mean that they will become global. This means that they will become easier to translate. This will especially apply to modules on sites like Wikidata and Commons, which are already multilingual. So Commons and Wikidata will probably be the first sites where this will be deployed. A very simple example is the license templates on Commons. Currently, they are translated in a very convoluted way, so it will be easier to translate them. Later, this will hopefully become part of the larger global templates framework. You can read more about this on MediaWiki.org, translatable modules. Another thing that is not really happening yet, but as I mentioned, in the community wishes, the latest community wishes vote, this was number one. So maybe the community wish list team, the community tech team, more precisely, maybe they will work on this wish sometime in the foreseeable future. This will not make templates completely global yet, but it will make copying templates that are already available on the different languages easier to copy them from language to language. The title of the wish is Templates Translation. It's a somewhat misleading title. A better title would be Templates Adaptation. But just a simple example of what it will make easier to do. It will make it easier to copy a reference from one language to another if the templates are already available. So in the big languages, they are available. So if you, for example, if you read an article in English and you see that the reference is missing, and you check the French Wikipedia article and you see that it has a good reference, then you can copy the reference. But currently you have to check the parameters of the template one by one and translate them one by one. And if this is implemented, that you will be able to just copy and paste. Control-C, Control-V, bam, it's copied. It will require some work, but hopefully this will actually happen. There is a chance that it will in the foreseeable future. Abstract Wikipedia, I will just mention it briefly. I'm not related to the Abstract Wikipedia team. You should listen to Danny's presentation, Danny Brandich's presentations about this. He did this at Wikimania and some other meetings. However, the idea of Abstract Wikipedia is quite related to this. It will also be a repository of code. It will be different code, but it is a repository of code. So it's quite possible that there will be some collaboration between Abstract Wikipedia and Global Templates once Global Templates actually becomes a real project. You can read more about Abstract Wikipedia on Meta. It's a big, exciting project. And really the last thing, this is a thing I really love, SiteQ. It's a template that is available in the English Wikipedia and several others. Several months ago, it underwent a large upgrade as part of the WikiCite project. This template inserts references into articles based on information from Wikidata. And the nice thing about this is that the developers of this template, community people, they said several things about this that I really love and that I would love to quote towards the end. We don't have global templates yet, but they intentionally tried to develop this template in a way that it will be easy to copy it to other languages. So their attitude to developing this template is to make it global templates ready. So I really hope that other developers of templates in English Wikipedia and in other languages also adapt this attitude. It's a very good attitude. Learn from them. They're awesome. Another thing that they said, and this corresponds with what I said earlier about the independence of wikis to have their own information, they intentionally made this template in a way that will make it easy to override data. If you don't like what this template shows, like what it brings from Wikidata, you can override it locally, and that's fine. And this template is made in this way. I hope that other templates are made in this way too. So please read about WikiCite and SiteQ. These are great things. The infrastructure for global templates, no, it's not available yet. It will need a large software development project. It will take some time, but I really hope it happens, and let's recall why. Everybody who is, Wikipedian, Wikimedian should be familiar with this vision. A lot of people who are listening to this probably know this by heart, but this is a really, really important thing. Imagine a world in which every single human being can freely share in the sum of all knowledge. I strongly identify with this idea. But if we want every single human being to share in the sum of all knowledge, they should also share in the same software. And templates are software, so we cannot implement this vision if we don't make the code of the templates also easy to share. So let's hope that this happens. I would really love to hear your comments. And really, the goal is to empower you, empower the editors of all the wiki sites. Thanks a lot. Thanks again to the interpreters. And I'll be really happy to hear your comments. Question, other than a method of how to handle the large small wiki corporation, what does this effort most need from WMF, from community? Okay, from WMF, it needs development of the actual repository. So many years ago, around 2004 or so, Commons started. So before Commons, you had to upload every image that you wanted to use to every wiki. This was terrible. So developers created Commons. Commons is yet another wiki, but it has some extra software that allows showing images from one wiki to another. Something like this will have to be done for templates. It's kind of similar to Commons, but templates are complicated in a lot of ways. So probably the WMF, the Wikimedia Foundation, will have to dedicate some developer time, some significant developer time, to developing this repository. This is probably the most important thing. This is the infrastructure thing I mentioned towards the end. From the community, yeah, it will require development of policies, how to collaborate across wikis. I imagine that there will be some kind of, I hope that there will be some kind of cross-wiki group of template developers that will help each other develop templates and share templates and coordinate which features do they want to share, which features do they want to keep local, and so on. So very briefly, these are the things that will be required from the Wikimedia Foundation and from the communities. Next question. My anticipation is that the transition effort would come mostly from editors who contribute primarily at smaller languages, but who also speak bigger languages. Yes, quite possibly. Some people actually told me that. Some people from the smaller languages like Catalan or Basque, they have very strong, like they're relatively small languages spoken in Spain, in France, and nevertheless, they have very active template developer communities. They actually, both of them spoke to me. They are relatively like smaller languages, and they told me, yeah, we are interested in contributing to this. We are interested in contributing to the transition effort, which is great. Nevertheless, it will require at least some collaboration with the largest languages, English and French and Spanish, also Russian. Anything more? I sometimes try to use templates in other languages. Unfortunately, templates can differ between languages, having different parameters. It is also a challenge for me to use the parameter names in the native language. Yes, this is exactly the problem that we are trying to solve. And it's not just in other languages. It's even in the same language. So, for example, if you want to use the same template in the English wiki source and in the English wiki books, you often cannot do this because nobody bothered to copy the template from Wikisource to Wikibooks. Now, if the template's functionality is the same, then it's relatively easy. But if the template's functionality is not the same, yeah, it will be a challenge during the transition phase. It will probably be a big challenge. I'm ready to this. I'm thinking about this. But at least I do hope that some of the biggest templates, I can definitely think of reference templates. They will be probably transitioned quite quickly. People will have to figure out the differences in formatting across languages because different languages format references differently. Like, do they show the name first or do they show the title first? Like the name of the author of an article or the title of the article first. So they have different formats. Okay, like this is not a problem. This will be possible to resolve this. You can still have like 80-90% of the code identical and have local customizations for each language. But I even saw quite a lot of people on talk pages in the English Wikipedia asking to make especially reference templates global. So yeah, copying templates across languages, that's a challenge now. That's what I call problem number one. It's a challenge for a lot of people, for almost all editors. And this is exactly the challenge that I want to resolve. Question from me. Will global templates eventually be available to non-WMF wikis like Commons images? Awesome question. I think that it makes sense. I wrote a very long document on MediaWiki.org about global templates. Just go to MediaWiki.org and type global templates, and you will see it. I mentioned it there. I think it's definitely a valid idea. I don't know if it's the highest priority, but I do think that it makes some sense. It will be useful for Wikia. It will be useful for Translate Wiki. It will be useful for some other sites. But yeah, I think it's valid. Not the number one highest priority, but if it's easy to do, I think it probably should be done. Another advantage of global templates is to optimize code more easily for mobile devices, different browsers. Yes, absolutely. In fact, a frequently overlooked problem is that some templates are not displayed on mobile devices at all. The biggest example is navigation boxes, which appear at the bottom of a lot of articles, also in the middle of some articles. Navigation boxes are useful. Navigation boxes are great, but they're not displayed on mobile devices. And they're not displayed on mobile devices because at some point in the history of the development of the mobile web interface, people thought that it's difficult to adapt them to mobile devices. So they are completely hidden. It's theoretically possible to adapt them now, but again, you would have to do this for every language separately, which sucks. If you could make them global, if you could make the infrastructure for the navigation boxes global, it would be easy to adapt them to all the languages and all the languages in the mobile interface. Yeah, somebody's mentioning also block templates. So block templates are curious because on one hand, they are unique. They may be easily unique to some languages, but also some of them are global. A lot of smaller languages have their share of vandalism, and they need some block templates, at least some basic ones. So at least some basic generic ones could be global, and then you could probably add some special ones for some languages that need them. Like a few months ago, I checked which templates are most common in all the languages, and which one was that? It was the template that you put on the user page of bot users, because every time a new wiki is created, some volunteer or some bot developer creates a template to put on the user pages of bot users. So this was the most common template ever, anywhere. I'm not sure that it's still like that now, but a few months ago it was. Being able to use block templates in global blocks would be useful when dealing with proxy web host blocks. Absolutely. I actually have a lot to say about global blocks and small wikis, but it's a completely different topic. But technically, yes, for the small, especially for small wiki monitoring team, the patrollers of small wikis, yes, this would be absolutely fantastic. It will be easy to use the same templates for everybody. Would there be inclusion criteria? Could it be used to communicate phrases in many languages? Okay, so there are two questions there. Both of them are very important. Inclusion criteria, that's up to the community to decide. Basically, I think that whatever lots of people from different wikis think is useful will be the inclusion criteria. I don't really want to say anything. This really should be decided by the cross-wiki editors, kind of like it happened on Commons and on Wikidata. And I know that there are some controversies about inclusion criteria in Commons and Wikidata, but generally Commons and Wikidata are nevertheless useful. So I'm sure that the community will figure out the inclusion criteria. But communicating phrases in many languages, that's a very curious question. So the content of the templates will be translatable. This will definitely be part of the project. It will be probably one of the very first thing to be implemented. However, in the English Wikipedia, for example, there is a policy, and it's a sensible policy, not to use template for prose. Templates are supposed to be, pieces of content, which with with short strings. An infobox is a very good example. An infobox is not prose. Prose is usually not inserted using templates, which makes sense. Massive translation of prose, that's probably a good job for abstract Wikipedia. But translating phrases of, like small pieces of phrases, definitely, talk page templates, user page templates, authority control template, which is common at the bottom of a lot of articles in a lot of languages. It has some very short phrases. For these things, global templates should be definitely useful, but probably not for long prose. There are policies against this, and they are sensible policies. Global templates can help non-speakers add appropriate content to smaller language Wikipedias. Maybe, although non-speakers, well, yeah, it depends on what you think, what is appropriate content, because occasionally you can have non-speakers who are trying to help smaller Wikipedias, and they actually end up not really helping, but doing something worse. A very famous case was about a year ago with the Scots Wikipedia, where somebody who knows English but doesn't know Scots tried to write things in Scots, and it ended up being awful. But maybe some templates, maybe add in info boxes, maybe add in some references if they can understand what is the text about. Nevertheless, I would recommend doing this, not just doing this silently, but consulting with the community. It will become easier. But once templates are global, for the speakers, it will probably be easier too. So yeah, non-speakers, they sometimes help, but they should be very careful about this. Does anyone have a link to the English Wikipedia policy on not using templates for prose? I'm sorry, I don't have it immediately, but I'll try to post it later in the conference chat somewhere. I think it's somewhere in one of the templates guiding pages. I definitely remember it. I definitely remember reading this somewhere on the policy pages of the English Wikipedia. While we're waiting for the next comment, you're welcome to try the link at the bottom of this slide, j.mp/global-templates-jam. It includes the jazz songs that I slipped into the slides. Yeah, time to wrap up. So thanks a lot for the questions. Great discussion. I'm easy to find. I am user Amir E80 on all the wikis. Thanks for the organizers, and see you.
Good afternoon or morning or whatever time it is. I'm Richard Welty from the Open Historical Map Project. And it's time we came out of the shadows, so here we are. Now, we are a spinoff of OpenStreetMap, and so a little quick background. OpenStreetMap is a free map of the world, open contributions in a Wikipedia style fashion. Data under the ODBL, which is conceptually about CC by SA, except for technical details. And OpenStreetMap is about now, the world as it is today. It's got a geographical database, which is the core with an API for fetching and updating data. It has various data consumers, most famously the map on the website. It has a set of map editors that use the API. It has two different query engines, Nominatum for typing into a text box and Overpass for some fairly sophisticated queries. And it has a tasking manager so that you can set up projects and people can work on individual parts of the project. Open Historical Map is a historical spin on the OpenStreetMap concept. It has a similar data model and software infrastructure. It has basically the same sign-up procedure and barrier to entry, which is conceptually pretty similar to the barrier to entry for a lot of Wikipedia and wiki-related projects. What it does is it adds support for modeling history. Licensing models a little different. Mostly it's CC0, which is effectively public domain. What we should be doing for licensing is an open topic of discussion. Who are we? We're not, for the most part, academically trained historians or kind of serious amateurs out of a tech geek community. The wiki model suits who we are and where we're coming from. It's, we're comfortable with it and we're happy to keep working that way. And in particular, we're happy to welcome serious amateurs into the fold and work with them. We're happy to teach. We're happy to talk about how things are done. We're happy to show examples. Originally, Open Historical Map was an unaffiliated side project. It went live in 2013. Just this year, we formally affiliated with the OpenStreetMap US local chapter as a charter project. So we've gone from an unaffiliated side project to being official, whatever that means. There is a small advisory board consisting of Jeff Meyer and myself. It has openings. We would really like to have a non-US mapper on there to reflect that it's an international project. Visualization is really important because you can collect all of this data, and looking at data over a span of time presents challenges. We have introduced a time-capable rendering engine, which adds a time slider feature, something which OpenStreetMap has never had because there's no point in OpenStreetMap. And you simply slide the time slider to change what you're looking at. This is less than 2 years old. And it's going to be refined because we would like better granularity than 1 year. But, this is all stuff we're working on. I'm going to show an example of time in action. This is Lower Manhattan, but this is Lower Manhattan in the time of New Amsterdam and the Dutch colonies, and the date on the time slider is 1627. Oh, let's do that again. I was too quick on the trigger there. We can see the time slider starting to hop, and we can see settlement occurring. We can see that indeed, as everyone will tell you, much of Lower Manhattan is fill, and we can see the fill growing over time. And the time slider stops in 1860, and I can assure you that New York City has changed since 1860, because change is eternal. Now, specialized visualization tools for different scenarios will almost certainly be springing up. There's one that I'm going to show you briefly here that I wrote called Ghost Tracks, which is about visualizing historic motor racing circuits that have disappeared from the Earth. We use the Overpass query engine, which can be called from JavaScript widgets or other code to support these visualizations, and Ghost Tracks does do this. There's obviously obviously a need for animation if we're going to start capturing event data. So here's a sample from Ghost Tracks. It's a embed for a web page, and this map shows all the different racing circuits at Watkins Glen since 1948. The original circuit in blue, the second circuit here in green, and then the various variants on the modern circuit right here. And there's a drop down so you can toggle them on and off. And just right up here, you can change what the base map is. Right now, this is modern OpenStreetMap, but I can overlay it on a 1957 aerial, which is how I got some accurate road information that I couldn't recover from modern data. Now, for editing, we use the standard OSM editors. Anybody who's editing an OSM knows how they work. But we need time filters, and I tend to hearken back to a Doctor Who episode from the Matt Smith era, where famously all of history was happening all at once, and literally can be really difficult to edit when an area is temporarily dense because someone has started really building all the changes over time. I've done a lot of work fairly deep in Albany, New York, and I have done some work in New York City. There's another mapper doing more, and it could be pretty stressful. Now, we have filters which allow us to help manage that, but they can be improved, and they are being improved. What are the kinds of source materials that we are using? Well, there are various old maps in places like the Library of Congress, the New York Public Library, a number of other collections. Oldmapsonline.org is a great reference because you can go into it and start finding old maps in other collections, and that has some international capabilities. What's actually available in different parts of the world varies because some places just simply haven't put the energy into making these maps available. Of course, the USGS, the U.S. Geological Survey, has a huge percentage of their old topo maps online to be grabbed up, and those are certainly valuable, and I've used them. Old aerials are in a bunch of places. Particularly useful is the USGS Earth Explorer site because I'm getting lots of aerials from basically post-1940s US there. And you will find yourself going into other historical sources, and sometimes it's not maps. I know from where I'm sitting that I am doing a lot of research that is going to be driving me into primary sources. For example, I've been working on building out the early Erie Canal, and I'm finding that I'm going to have to go into the New York State Canal Board records to find out some of the details I need to know. That, the typical history of the Erie Canal doesn't go to the level I need to get at. And likewise, I am already starting to read various ancient unit histories from the Civil War and official records to find out things I want to know that aren't in the maps necessarily directly. And I certainly got through that faster than I expected, but that's okay. So, any questions? Dan Case asked about historicaerials.org. That website represents a challenge. I have looked at it before. The challenge with it is that what they are doing actually is taking a lot of public domain materials. They're heavy on old aerials and old topo maps. Most all of that I can actually get from the USGS, and when it's on historic aerials, they have slapped their own copyright notice on stuff that was originally public domain. And I'm just wary of getting into that because I don't know if that copyright claim will hold up or not. I'd just rather not, stick my finger into the socket to find out. Yeah, the slide did not show up when I stepped through the presentation, but There is a site which is not part of Open Historical Maps, but which is maintained by Tim Waters, who is a good friend of the project, called mapwarper.net. And MapWarper is pretty convenient because what it allows you to do basically is bring up a map or an aerial. And if you can identify a couple of clean reference points versus the modern era and the old map, it will do what's needed to match a map up. Whether or not you need to warp or not, you know, I've done some things with maps of Albany, Dutch maps from the 1600s that have been remarkably easy to match up. Evidently, the surveyors were doing their job really well. And then I've hit a really important map of the Antietam battlefield from the Civil War, 1862. The Elliott burial map, which is, you know, the only thing that there exists of its kind to show the temporary burials after the battle. That map appears to be accurately mapped, but when you start getting into it, you discover that no, it only gives the impression of accuracy, and I'm having to warp it one piece at a time in order to get things in the right place. So the answer is that there are ways of doing that. And it takes some learning and practice to deal with it. In particular, also, how do we available using the Google OpenStreetMap tile format? And both of the commonly used OpenStreetMap editors, you can enter those URLs and make those maps into base layers. Any more questions? Yeah, that was a slide that also didn't show up. Let me see if I can. Okay. There we are. Okay, that slide is up now. I apologize for powering through that like that, but okay, skip over source materials. Okay, I'm not sure why it blew out the way it did, because here's a talk about MapWarper. Here is an example. These are plates from Sanborn fire insurance maps from 1892, and they basically have been scanned into MapWarper or loaded into it, and then put together into mosaics, which make them easier to work with. Oh, God, I missed a bunch of slides, and I don't know why it fell out. I'm trying to go too fast. Anyway, we have a variety of people doing projects showing the development of urban areas. Here's just a few of the cities. Infrastructure projects that are going on. Roman roads, westward trails. Railways, railway development's a complicated subject. Early U.S. highway system. Right now, NatFoot's working on the course of the Lincoln Highway, which is the first major transcontinental highway in the U.S. I'm working on canals with some help from NatFoot. I'm busy working on details of the Erie and the Champlain canals in upstate New York, which date from the 1820s and were very important in the early U.S. There's room for that in Europe, lots of canals there. Infrastructure, here's an example that's important. This is near Albany, New York, a bit north of it. This is the Mohawk River. The actual Erie Canal is running along the side here. I've been gradually working on this. It's an example of some of the challenges. The Mohawk River during the time of the Erie Canal was much narrower, and what I have a modern representation of the Hudson and the modern New York Barge Canal. So it's a matter of figuring out changes over time, and there's a plan I have to go back and find the old riverbanks and enter that data. We inherited all of this data from OpenStreetMap, and now we're working through and figuring out what it is we have to change. There are diversity projects. We've been following the OpenStreetMap US lead some cool projects. Seneca Village in New York City has been mapped. That was a African American majority neighborhood that was wiped out by the construction of Central Park right before the Civil War. Rapp Road Historic District in Albany, New York was a important African American neighborhood that has been remarkably cohesive, and about a third of it has been wiped out by highway projects, but most of it is intact. There are proposals for native lands, and Black Wall Street would be a really great thing to map, and nobody's picked up on that yet, but I hope somebody does. I won't commit to it. I am overcommitted. We're climbing a learning curve. One of the challenges is that historic data tends to be point in time. We would like to get start and end dates, but they can be elusive. Life cycle issues need to be worked out in detail too, because things are built, they exist, and then they start to not exist. We need expanded notations to specify what is known about time. Currently, I'm pressing for the Library of Congress EDTF format, extended date time format for Gregorian time. And we need to think about local units in the sense that there are Julian dates, Roman dates, there are various Asian date formats. And people shouldn't have to translate these on their own. We should build a core processing module so that we know that that's being done consistently. But now Julian's not so hard. Rome's going to be a pain in the neck, and I am not knowledgeable about how a lot of the Asian dates are done. Events, something OSM does not do, OSM can. We have a lot to learn about modeling events. I'm doing experiments on the Antietam battlefield because there's a lot of data about the course of that battle. That puts us into time issues because the granularity is a half hour to an hour. So here, finally, we step through that and we can answer the question about where Open Historical Map is that was just asked. Website, openhistoricalmap.org. Most of the documentation is on our wiki, which is a corner of the OpenStreetMap wiki. We have a very active channel on OpenStreetMap US Slack. That's probably the best place to come if you want to talk to us. We do monitor Open Historical Map channel and OpenStreetMap World on Discord, and a lot of us pay attention there too, so that's a good secondary source. There is an Open Historical Map group on Facebook. We do pay attention to that. Open Hist Map on Twitter. And if you want to talk to me, Google or DuckDuckGo, if you don't want to use Google, which I fully comprehend. NFG used auto parts in a lot of places. And that's one letter too long for Twitter. So NFG used auto part on Twitter. So now, let's see if there's any time left for questions. I will work on getting to that. I can certainly provide some links. I just need to get my act together, and I am going to need somebody to talk to me about Etherpad. Well, we actually managed to go back and cover all the slides, and I will put them up in their entirety on SlideShare in the near future, and I can make that link available. Yeah, Boston is mostly landfill, just as Lower Manhattan is. Jeff Meyer has done some work in Boston, and the amount of landfill is really pretty staggering. And I know when I was starting to learn about revolution in Boston, there was a real geography lesson in there for me as to how different things were in 1775. I don't think it's necessarily out of scope. It is some sort of event or ephemeral data, which is stuff that we're basically learning how to represent, and will cause us to have to deal with animation at some point. Although statically routes are reasonable to show without animation. So I'm going to say that as far as I'm concerned, it's not out of scope. We just have to learn how to do it. And that's the thing I think I want to emphasize, is that we didn't try and perfect the system and let the perfect be the enemy of the good. We just kind of put it out there and started working. And there's lots we don't know how to do yet. And so we really kind of welcome people to come on board who want to try and figure out how to do things. That's kind of the spirit of the project. And we don't like to do gatekeeping. We welcome people. Yeah, most any exploration routes are really entertaining to look at. Although interesting to me is that there's a need to be aware of changes in the geography over time. I was looking at the Lincoln Highway map, which is put out there by the Lincoln Highway Association, and they mapped the route past some land I'm familiar with in central Iowa, and I looked at it and I realized they're just assuming the roads are all the same. And when the Lincoln Highway was really the Lincoln Highway, there were certain bridges, aqueducts, viaducts that were in different places than they are today. And that fascinates me, and it's one of the mapping challenges, is detecting what's changed. Likewise, in work I've been doing in downtown Albany, there are a number of islands that are no longer islands because they filled in the channels. And so going back and finding historical riverbanks of the Hudson is itself an issue. Yeah, I think that in general, trying to map that sort of thing is interesting, and I would say that it is definitely in scope. We do have some technical details we need to work through on sea shore limits, because we've inherited some things from OpenStreetMap that make it a little clumsy right now to work with. And that is on our tech shortlist right now, is to make it better, easier to handle shoreline changes. But yeah, I say that the basic concept is completely in scope, and we need to get to where we can do that usefully. Well, I thank everyone for the interest and the good questions, and I apologize for the hiccup in the middle of the slides, and I will get back to people on links and examples after I figure out how to do that, because I'm not used to these platforms.
Hello, everyone. Back. I hope you enjoyed the morning. Next up, we have our plenary talk, and I just wanted to note for our English speakers that Carmen will be speaking in Spanish. If you go to the tab that says interpretation from the red stage, you'll be able to choose your language, and you can choose English or Spanish. So if you would like to hear the translation into English, choose that tab. And now I will turn it over to Omar.
Hola, buenas tardes a todas y todos. Es un placer presentarles a Carmen Alcázar, ganadora del premio de Wikipedista del año 2021. Actualmente es directora ejecutiva de México. Bueno, Carmen es politóloga, feminista, activista, wikipedista desde el 2011. Es fundadora del proyecto de Ditatona, proyecto de reducción de brecha de género en Wikipedia, nacido en México y replicado en países de Iberoamérica. Se ha presentado en las principales universidades públicas y privadas de México y distintos recintos para hablar de conocimiento libre, proyectos Wikimedia e inclusión tecnológica. Ha dado conferencias en Argentina, Chile, Hong Kong y Brasil sobre la brecha de género en la tecnología. Ha escrito artículos en publicaciones especializadas como XRDS, The Association of Computing and Machine Magazine for Students, GenderIT.org, Latinoamérica in a Glimpse de APC y la ONG de Derechos Digitales de Chile. Fue facilitadora en el curso Mujer, Poder y Medios del The Knight Center de la Universidad de Texas en Austin. Bueno, sin más, les dejo con Carmen Alcázar.
Hola, buenos días, tardes ya a todas y a todos. Estoy muy contenta de compartir en esta sesión. Además, estoy muy contenta de poder hacerlo en mi idioma materno, porque siempre es más sencillo expresarte y desarrollar ideas en tu lengua. Y entonces agradezco mucho a todo el equipo organizador de esta conferencia en Norteamérica para poder tener al alcance un sistema de traducción simultánea. Estoy muy contenta por ello y quería reconocerlo. Voy a compartir mi pantalla para hablar de una problemática que no solamente sucede en Wikipedia en español. Esto es algo que está presente en todas las Wikipedias y es la brecha de género que existe en Wikipedia, ¿no? Vamos a enfocarnos, sí, hoy, el día de hoy a Wikipedia en español, pero esto, como les menciono, pues está presente en todas las Wikipedias. Nos podrán contar las compañeras cómo pasa en Wikipedia en inglés y si hay participantes de otras, alguna de las 300 Wikipedias que existen en el mundo, pues también nos podrán platicar de sus experiencias. En el caso del día de hoy vamos a hablar de Wikipedia en español. Y bueno, pues como ustedes saben, Wikipedia se ha convertido en el principal sitio de referencia en línea. Llevamos 20 años compartiendo el conocimiento a todos y a todos, escribiendo y juntando la suma del conocimiento de la humanidad en un espacio que es de acceso libre, que es gratuito, que no tiene publicidad y que cualquier persona puede editar. Wikipedia, como bien sabemos, las personas que estamos en este evento y en muchos eventos que se hacen en el movimiento Wikimedia, es un proyecto colaborativo en el cual participamos todas, todos, para alimentarlo y para que más personas puedan acercarse al conocimiento. Pero, pues existe algo que está presente en el mundo, que está presente en la sociedad y que también lamentablemente está presente en Wikipedia y en otros proyectos de tecnología, en otros proyectos sociales, el machismo que se encuentra en ellos, ¿no? Y que es difícil de pronto sacudirlo, es difícil de pronto identificarlo porque lo tenemos tan normalizado, porque todas nacimos en un mundo basado en el patriarcado que nos hace difícil
very difficult
entender
to
que hay
identify it
actitudes
because it's
machistas,
well
que hay
normalized.
actitudes
We
sexistas
all
y que hay
were born
actitudes
in a
y
world
acciones
based
que
in
nos hacen salir de
patriarchies.
ciertos
So it's
proyectos.
very difficult
Para
to
el caso
understand
de
these
Wikipedia, pues
machistas
tenemos
and
algunos
sexist
indicadores.
attitudes. There are
Hace algunos
attitudes and
años la
actions
fundación,
that
hace algunos
make
años,
us
casi
go
10
out
años,
of
hizo una
different
encuesta
projects. In
sobre el
Wikipedia,
perfil de
we
las
have some
personas que editaban
KPIs.
Wikipedia.
Some years
Y de ahí se
ago,
arrojó como resultado
the
que de
foundation,
cada
almost
10
10 years
personas
ago,
solamente una es
did
mujer,
a
¿no?
survey
Esto
regarding the
evidentemente
profile
impacta
of
en el
people.
contenido de la Wikipedia. Ya
And
con
the result
datos
is
de
that
Wikipedia en
out of
español, en
10 people,
2014,
only
que fue cuando
one people
consultamos esta encuesta en Wikimedia México,
has
nos
knowledge
dimos
about this. And
cuenta
this has an
que
impact
solamente el
in
12% de las
Wikipedia. We have
biografías eran de
data from
mujeres. O sea, de
Wikipedia in
cada 100
Spanish.
biografías que
In
había en Wikipedia en español,
2014, we
solamente
conducted
12
a
eran de
survey
mujeres.
and we
Y
realized that
en
only
la mayoría
12%
de
of
profesiones
geographies
que
belong
tenían
to
esas
women.
mujeres
So out of
biografiadas, pues eran
10 biographies,
actrices,
only
cantantes,
10 were
actrices porno,
related to women.
modelos.
In the vast
Evidentemente hay
majority
un
of the
grupo de mujeres
professions,
muy destacadas en la
we
historia de la
realized that
humanidad
they were
que están
actresses,
presentes en
singers,
Wikipedia,
porno
que estaban
actresses,
presentes
and
en Wikipedia en
models.
español.
Obviously,
Pero
there is a
pasando ese grupo
host
top
of group
en el
of
que
women that are
podemos
present
encontrar
in
a Marie
Wikipedia, that were
Curie,
present
podemos
in
encontrar a
Wikipedia
Frida
in
Kahlo,
Spanish.
podemos
However,
encontrar a Ada Lovelace, podemos
besides that
encontrar a Sor
top
Juana Inés
group
de la
in which
Cruz,
we can find
pero pasando
Mary
ese
Curie, Frida
grupo icónico,
Kahlo,
las
or
demás profesiones de las
Anna
biografías de mujeres en
Lovelace,
Wikipedia en español
Sor
eran
Juana
de
Inés
estas
de la
profesiones.
Cruz,
Que no decimos que está
that
mal,
was fine.
pero
However,
es
other
una evidencia de
than
que
that
quien estaba
iconic
escribiendo
group,
en ese
the
momento
vast
Wikipedia en
majority of
español eran manos de varones, ¿no?
biographies
Al
found
final,
in Wikipedia for women had
de lo
to
que
do with
escribimos y cómo lo escribimos indica mucho.
these
Después hicimos
actresses.
un análisis
But
sobre el contenido que tenían
male
los
were
artículos en
writing
general.
all
Si
this
revisábamos los
content.
artículos de cualquier mujer
What
que
we
tenía una entrada en
write
Wikipedia en español,
says a lot about
encontrábamos
us. We
aspectos
did an analysis
sexistas,
about the
machistas,
content of
como
these
por
articles.
ejemplo que
If we
cuando
review
hablamos de
articles
mujeres,
regarding
pareciera
women
que
that had
siempre tiene que haber
an
una
entry
relación
in
con algún hombre.
Wikipedia, we found a
Siempre
lot of
somos
sexist
hija de,
comments. For
madre
example,
de,
when we
hermana
talk
de,
about women,
prima
seems to
de,
be that there's
siempre
always
tenemos
a
o nos
relationship
ponen
with a
una
man.
relación
We are
con
always the
Ayer
daughter of
participé
the
en un
sister
conversatorio
of
junto
the
a Andrea
cousin
Kleiman,
of.
que
So
justamente
we are
hizo
always
un análisis
related
bastante
to
interesante,
a male.
que de hecho les
Yesterday,
recomiendo que
I had a
puedan
discussion,
encontrar.
a
Está
conversation with
en el
Andrea
Facebook de Wikimedia
Kleiman,
México, por ahí
and she
compartimos
did
el
a
enlace
very
del
interesting
conversatorio.
analysis,
Y ella
and I
hizo un
recommend that to
análisis
you. You can find it
que me sorprendió
in
muchísimo. Bueno, no me
the
sorprendió porque es
Facebook
algo
of
que yo he visto en Wikipedia en
Wikipedia
español,
Mexico.
pero de
We
manera muy
shared the
puntual
link. She
empezó a
did
comparar
a very
artículos de
complete
hombres,
analysis that
mujeres,
was very
para darnos
surprising
cuenta
for me. Well,
del
it was not
impacto que
surprising
tiene la
because I
forma en
have
la que se genera el
experienced this in
contenido. Por
Wikipedia
ejemplo,
Spanish, but he started to
comparó el
compare
artículo
articles
de
of
Cristina
men and
Fernández,
women,
la
so we could
vicepresidenta
realize the
actual de
impact
Argentina, con
of
el
the
artículo
way
de
contents
Néstor
are produced. She
Kirchner, ¿no?
compared the
En
article
uno
of
viene, en
Cristina
el artículo de
Fernandez,
Cristina
current
viene
vice
cómo
president
conoció a
of
Néstor,
Argentina,
cómo
vis-a-vis
empezaron su
the article
relación.
of
Sí
Pastor from
viene, que fue
Kirchner. In
presidenta
one,
2 veces
in the article
la
of
nación argentina,
Cristina, they are
pero
talking
no
about
en el
how
artículo de
she
Néstor,
get to
no
know
viene cómo conoció
Nestor,
a
how
Cristina,
this
no viene
relationship
nada
started.
sobre
It contains
su
some
relación.
information about the
De
fact
hecho,
that
no
she was
mencionan
twice the president
la
of
vida familiar,
Argentina.
¿no? Esto
However,
pasa
in the
frecuentemente con
paper
los
of
artículos
Nestor,
de
you cannot find
mujeres.
anything
Siempre
about the
tenemos
way
una
they met
relación con un
or their
varón.
relationship.
Siempre, por ejemplo, otro
And this
ejemplo
is
que
happening
utilizó
constantly
Andrea
with
fue el
articles
de
that
Marie
have to do
Curie,
with
en
women.
donde
We are
tal cual
always
dice, ¿no? Que
related
fue,
with
bueno,
a
decía,
man.
porque
And another
afortunadamente
example that
ese artículo
Andrea
ya fue
used
corregido, ya
is
fue
the
mejorado.
article of
Pero
Marie Curie,
mencionaba que
in
era
which,
esposa de Pierre Curie
well,
y que junto con él había
fortunately,
ganado el
that
premio Nobel.
article
Y si
was
tú te
being
ibas al
corrected and
artículo de Pierre, no
enhanced.
mencionaba a Marie
However,
Curie
at that
en la
time,
primera parte de la
the
entrada. Ya al
paper
final, ya
mentioned
más
that
adelante
she
decía,
was the
bueno, estaba
wife
casado
of
con Marie
Mr.
Curie,
Curie,
que
and
también ella le
together
había
with
ayudado.
him,
Es decir,
they were
para
awarded with the
los
Nobel
hombres que
Prize.
redactan
And
Wikipedia,
in the article of
hasta hace
her
algunos
husband,
años,
they didn't
pareciera que si
mention
no
anything
tienes
about
una
their
relación con un varón,
marriage.
no hay
So,
relevancia
for men that
tu
are
vida.
drafting and writing Wikipedia
Otra
till
cosa que
recently
destacamos cuando hicimos
seems
el
to be that
análisis
you
de
don't have
contenido de los
if you don't
artículos
have a
fue
relationship
que
with a man,
cuando leemos
you have
artículos
no
sobre mujeres,
relevance in your
siempre es
life. And
importante
another important thing that
el
we noticed when
peso,
we
las
did the
medidas, si
analysis
son
of
mamás,
articles
si se
content
han
is
casado,
that
si se
when
han
we read
divorciado,
articles
si
about
tienen
women, it
alguna
is
pareja en
always
este momento.
important to talk
Datos
about the
que para
weight,
efectos
their
de una entrada
measurements, if they are
enciclopédica
mothers,
no
if
son
they are
relevantes. Y tan no son relevantes
currently
que no
married,
aparecen
divorced,
cuando
or if they
leemos
have a
artículos de
partner
varones de
at
las
this
mismas
moment.
profesiones. Si
Pieces
ustedes
of
revisan el
information
artículo
that
de un
for the
actor,
purpose of
va a
an
aparecer
entry
en qué
in an
películas o
encyclopedia
series
are not
u obras de
relevant,
teatro ha
and pieces
participado,
of
qué
information
premios ha
that don't
obtenido,
appear
dónde
in
estudió,
articles of
a lo
men.
mejor
If you
algún
read
detalle
an
de su
article
vida,
of
si
an
tiene alguna
actor,
otra
you
afición
will
o alguna
see
otra
information
profesión,
about
pues se
his
mencionará.
movies,
Pero
his
si ustedes
awards,
revisan el
where he
artículo de una
studied,
actriz,
or maybe
además
some
de
information
en qué
about
series,
his
obras,
personal
películas ha
life, if he
participado,
has
si ha
hobbies
obtenido
or any
premios,
other profession.
algún aspecto
But
de su
if
vida, si
you
tiene alguna otra
read
profesión,
the
pero
article of an
adicionalmente vendrá
actress,
cuántas veces se casó,
besides
si
the
está
serious
divorciada, si actualmente tiene
awards
una
that they
pareja,
have
el nombre de
received,
la
or
pareja, si tiene
some
hijos o hijas,
information
los
about
nombres de los hijos o
other
hijas,
profession,
cosas que no
you will
vienen,
find
elementos
information about
e
her
información que
personal
no
life,
vienen
if
en los
she is
artículos de los
currently
varones.
in a
¿Por qué? Porque no son
relationship, if
relevantes.
she
Si yo
has
estoy leyendo el artículo de una
children, their
actriz, me
names,
importa su
if she
trayectoria, no me
has a
importa si se
partner or
divorció
not.
3 veces. Si yo
Information
estoy
that is
leyendo el
not
artículo de
contained in
una
articles
senadora,
of
no
men
me
because they
importa
are not
si
relevant.
ha
If
tenido
I
4
am
hijos
reading
o hijas.
the
Me
article of an
importa
actress,
qué
I am
iniciativas ha
interested
llevado a
in
cabo,
her
por
career,
qué
not in her
iniciativas ha votado
marriage.
en
If
favor
I
o
am
en
reading an
contra, qué
article about
estudió,
a
cuál es su trayectoria
congressman, I don't
política.
care
Pero
about
su
how
vida
many
personal no es
children
relevante
she
para
has.
su
I am
profesión.
interested
Evidentemente hay
about
ciertos
her lobby
artículos en los que
work,
sí tendrá
what are the
relevancia, por
initiatives
ejemplo,
that
si alguno de
she
sus hijos
supports,
es
what is
beneficiado por alguna
her
ley
political
que ella
career,
votó, que ella
but her
propuso, porque bueno,
personal
entonces
life
ya
is
hablamos
not
de
relevant for her
una
career.
información
And of
adicional
course
que
are
le va a
some
dar el punto de vista
articles
neutral
in
del
which
artículo. Pero en general,
so her
estos
personal
datos de
life,
la
it's
vida privada de las
important when
mujeres
we are
no
talking
tienen
about a
ninguna
piece of
relevancia
law
enciclopédica y
that
por ello no
she
deberían de estar.
passed because was favoring someone.
Muchos
That's
artículos
fine.
también
But in general terms, the
son
personal data
redactados o
of
son
women
creados
has
de
no
profesiones que
relevance in an
tradicionalmente son de
encyclopedia, and they
mujeres. Y lo
shouldn't
digo
be
entre
there.
comillas porque estas
Many
profesiones,
articles
los roles de
are
género nos han
drafted
dicho que son para nosotros.
from professions that
Profesiones como ser
traditionally belong
enfermera,
to
pero
the
no ser médica.
women's real
Ser
quote
maestra,
unquote, because the
pero no
gender
ser
roles
policía.
specified
Ser
that professions like
investigadora,
nurse, but not a
pero
doctor.
no ser la ganadora
You are a
del premio
teacher,
Nobel, ¿no?
but
Estas
not a
profesiones
policeman.
generalmente,
You
pues
can
los roles
be
de
a
género nos dijeron
researcher,
que así debería de ser.
but
Y
not
estos son
the
algunos
winner of
indicadores
the Nobel
que
Prize.
nos hacen
These
evidente que
conditions
necesitamos a más mujeres en
are
Wikipedia.
usually based
Y
in
esto pues nos trae la pregunta
gender
de por qué
roles
hay
that
pocas
were
mujeres
so
editando
embedded in
Wikipedia.
our mindsets. And these
Acá
are
tenemos
indicators
distintas
that make us
respuestas.
realize that we need
Tenemos,
more
de hecho,
women
tenemos
in
una
Wikipedia.
investigación
As a
que
result,
hizo
we
la
drafted this
maestra
question.
Raquel
Why do we
Ramírez
have
hace
few
un año,
women
que está
drafting
por concluir la
Wikipedia and
traducción para que
editing
se pueda, la
Wikipedia?
traducción al inglés,
We
para que
carried
también
out
otras
a
compañeras y
research.
compañeros puedan
Raquel
leerla.
Ramírez
En este
did it a
momento
year
está
ago,
en
and it's
español
about
y
to
la
be
pueden encontrar en
completed
Wikimedia
with
Commons,
the
porque las mujeres
translation in
no
English,
estamos en
so other
Wikipedia. Y de ahí se
colleagues,
derivan
men and
algunas,
women
tanto de la
can read it.
investigación como de la
Currently, it's
experiencia
available in
personal
Spanish.
que yo he
You
tenido
can
en
find
estos
it in
casi 10 años
Wikipedia
editando
editors.
Wikipedia y
Why
dando talleres.
few
Nos
women
hemos
are editing
percatado
Wikipedia?
que la
Stemming
respuesta
out
más
from
sencilla o
the
la respuesta más simple sería
research and
decir
my
que
personal
hay
experience
pocas
for
mujeres
10 years
editando
in
Wikipedia por el
Wikipedia and
patriarcado, ¿no?
organizing
Y de ahí
workshops,
se
we have
dividen
realized
en
that the
dos tipos de
simple
razones. Las razones
answer
que son
is
externas a Wikipedia y las razones que
there are
son
few
internas a
women
Wikipedia. La
editing
primera razón
Wikipedia
externa
because of the
es que
role. And we
Wikipedia se
can have
basa en
two
el voluntariado.
different
Es decir,
reasons,
que necesitas
external
tiempo
and
libre para editar.
internal reasons. reasons in Wikipedia.
Cuando se impusieron estos
The
roles de
first
género, las
external
mujeres salimos
reason is the
más
fact
afectadas
that
porque nos dijeron que las
Wikipedia
tareas
is
de
based
cuidados
in
estaban en nuestras manos.
volunteering work.
Y
You
es por
need
ello
time
que
to
las mujeres
edit.
tenemos una
When
doble
we
jornada,
imposed
una
these
triple
gender
jornada
roles,
laboral.
women were
Tenemos
very
nuestra
affected
jornada
because we were
laboral de 8
told
horas
that
en la
the care
oficina o en la
of
escuela
others
o en la
was in
empresa
our hands. And that's why
trabajando,
we have
y
a
cuando
triple
finaliza
work
esa jornada laboral laboral empieza la
day.
segunda
We have the
jornada
traditional
laboral no remunerada, que son las tareas de
working
cuidados,
day at
que
the
es atender la
office or in
casa,
a company,
que es
and at the end of
cocinar,
that
lavar,
work, we start
limpiar,
with
atender a los hijos, a
second
hijas, o atender a las personas adultas mayores,
second
o
job
atender
without
a alguien que esté enfermo o
payment.
enferma.
Cook,
Esas tareas
doing the
parece
cleaning,
que la sociedad
taking
da
care
por
of the
hecho que las tenemos que
children,
realizar las mujeres. Y
or
esto
taking care
lo
of
que genera
elder
es que no tenemos
people,
tiempo libre.
or caring
Cuando las
for a
mujeres estamos en
deceased
internet,
relative.
estamos
Seems to
consumiendo
be that
contenido que alguien
society
más
takes
hizo.
for granted
Estamos viendo
the
una
fact that this is
serie,
something
revisando
that
redes
has to
sociales, leyendo el
be done by
periódico,
women, and we have
leyendo
no
algún
time
blog,
when
o
we are
participando tal vez en algún taller
browsing
o
the
viendo alguna
internet
conferencia,
or
pero no
consuming
generamos
content in
contenido, o
internet.
lo hacemos
This
en
is
menor
something
medida
that has
en
been
comparación
done
con los
by
hombres. ¿Por
other
qué? Porque se necesita
by
tiempo
mail.
libre.
When we
Y
are
justamente
taking part in a
Wikipedia,
workshop,
al estar
we
basada en
are
el voluntariado,
making use
pues
of
te
that
indica que
content,
necesitas
but
tiempo
we
libre
don't
para editar.
generate
Y para
content
editar
because
es
we
una
need
palabra
free
muy
time to do
simple
that.
que
And
tiene
Wikipedia,
por
because
atrás
it's
la
based in
investigación,
voluntary work,
el consultar
well,
fuentes,
you
el
need
reunir
to have a lot of free
referencias, el
time to
buscar
do that for
imágenes,
editing.
el sentarte a
Seems to be
escribir
that
y
editing is
después
a very
subirlo
simple
a
word, but that
Wikipedia.
entails
Que esto
research,
nos da el pie
getting
para la
together
segunda razón que
references
es
to look
externa
for
a Wikipedia.
images, to take your time for
Generalmente las
writing
mujeres
down and drafting an
entramos
article that
tarde,
you are going
llegamos
to
tarde
upload
a la
in
interacción con las
Wikipedia.
máquinas.
So with
Llegamos
this,
tarde
we have
a
to
las
address
fábricas,
the
llegamos
second
tarde
external reason
a
for this.
conducir un
Usually,
automóvil, llegamos
women
tarde a la computadora. Y esto es algo
have a
histórico,
delay
¿no? No es
with the
algo que decidimos
interaction
nosotras.
of
Los
machines.
mismos roles
We
que impuso la sociedad
started
decidió que nosotras tendríamos que estar en
later
casa
to
para atender
know how
estas
to
tareas de
drive,
cuidado. Y
to
ya
know how
después la
to
situación coyuntural
use a
nos invitó a
computer
acudir a
due
las
to the
fábricas,
roles imposed
nos
to us
invitó
by the
a
society,
manejar
that
los
we
automóviles
as women had to
y
stay at
actualmente,
home
bueno, tenemos una
taking
mayor
care of
interacción con
everything.
las
Then
computadoras o
after
con
the
los smartphones o
cultural
con
changes, we were
algún
invited to
aparato
go out
para
for the
conectarnos a internet,
manufacturing plants to
pero
drive, and now
este
we have a
antecedente
closer
histórico hace que
relationship with
tengamos miedo,
smartphones,
tengamos
computers,
desconfianza
and
cuando
other
utilizamos una
devices to
plataforma por primera vez.
be
Afortunadamente, Wikipedia ha
browsing
mejorado
the
muchísimo la
internet.
interfaz,
However,
pero
this
piensen en alguien que
historic
empezó a editar en
background
2010, en 2011.
Generates a
Era
lot of
difícil.
fear in
Tenías
us
que
when we
tener
use a
alguna
device
noción
for
de
the first
que
time.
era
However,
programar, había
Wikipedia has
símbolos que
enhancing
jamás habías
a
tocado en el
lot its
teclado, si tu
interface.
profesión no
But
era
think about
relacionada con la
in the year
tecnología, con las ciencias de la
2012, it
computación.
was very difficult
A mí
to
como
do that.
politóloga me costó
You needed
muchísimo
to have
trabajo entender
some
por qué se
knowledge
usaban
about
las llaves, ¿no? Y por
programming
qué si
and
ponías dos al
some
inicio tenías que poner dos al final. Ahora,
information
bueno,
about the
esto
language. As a
Wikipedia y gracias
politologist,
al
for me,
movimiento
it was
Wikimedia y
very
al trabajo de
difficult
la
to
fundación
understand
se ha
how the
mejorado
keys were
muchísimo la
used
interfaz
and
y ahora es
how
muy
come at
sencillo.
the very
Pero de
beginning you have
cualquier
to
modo
use
eso no quita
two of
esta
them. But
desconfianza,
now, thanks to the
este miedo
Wikimedia
y esta
work
no apropiación
and the work of
tecnológica
the
que
foundation, the
tenemos las mujeres, ¿no?
interface
Se le
has
suma
been
también un poco la
interface
desconfianza
has
cuando
been
escribimos,
enhanced,
¿no?
and
El síndrome del
it
impostor,
also
tendría que ser el síndrome
it
de
is
la impostora,
still
porque siempre dudamos de
fearless
lo que
for
hacemos,
women.
no tenemos
And when
esa
we
audacia
draft something,
que sí tienen los varones
we
a
face
la
the
hora de
syndrome of
decir
the
voy a subir este artículo y
imposter
no importa si
because
está
we
mal, yo de todos
always
modos lo voy a subir.
hesitate
Las mujeres
about
nos
what
repetimos
we are
una y
doing.
otra vez
We are
si
not
está
as
bien, si debe
bold
ser
as
así, si no voy a
men
romper
when they say,
Wikipedia o si
I
no
am
voy a
going to
borrar Wikipedia.
upload this paper, no matter
Nos
if
cuesta
it
más
is
trabajo.
wrong. We, as
Una
women,
última
we are constantly
razón que
challenging
es externa
ourselves, if it's
es
good, if it's
cuando
not, if I'm not going
aprendemos.
to
Cuando
break
yo he dado
Wikipedia. It
talleres
is
en
harder
grupos
for us to do
mixtos,
that.
pues me he
And the
percatado que las
last
mujeres preguntan
reason, the
menos
last external reason for
o
this
plantean
is
menos
when
dudas
we
cuando
are
están aprendiendo,
learning.
¿no? Y
I have
esto
been
se da
given
porque
workshops in
generalmente en grupos mixtos
different
y cuando una
situations,
mujer
and I
pregunta
have
algo,
realized that
nunca
women
falta
are not
el hombre
asking
que
a
se
lot of
burla o que
questions
dice, ¿cómo no
in
vas a saber
co-ed
eso? O
workshops,
eso
and
ya lo
this is
explicó, o eso es muy
done
fácil. Y entonces eso
because
impacta
when
al
a
grupo en
woman is
general y
asking
las
a
mujeres dejan
question,
de preguntar
usually
para
you
evitar
will
tener
see a man
estas burlas,
challenging
¿no?
that. How
Después
come you don't know
tenemos las
this? This
razones
is very
internas a
easy. She
Wikipedia.
already
Lo que sí nos
explained
toca
that.
trabajar
And
en
this
casa
has
y
an
lo que
impact in the
estamos
group.
trabajando, ¿no? Eso
So
estamos haciendo
women stop
como dice
asking
esta
in
frase,
order
¿no?
to stop
Hay
having having
razones
their
o hay elementos
spotlights
o hay
on them.
actitudes
Women are working at home,
machistas,
and this
hay
is what we are
actitudes de
doing.
acoso, hay acciones de mansplaining.
There are reasons
Cuando tú
and
eres
there are
mujer y estás
elements
editando
and
Wikipedia,
attitudes,
siempre vas a tener a alguien,
sexist,
generalmente un
harassment
hombre, que va a estar
attitudes,
siguiendo tus
and
ediciones, que
mansplaining
te va a
attitudes
decir esto
in
no tiene
Wikipedia. When you
relevancia,
are a
esto hay que
woman and you are
borrarlo. Cuando
drafting
tú
and
estás
editing
escribiendo
Wikipedia,
Wikipedia
there
de
is
cualquier
always
tema,
going
pero
to
esto
be
se
a man
incrementa cuando estás
monitoring
haciendo
your
artículos de mujeres.
editions who is
Cuando
going
tú
to say
escribes
this is not
sobre
relevant, we
una
have to
ciclista
erase that.
que ha tenido
However,
competencias
this is
internacionales y
increasingly happening
que
when
tal
you
vez
are
no ha
drafting
tenido ningún premio,
articles
pero que ha
about
participado
women.
en
When you
ellas,
are writing an
seguramente
article
alguien le va a poner la
about
plantilla de esto no tiene
a
relevancia en
women
Wikipedia.
biker that
Y
it's
cuando tú
taking part in
escribes
an
de un
international
ciclista que ha
competition that
participado en
hasn't received
competencias
any award,
internacionales
pretty
y
sure
que tal vez no tenga
someone
ningún
is
premio, no
going
va a tener esa
to
plantilla. Los artículos de
input a
mujeres
template that
son
this is not
doblemente
relevant.
verificados,
And when
doblemente
you are
cuestionados
writing an
en
article
su
about a
permanencia.
man, a biker
Posiblemente
that
sí tenga
hasn't
relevancia
been
enciclopédica, pero
awarded,
si hay
they
una
don't receive
palabra, se dice
any
hay que
comment.
borrarlo porque es
Articles that
promocional,
have
en
to do
lugar
with
de
women are
eliminar esa palabra o de buscar más
constantly
referencias
challenged.
para
Maybe
agregar al
it has
artículo
an
y que este pase
encyclopedic
pues,
relevant,
estos
but
filtros
they
que se
say
tienen en Wikipedia.
we need to
Y de
erase
esto,
this
pues yo antes
because
decía
it
no
is
tenemos pruebas, pero no tenemos dudas.
marketing
Pero
word or
justamente
something.
con la
Instead of
investigación que
editing only
hizo
that
Raquel
word,
el año
they
pasado, pues ya
immediately want
empezamos a
to
tener las pruebas,
strike
¿no?
out this
El
article.
estar
I used to say that
entrevistando a
we don't
distintas
have
wikipedistas, tanto
evidence,
novatas
but we have
como
no
wikipedistas de
doubts
muchos
about this
años,
happening.
como
But
wikipedistas
now
que
we
pueden
are
tener
being
alguna
collecting evidence
cargo
by
administrativo o
interviewing
realizar
different
algunos trabajos de
Wikipedia
mantenimiento.
people for
Al
many years,
declarar
novel
estas
Wikipedia
razones,
that
nos
can
damos
have
cuenta que es muy
an
difícil para una mujer.
administrative
Para una mujer que
work
tiene dos
or
trabajos,
that
que
they
dice,
carry
bueno, ya
out
tengo
so
este tiempo
maintenance
libre,
work.
voy a ir a tomar un
When we
taller de
stated
Wikipedia
all
y
these
empieza
reasons,
a
we
recibir bullying
realized that
y
it's
dice,
very
bueno, no
difficult
importa,
for a
voy a
woman
editar,
that
voy a
has
hacerme
two
este
different
tiempo, se
jobs,
siente a editar
that
y le mandan el
has
artículo
some
borrado
spare
porque no
time
tiene
and they are
relevancia
going to
enciclopédica,
take a
pues
Wikipedia
seguramente se
workshop
cuestiona
and they
muchas
are
cosas y
being
no
bullied.
regresa a
They
Wikipedia.
keep on
Es
insisting
por
they
ello
receive
que en este contexto
the
tan
article
difícil,
that
que en
has
este
been erased
contexto
because it
que
has no
parecería tan
encyclopedic
adverso,
relevance,
empezamos a
they are going to be
aliarnos entre
frustrated
varias
and they don't
mujeres.
return.
Y en
So that's
2015
why this is a
nació
very
Editatona.
complicated
Editatona
context for them.
como un
It seems
proyecto
to be very
que
adverse.
se dedica a
So
capacitar a
among different
mujeres para
women, we have
que
been
aprendan a editar Wikipedia, aprendan
working
a
on
subir fotos o imágenes
Editathon
o
as
audios o cualquier
2015.
elemento
This is a
multimedia a
project
Wikimedia Commons.
focusing on training
Ahora hemos
women so they
incorporado
can learn
sesiones
how to
breves de
edit
Wikidata
Wikipedia,
para
they
que
can learn how to
podamos
upload
hacer un evento de
images,
edición colectiva, de
audios
edición
to
simultánea,
multimedia
como son
commons.
los
And now we
editatones que
have
acá todas y
been
todas conocemos, en
incorporating
el
brief
que
sessions of
nos sentamos
Wikidata
para
so we can
mejorar y
have
crear
an event
entradas de
of
algún tema en específico.
simultaneous
Bueno, pues en
editing
Editatona,
events. We are aware about
este mismo
editathons,
evento,
right?
este
We get
mismo
together to
maratón de edición
enhance,
se
to
hace, pero
create
de manera
entries of
exclusiva
a
para mujeres.
specific
Son
subject matter.
eventos
Well,
que
in
en
an
el origen y en
editathon,
México
we
son
have the
separatistas,
same
es decir, no se
approach.
permite la
It is a
participación de
marathon
ningún
of editions,
varón,
but
ni en
only
la
for women.
organización, ni en la
These are
capacitación, ni
events
en el evento
that
de edición,
in Mexico
en el que
and in its
mujeres
origin
nos
are
enseñamos unas a otras algunos
very
elementos pues, de
targeted. We
Wikipedia,
don't
de los
include
proyectos
any
Wikimedia
men at
y
all,
también en
neither
general tenemos
in
un
the
espacio de
training or
confianza
in the
y
event.
de
Among
amor para
women,
resolver
we
dudas
learn about
generales de
different
internet, de
Wikimedia projects,
tecnología.
about
Hemos
different wiki
tenido
elements, and we have an
talleres de
open space full of
sensibilización,
love
de
and
equidad de
trust
género, hemos
to
tenido talleres
resolve
de
general
uso de
doubts
lenguaje no
about
sexista y
internet,
lenguaje incluyente, hemos
media,
tenido
and we have organized
conversatorios en
some
donde platicamos el
race
acoso que
awareness
sufrimos
workshops,
en internet o el acoso que
workshops
sufrimos
about
en
the use
Wikipedia.
of
Es
language,
decir, que una
inclusive
editatona
language,
es la versión feminista de una editatona.
non-sexist language, and
Editatona
we
es
have
un espacio
conducted
en el que
conversations
de
about the
manera segura y
harassment in
confiable,
internet.
es decir,
So
todos
an
nuestros eventos,
editathon is the
en todos
feminist
nuestros capítulos o grupos de usuarios,
focus
usuarias,
for
nos
women. This
apegamos a
is
la
a
política de espacio
safe, a
amigables, ¿no?
reliable
Pero en
space.
Editatona
All
va
of
más
our
allá de esa
events
política, porque se traduce
in
en un
every
espacio espacio
chapter,
que
and in
seguro y en
every
confianza podemos preguntar cualquier
chapter,
cosa,
we have a
podemos
friendly
recibir
user
capacitación de cualquier otra
policy. However, an
persona, cualquier otra
editathon
persona
is a
integrante
safe and
participante
reliable
de la
space
editatona.
in which we
Nos vamos a
can
asesorar
ask
unas a
anything.
otras.
We can receive
Antes de la
training
pandemia, la
from
mayoría de
any
nuestras
other
editatonas eran presenciales,
woman
pero hemos
member
replicado este
of the
esfuerzo en
editathon,
este momento
and
tan
we
difícil de la
can
historia de la
give
humanidad
advice
con
among
el
each other.
COVID.
Before the
Hemos
pandemic,
traducido
all
un
the
espacio seguro y
editathons
confiable
were
en
in
una sesión de
presence,
Zoom o en una
but
sesión
now
de
that we are
Jitsi. Es decir,
facing
cuando las
this
hacemos presencial, tiene estas mismas
difficult
características.
situation with
Cuando
the
tenemos
COVID,
editatonas
we
presenciales,
have
tenemos un servicio
organized
de guardería por si
different
tienes hijos o
digital
hijas.
sessions
Al
with Zoom,
declararlo en el
and with the
registro,
same
nos
characteristics.
aseguramos de que
When
si
we
va a acudir
organize
alguna mamá o
editathons
alguna
in
mujer a
presence,
cargo de
we have
cuidado
a
de
service
hijos
of
o hijas,
nursery.
de niños o
When
niñas,
you
tengan un espacio
register,
en el
you
cual puedan
write down
estar
that you have
seguras,
children.
puedan
We
tener
make sure that if
actividades
we are
para que no se
going to have
aburran,
mothers
puedan estar
that have
jugando,
take care of their
para que
children,
la
we
mujer
make
que
sure
lleva
that
a
they
cargo
can
esta
have
atención
an
pueda
open
tener el tiempo de
space where they
aprender y
can
de
feel
sentarse a
safe
editar con la
and
confianza
their
de que
children
el
can
niño o
have
la niña va a estar
activities so they
seguro
can
y
have
seguro. Son
entertainment
espacios
and
en
they,
donde siempre vamos
the
a tener
women
la
can have
paciencia
the
y
right
vamos a estar
time
dispuestas
to
para resolver
learn,
dudas.
feeling
Vamos a, no
confident that
solamente
their
del equipo
children are going
organizador,
to
no
be
solamente
safe.
de las
We
personas
are
que
talking
facilitamos
about
los talleres,
spaces in
sino
which we are
también de
going
las
to be
personas
very
participantes, porque hay
open
muchas
to
editoras de
answer
Wikipedia
questions,
que
and not
cada
only
año van
from
a
the
la editatona de
organizing
arte y
committee and
feminismo,
the
por ejemplo, o
facilitators, but from
que
the
han acudido
participants,
a
because
todas las
there are
editatonas que hacemos
many
en marzo y que
Wikipedia
entonces van
editors,
adquiriendo una
women
experiencia
editors, that
adicional y van
every year they attend
perfilándose
the
como wikipedistas
feminist
ya de
editathon,
intermedias y
and they
pueden ayudar
have
en la resolución de
been
dudas.
present,
Es
acquiring
editatona
additional
también, son
experience.
espacios
So
divertidos,
their
de lo que se
profile
trata es de
is now
pasarla
as
bien, que esto es muy
intermediate
complicado porque las mujeres
Wikipedia that
generalmente
can
no la pasamos
help
bien en
us to
Wikipedia.
solve
Pero
questions.
entonces nosotras advertimos a los
Editatons
grupos
are
que vamos a
fun
tener momentos de
spaces. The
frustración,
idea is
que
to
vamos a
have
tener
a
momentos
fun
en los que no
time.
nos
This
vamos a
is
sentir tan
difficult
cómodas
because
en
usually
Wikipedia,
women
pero que
don't
para
have
ello
a good
tenemos
time in
esta
Wikipedia.
suerte
But
de
we
manada,
let them
como
know that we are going to
coloquialmente le
have
llamamos,
times in
en
which
la
we
que
are
nos
going to
vamos a
be
hacer un
frustrated.
acompañamiento entre todas, en la
However,
que la vamos
for
a
that,
pasar bien, nos vamos
we
a
are
reír,
very
vamos a
lucky
contar
to
anécdotas,
have
vamos a aplaudirnos y a felicitarnos
this
cuando
space
creamos el
in which
artículo y
we
vamos a
are
estarle
going
dando
to
seguimiento
be
entre todas a esos artículos para
relating as
asegurarnos de
packs,
que el
and
trabajo
we are going to
que realizamos, el tiempo que le
congratulate among
dedicamos, no va a
us
ser en vano,
about different
que va a
articles,
ser una
and we
invitación
are
a que
going to
acudas
be
a la siguiente
monitoring
editatona.
these articles to make
Y
sure
bueno,
that the work
Editatona
that we
es un esfuerzo
have
que nació, es un
done
proyecto que
is
nació
not
en
going
la
to
Ciudad de
be
México, pero
wasted,
se ha
that is going to
replicado
be
en más de 10
present
estados
in
de
the next
México y se ha
editathon.
hecho en
And
distintos países
Editatona
de la región
is a project that was born
iberoamericana, ¿no?
in
Porque también se han hecho
in
muchas
Mexico
editatonas
City
en
that has
España.
been
Tenemos
replicated in more
contabilizadas
than
más casi
10
70
states
editatonas
and
en distintos
8
países,
countries
en
in
distintas
the
ciudades.
Latin
Y
American
claro que
region.
cambia un
And
poco la
others
dinámica.
have
Yo
been
hace un momento
organized
decía,
in Spain. We
en
have
México son
organized more than
separatistas porque hemos
70
tenido la experiencia
editatons
de
in
otros
different
países
countries
en
and
donde
in
no pueden
different
ser
cities. And
separatistas
of course, the
porque
dynamic changes
no
a
hay
little
una
bit.
mujer que
I
sepa
was
editar
telling you
Wikipedia
that
y
in
entonces tiene
Mexico
que
we are
recibir la
very
capacitación de
separatist
un varón.
because
No
we have
importa, al
learned
final
about other
cada editatona
experiences
se
in
va
other
adaptando a
countries
las
in which they
circunstancias
cannot be
del país en
separatist.
donde se está
And
haciendo, del lugar en donde se está haciendo,
they
pero
have
la
no
idea
women there
es que
to do that,
Editatona se ha
and there are
convertido en
men that
un
have to do
referente de los eventos
that.
para
But
reducir la brecha
we
de género.
adapt, we
Y afortunadamente no es
customize
el único,
everything
¿no?
according to
Tenemos
the
otros
country. But the
proyectos, no
idea
nada
is
más en Wikipedia en
that
español.
these
Existe, por ejemplo, Women
editathons
in
are
Red, que es un
now a
proyecto que nos
benchmark
inspira
to
muchísimo.
reduce gender
Existe
gap. And this
Mujeres
is not the only
Latinoamericanas
one,
o el
fortunately, because
Wikiproyecto
we have other
Mujeres
projects in
o
Wikipedia
muchas iniciativas que
Español
hay, por
and
ejemplo,
other project, Women in
en
Red,
Europa,
Latin American
Wiki
women,
Mujeres.
the multi-project
Hay
of
muchas
women,
iniciativas que de
and
lo que se
many
trata
other
es que
initiatives
existan más mujeres editando
in
Wikipedia
Europe,
y que se aumente también el contenido
Wiki
sobre mujeres en
Mujeres,
Wikipedia, porque
Wiki
nos
Women.
falta la
And the
mitad
idea
de
with
la
all these
percepción del
initiatives
mundo, ¿no? Nos
is
falta la
to
mitad
have
de la
more
opinión de
and
la
more
historia de
women document
humanidad.
in
Y dentro de algunos
Wikipedia
logros, que por eso
drafting
quiero hacer mucho énfisis en que
women's
Editatono no es el
content
único
because
proyecto que
half of
existe para reducir la
the
brecha de género en
history of the
Wikipedia. Pero
humanity
gracias a
is
la
lacking.
suma
And we
del
have
trabajo de
had
todos
some
estos proyectos,
accomplishments.
al menos en
And
Wikipedia en
I
español hemos aumentado
emphasize
al
on the fact that
20% el número de
the
biografías que
Wikipedia
existen
editathons
en
are not the
Wikipedia en
only
español.
ones. However, thanks
Editatona tiene
to
un par de
all these
premios.
projects in
Uno
Wikipedia
fue
Spanish, we
otorgado
have
por la
had an
CNIC
increase
y
of
el gobierno de Canadá,
20% in
que
the
es el
number
premio
of
FRIDA,
biographies in Spanish
que
for
es el
women.
Fondo Regional para la
Editathon
Innovación
has
Digital en América Latina y el Caribe.
received several
Y en
awards by the INIC and the
2018,
Canadian
el
government,
Instituto
the
de las
FRIDA
Mujeres
Award, the
de la
Regional
Ciudad de
Fund
México, que
for
actualmente es la Secretaría de
Digital
las Mujeres de la
Innovation
Ciudad
in
de
Latin
México,
America and the
entregó la
Caribbean.
medalla
In
Omer Silvat
2018,
como un reconocimiento
the
para
Women's
Editatona,
Institute
para
in
Wikimedia
Mexico
México,
City,
en su aporte
that
al
currently is the
fortalecimiento de las
Ministry of
mujeres en el
Women,
campo de la tecnología.
give us the
Esto es algo que no va a acabar.
award,
No vamos a descansar
the
hasta que haya más
Omexitiwati
mujeres editando
Award
Wikipedia, hasta que encontremos una
for
paridad en
all
el
of our
contenido, en
contributions.
las
So this
biografías,
is
pero
not
también en la forma en la que se escriben las
over
biografías,
yet.
tanto de
We
hombres
are
como de
not
mujeres, y no
going
solamente en
to cave in
biografías,
till we
también en
have
los artículos que tienen que ver
parity
con mujeres.
in the
Porque si ustedes
content
se hubieran
of the
dado una vuelta al
biographies and the
artículo
way
de la
they are
menstruación
written,
hace algunos años,
not
se
only
hubieran
for
percatado de que
biography
la persona que
drafting,
escribió
but
ese
also
artículo
in
jamás había
articles.
menstruado, ¿no? La manera en
Because
la que
if
estaba
you
redactado,
take a look
u otro
at the
ejemplo que daba
article
ayer
that was
Andrea,
drafted
el
many years ago
artículo
regarding
de hombre y
menstruation,
mujer,
you can
pareciera
realize
que
that
la
the
mujer
person
es
who
lo que
wrote
no
it
es hombre,
never
¿no?
had
O sea,
a
no tenemos una
menstruation.
definición y esto
Andrea
no se va a lograr hasta que
presented
haya
another
más
example,
mujeres
the
editando
article of
Wikipedia, y
women
por
and
ello
men.
es que
Seems
yo
to
las
be that
invito
a
a que
woman
le
is
cuenten
what
a
is
sus
not a man.
amigas,
So we have
a
no
las mujeres
definition.
de su
So
familia,
we are going
que
to keep
Wikipedia es
on till we have
sencilla de
more women
trabajar, que
editing
Wikipedia no
editathon.
es
And
algo
I would like to
que
invite
sea
you
tan
to
complejo que
pass the
solamente
word
ciertas
to your
personas la pueden hacer,
family,
o que
to
tienes que haber
your
estudiado
friends.
computación o algo relacionado para
Tell
editarla.
them that
Que cualquier
Wikipedia is
persona de
an
cualquier
easy
edad,
space to work with.
siempre y cuando
Wikipedia is
tenga
not only for
conocimientos de cómo
certain
hacer una
people or
investigación,
if you
siempre y cuando tenga
studied
acceso
computing,
a Internet, porque después
anyone at
vienen otro tipo
any
de brechas,
age,
¿no? Pero puede
as
editar
long as they
Wikipedia,
have
y que tiene
knowledge on
acá un
how
grupo de
to
mujeres que va a
conduct a
estar
research
acompañando, que
and
va a
they
estar
have
dando
access to
seguimiento, que va a
internet,
resolver
because
dudas,
then we
que
have
no
other
tiene que
type
ser
of gaps.
solamente en un
But
evento, que puede ser permanente,
over
que
here,
nos
you
pregunten
can
cómo
find
subir una
a
foto,
group
cómo
of
le hago
women
aquí
that
para
can
ponerle la
accompany
referencia.
you, that
Cualquier duda
can
que tengan de
monitor your
Wikipedia
work,
pueden
that are
contar con
going to be
nosotras y
helping
que las
you
esperamos
to
con los
solve all
brazos
your
abiertos.
questions. And this is
Muchas
not only
gracias.
in the
Estoy aquí
events.
pendiente por
This
si hay
is
alguna
something that
duda,
can happen
pregunta o
every
comentario.
time, anytime you have a question. We are here for you. We are waiting for you to welcome you with our open arms. And I am here for you for questions or comments.
Tienes desactivado tu micrófono, Omar.
Gracias. No me había dado. Pues muchas gracias por tu presentación, Carmen, y por haber aceptado estar con nosotros
Omar,
y
your
nosotras en
mic
la
is
conferencia
off.
de Norteamérica. Esperamos que Editatona siga rompiendo fronteras.
Thank you
y
so
que
much
pronto
for
en
your
las más de 300
presentation, Carmen,
Wikipedias
and for
acorte esta
accepting
brecha de género que
the
tenemos.
invitation to be with us in this
Bueno,
conference. Hopefully,
ahora les invitamos
Editatona
a
is
seguir
going
con la
to
presentación de
keep
News
on
on Wiki. Va a
narrowing
estar a
down
cargo
this
de
gender
Sherry
gap
Anton
that we
y
have
Pete
now.
Forsyth.
And now, we
Y en un
continue
momento
with the
regresamos.
next presentation. Sherry Anton.
Okay, so welcome to our talk about the News on Wiki campaign, Phase 2. I'm here with Sherry Antwine, who is my partner in leading this campaign, and Professor Christy Roschke at the Arizona State University School of Journalism, who worked with us with her students in running the campaign. This is a presentation that covers some ground that you've probably already heard. But I'm sorry, I'm getting some feedback from two windows. There we go. Okay, sorry, I was hearing myself and that threw me off, but I had to close the window. It's all fine. Anyway, so some of you who've been to WikiConference North America have heard some of these pieces before. So we're going to go through this slide deck fairly quickly. We want to get to a bit of discussion with Christy about what we're planning to do going forward, and also have some time for questions. So Sherry, would you like to maybe start us off, and I could page through the deck?
Sure.
Okay.
So welcome everybody. It's so great to be here at WikiConference North America. I think, to be honest, that WikiConference North America is one of the reasons why this second phase of this phase 2 of News on Wiki began. Pete Forsyth and I actually connected at a workshop during WikiConference North America at MIT in Massachusetts in the US. And, from there, I got to know a little bit more about phase 1 of Wiki News on Wiki, which was focused more on general newspapers in the U.S. And in this phase, as you'll hear as we continue, it's focused a little bit more in scope on some specific areas. So the goal of the campaign was to improve search engine results for newspapers. And as many of us know, when you search for something on any browser on the internet, many times you will come up with something that is either on Wikipedia or on a related platform. So News on Wiki, this time around, as I mentioned before, there was a previous phase. In this phase, we're honing in everything into 3 areas. So a state focus, which this time around it was Washington State, a regional focus, and for us it was the Caribbean this go around, and then a demographic focus, community focus, which is Black-owned newspapers. So as you see, instead of this larger swath, we've used some of that data to kind of focus in on these areas, and you'll hear a little bit more about how that connected with our mission, which is News on Wiki is focused on bringing reliable information about newspapers to readers where they already look, which, as I mentioned, search results, info boxes. And what we have done is we focused on leveraging the power of Wikipedia and Wikidata content to influence search engine results. You're going to hear a little bit more about how that went this time around. Pete?
Sure. Thank you. So in this round, we focused on online events. We didn't plan to be launching during a pandemic, but as it turned out, running our events online worked out better than we expected. It's something that Sherry had more experience with than myself. I've done much more in terms of in-person conferences, so having that background was super helpful.
I should mention I run AfriCrowd, which is focused on the African diaspora on Wikipedia, and I'm also lead organizer of Wiki Caribbean. So that's how that goes into some of the areas that we just mentioned, regionally, demographically, and so forth. Sorry, Pete, go ahead.
Yeah. So, and I think actually the second one we list here is a great example of that. The first, the Juneteenth Civil Rights Wikipedia Conference in 2020 was actually the first time I really got to see Sherry at work, where she put together an entirely online conference with multiple speakers and multiple editathon sessions, and it went so much more smoothly than I thought something like that could. So we were able to use that to spread the word about what we were doing. That was in kind of the planning stages. And we also did a webinar for the Open Publishing Festival, also a couple months before we launched. And then during the campaign itself, which ran from, I believe it was September 2020 through February 2021, we started off with a webinar with two librarians, Molly Schwartzberg of the University of Virginia and Jessamine West, who many of you know is pretty actively engaged with Wikipedia. And we really wanted to focus on librarians because of their expertise in doing the kind of detailed research that's needed to dig up information about newspapers, which aren't always as well documented as you might like, and really build out those lists so we would know what articles to work on. And we had a number of other webinars and editathons. We worked closely with the Wikimedians of the Caribbean. Sherry's connection there was excellent. We also did some panel discussions in various conferences, and we're able to draw in both experienced Wikipedians and people who are editing Wikipedia for the first time. This is just a few of the examples of Wikipedia articles that did not exist before we started this phase. So you might see the names of some news outlets that you're familiar with here. The Tribe is has become a pretty major news outlet of African American news. There's also some significant historical papers here, like the Provincial Freeman, which was one of the earliest African American owned newspaper, and the Dallas Examiner. I'm sorry, I'm not remembering if it's the Examiner or the Post Tribune. Is the largest and I think maybe longest running African American newspaper in the state of Texas, but had no Wikipedia article whatsoever. And that one I think was one of Christie's students that started that article. And here, this is a couple examples of the kinds of articles that we put out. And you know, the idea here is really to show that we're not really talking about super in-depth, you know, feature quality articles. In order to help people get that sort of general sense of like, is this a newspaper I can trust? Is this a real newspaper as opposed to some kind of like fake internet thing? You really don't need all that much information, and you might not be able to find that much information that meets Wikipedia's sourcing requirements. But just having a couple of paragraphs that talks about who some of the key people involved were, founding dates, locations, you know, and any significant stories in their history is enough to populate those info boxes on Google and Bing, and also inform Wikipedia readers about sort of the basic idea of the paper. This slide I think we've already covered. And so we did work pretty closely with Christy in this round. Christy has a course on digital literacy, and she has been incorporating lessons about Wikipedia into her coursework for some time, and was really interested to incorporate writing Wikipedia content for her students. And this is what we're going to come back to in a moment, because we've had our thinking around this has kind of evolved, and it's really been great to work with someone who's interested in kind of evolving and finding the right fit over multiple years. Sherry, do you want to jump in with any of this?
Sure.
Yeah.
So we this in front of you right here is the map of newspapers that were covered and not covered in the areas that we were looking at this time around. So the red is it signifies that there's no Wikipedia article. The green signifies that there's an article with an info box, and of course yellow is some kind of in between. There needs to be some work there. I think we all know how a map works, so let's go ahead to the slide. But you can see just from that visual just kind of what we had to work with, and so there was already some groundwork, but more could be done. So what's this slide I'm looking at?
This is just an example of the kind of Wikidata items that we would produce. So this goes along with, I think one of the earlier slides showed the article. Oh, maybe it didn't, but a similar article like this on Wikipedia. And this here is a Wikidata item that covers it, and also lies behind that map, right? It's a paper won't show up on the map unless there's a Wikidata entry with enough information on it. So I guess we haven't gotten really into Wikidata in depth in this session. I imagine most people here have a general sense that it's something that informs things like Google search results and helps kind of make sense of what's on the web in a more structured way than Wikipedia. So between this and the info boxes, that's really what drives the Google search results.
Sorry, I had the screen really small, trying to look at different pages, so that's why I didn't zoom in on there.
I should say I put together this slide deck and I did it rather at the last minute, so any hiccups are all my fault. Sorry about that.
But yeah, so and so it's been great to be able to connect with Christy as well. We started off in the summer months, actually before the bulk of our work began. We were in a deep planning phase for a time just to see what needs to be done, what could be done, and so forth. And we connected with different groups. We had, for example, an edit-a-thon later on with just the focusing on Black newspapers. We had one focused on the general area of Washington state. And of course, we had some sessions with the Caribbean community and so forth, which more could be done there. But when we started working with Christy, it just became a different animal, I think, because Christy brought a lot of what she was already doing with her students into this, and also her dedication to the project and to the campaign itself really uplifted what we were trying to do. And working with partners like that really can make or break a project in some ways. Obviously, between Pete and I and our different experiences working in the community and working with our respective areas and so forth was great. But when you can find a partner that really wants to, not only do a one and done kind of a thing, but really kind of help our students get something further out of it, it makes a big difference. So partnership really makes a difference. I don't know what the next slide is, Pete.
This is as much as I have in terms of slides, and I was thinking we could just ask Christy to talk a little bit about what are the benefits that you're looking to give your students from an assignment like this.
Sure. So there's a couple of different layers of reasons why I thought this project in particular was useful. But like as you mentioned, I had been having students learn more about contributing to Wikipedia sort of in a general sense prior to learning about News on Wiki. And the purpose there was, because of, sort of the knowledge gathering process, and you learn so much about how knowledge is created, how knowledge is sort of authenticated when you work in Wikipedia. So that was kind of the genesis of why we were having our students in a digital media literacy class learn about contributing to that community. Also helps to break down some barriers and some misconceptions that students have about the credibility of Wikipedia and using it as a resource, and kind of how Wikipedia entries pervade some of these spaces like Google, as you mentioned before. So when I learned about this campaign, it added the element of like contributing to a campaign that was active, so you could really see that community in action. And then of course the journalism time was really key, since I work in a journalism school. And Phoebe asked the question, do we have a sense how many news outlets still don't have Wikipedia articles? And it's a lot. There are a lot of very small news outlets, in the US and otherwise, that don't have a presence on Wikipedia, and that serves to undermine in some ways their credibility when people are trying to make distinctions about sources. So being able to provide some guidance there for my students, and then also for the campaign, was really a really great opportunity.
Mm-hmm. And also, I should mention that we had an event where we had, we've also worked with a few people who, while they weren't there representing their specific groups in media, who are also interested in, okay, so what do we do to make it easier for for people who are, for example, you have a local newspaper, let's say a local newspaper in Seattle, and has been around for a while. It focuses on the Black community or Asian or whatever community, and it's highly regarded in the community, but doesn't have a larger presence outside of it. So, for example, let's just focus on let's go to Miami, just to say, right? And Miami has a great local newspaper that focuses on the Caribbean. It's run by, it helps the Caribbean community. Or let's go to any other place, right, where you have local, very respected and used information sources in these local papers, but they don't get the kind of attention that the New York Times or the Guardian or something gets. So it doesn't mean that the information from that source is less usable or less reliable than sources that are more widely known. So, but there are ways for those newspapers to make it easier for editors, for example, in the Wiki community, to find them, use them, and therefore their information to be used in articles and so forth. So that's another area that we covered. And we actually wrote a report on Medium that actually talks a little bit about the best practices that we came across doing this that could help newspaper publishers, editors, and trade association, for example, to make themselves more readily available to the Wiki community.
Yeah.
So that editors can find them, can find information about their reliability. You know, what's your circulation? How long have you been around? Have you won any awards? Don't put that behind a paywall. Make it available so that people can find you and know about you, and therefore your information can be more readily used and not seen, for example, as maybe some less reliable information source.
And I didn't put a link to the Medium report, which is kind of more concise than the detailed report. I put a link on the screen. Sherry, if you have that link, maybe we could put it in the chat.
Yeah, let me. I'm going to post it right now. I'm not sure how I can get to the group, but now the link is in there.
Great, thank you. So Christy, I wanted to cover a little bit some of our evolving thinking here that we've discussed. You know, in the early stages, a number of your students have done good work that doesn't necessarily always translate into being published into a Wikipedia article. And we've kind of talked about ways to iterate that and kind of find a better fit in the future. Do you want to talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, sure. So there's been, this has been a really great learning process, and there's been a learning curve. And, I don't contribute to Wikipedia often, so I'm doing this by way of the help, by virtue of the partnership with you two experienced Wikipedians and our Wikipedians. And so I feel like I, maybe got in a little bit over my head to help my students, create whole pages about newspapers. And you mentioned, Sherry gave a lot of great information about how difficult it can be sometimes to find appropriate information to help build these pages out. And so I was finding that for every student that was having a great job finding a lot of information to develop a page, there were students who were not having such luck and were finding good information, but maybe not enough to take that page forward and go ahead and publish it. And so through that process, we kind of learned, well, gosh, there's a whole lot of sort of behind the scenes work that could be done for this campaign, enduring it, for all of these thousands of newspapers that still need some of that recognition, that kind of credibility boost. So there's already these great lists that are in place as part of the project. It says these are the papers that do need, or maybe need a page, maybe notable, maybe not, but we're not sure yet. And so we've kind of thought about using my students as detectives in a sense, to use their sort of information literacy skills to find information about these papers to determine if they're notable or not. So maybe not taking the step to going ahead and writing the page or publishing a page. In some cases, they probably still will. But in other cases, it's really, this is the information we could find, and kind of tee it up for others to take it forward. And that seems to be, I think, a good direction to help get a lot more papers going, right? So that other people can contribute.
Yeah. So I pulled up an example of this, which is the Wiki project page that we used to guide the work on Washington State papers. So and this is something that the original version was actually put together by our colleague Mike Caulfield, who was the original inspiration for the first round of News on Wiki, and so he put together based on databases of newspapers, he put together these wiki pages with links to prospective articles that we could have, and also to places that might get you started in doing research. So like, Mondo is an online database of newspapers. It doesn't have a ton of information, but it might give you an information on, is it daily or weekly, or what's its circulation? Library of Congress also typically has information. So these are sort of pre-populated searches that'll help you get started with your research. And then also, here we have like some more focused information. So like, this is a book about Washington newspapers that you could check out of the library. So that's a really, that has a listing for many, many different newspapers and is an excellent source to use for articles. So assembling these all in one page is something that makes it easier for either an experienced or a new Wikipedian to jump in and kind of get a head start on starting an article. And so in the next semester for Christy's class, we're going to work on having her students just improve this page and improve the pages that will help other Wikipedia editors, as opposed to trying to start a new article to begin with.
And also, I want to mention we do have a social media that you can follow us, where you can follow us and just kind of keep connected to the project and the campaign. So you can go to @NewsWiki1. That's @NewsWiki the number 1 on Twitter, and of course we're on Wiki. Just look News on Wiki in the search, WP News on Wiki. And also, if you have the desire to connect, that's also a good way too, if you have ideas. I don't know, Pete, if you want to go more into that.
I could pull that slide back up that has our contact info. I think we are at the end of our time now, so I don't want to run over it, but I will put this up as we go out. Anyway, thank you all for joining me for this presentation. Thanks for the questions, and please do reach out if you have more of them.
I should also mention really quickly that the Wiki projects that focus on newspapers, I think Wiki Projects Newspaper is also a good resource for that as well, and we're connected with that.
ourselves.
Okay, should I start? I guess I should. I'm starting. All right. Let me know if I shouldn't start, but I'm assuming that this is now the beginning of my talk. Hello, everyone. Buenos tardes. Bonjour. I think I've got all the major North American languages there. I'm Yaron Koren. This is my talk, Introduction to Enterprise Media Wiki. It's pretty different in subject matter from most of the other talks here, in that it's not about Wikimedia sites. Hopefully it'll be just a nice change of pace. I do Enterprise Media Wiki pretty much full time. I'm a developer, consultant, author, podcaster, and evangelist. I live in New Jersey. I have a consulting company called WikiWorks, wikiworks.com. I've written a book about MediaWiki. It's almost 10 years now, but I keep coming out with new versions. It's called Working with MediaWiki, and I have a podcast between the brackets. About Enterprise MediaWiki, I'll just do a brief history. So not everyone possibly even knows what MediaWiki is. So 2001 was when Wikipedia was launched. It originally ran on another software called UseModWiki. That quickly became untenable, so they developed custom software for Wikipedia, which by 2003 was named MediaWiki. It uses a language called PHP. It's entirely open source, as you might imagine, and the name is sort of a play on words on Wikimedia. The first, I guess, step toward something called Enterprise MediaWiki came in 2006 when Semantic MediaWiki was released. That's an extension that lets people store data as semantic triples, and then you can also query that data. So here's an example of a semantic triple. Peru has capital Lima. So that's 3 different parts to that, and altogether it conveys one piece of information. It was originally actually developed in order to be used on Wikipedia itself. That never materialized, but it quickly gained a life of its own. The next year, extension I wrote called Page Forms, although at the time it was called Semantic Forms, came out. It was originally intended to work with Semantic MediaWiki. Basically, it lets you create and edit pages that have template calls, info box calls, basically. So instead of having to, as you do on Wikipedia, having to find out if you edit info box calls, that is on Wikipedia, find out what all the parameters are and what values each one takes, you have a form, in a much more standard data entry approach, and you can have things like drop downs, auto completion. It's not shown here, but you can have things like maps for coordinate values, date pickers, all these kinds of things. So here's just a little demonstration of what the advantage that Page Forms brings. So together with Semantic MediaWiki, it turns a wiki into something that's really like a structured database. Over the next, it's still happening. I don't know why I picked 2015, but over the next 8-10 years, whatever, it really turned into a community. This set of software kept getting improved, and it has ended up on thousands of wikis. During that time, there were a lot of other extensions to Semantic MediaWiki that were released. Since then, there's been a lot of consolidation in the software. But anyway, it's also been the subject of books, a whole lot of academic papers, and a conference called SMWCon. It was also the real beginning of the Enterprise MediaWiki concept, which is really about a set of functionality that you can't find on Wikipedia or other Wikimedia sites. It uses MediaWiki, of course, but it really feels like a different set of software than what people are used to from Wikipedia and so forth. 2012, Wikidata was launched. I mention it because it's not Enterprise MediaWiki, even though some people, are trying to get the usage of Wikibase as an enterprise MediaWiki component. I think that's a bad idea, but there's an interesting commonality there because it really did what Semantic MediaWiki originally was trying to do, which is allow for structured queryable data on Wikipedia. And it has some other interesting elements. It was inspired in part by what was then known as semantic forms, now page forms, and of course by Semantic MediaWiki, but it does have its differences. In 2005, I released the Cargo extension, which is intended to be a simpler alternative to Semantic MediaWiki. And here, if you've heard of either of these and want to see a quick comparison, the big difference is that Cargo is SQL based and uses tables instead of having a more semantic web kind of approach. This is not necessarily interesting to anyone, but I do think Cargo is the better option. And this helps to show why, hopefully. It's just a simpler approach overall. So for anyone, for anyone who's considering using either of the two, I definitely recommend Cargo. Of course, I'm biased. The first EMWCon came about in 2015. It took over in some sense from some of the SMWCon conferences that were happening. So now, especially now that Cargo existed, there really was a separation between the concepts of Enterprise MediaWiki and Semantic MediaWiki specifically. Into the next year, I renamed Semantic Forms to Page Forms. What the real advantages of Cargo and Page Forms together? I think this is really the key. And don't worry, I'll show a demonstration of all this. Is that it really enables the best of both worlds. It's a wiki, so you have a version history of everything. Now I'm getting paranoid that I've been talking to myself for the last 10 minutes. Let me just make sure that everything is okay. Well, okay, I haven't seen any problems. So, all right, back to the presentation. So it's a wiki, so of course you have that entire aspect of mass collaboration. You have a version history of everything. It's very easy to revert vandalism and so forth. It's just a very free and flexible sort of approach. But then it's also like a database backed application in that you can have these, this very structured data and inputs, and you can export the data in various ways also. I really think this software is in terms of what it does, which is data management and knowledge management. I really think it's superior to just about any custom created or proprietary application that's intended for that kind of thing. And it's free and open source, or free in both senses of the word. Page Forms is used on thousands of wikis. It has a lot of contributors. Cargo is used on hundreds of wikis. It has a fair amount of contributors also, in addition to me. Semantic MediaWiki still has more usage, but I think that's going to change. But anyway, yeah, you can't go wrong with either one, really. And there's various other Enterprise MediaWiki extensions that have a lot of usage as well. Just going to list some of the highlights. There's an extension called Admin Links. These are all available. You can download and use any of them. Admin Links provides a true dashboard page for admins, something the MediaWiki lacks. You could say Special Version does that, but not entirely. Approved revs is like flag revs, also known as pending changes, I think, on Wikipedia, but it's easier to use. External data is a popular one. It lets you query outside data sources, whether that's a web page containing JSON, a local file containing XML, or a database. There's LDAP servers, all kinds of different things. And then you can display its contents on the wiki. So it's useful for a ton of usages where you don't actually want to put the information on the wiki. You just want to show it there. Replace text is another very popular one. It lets you do global search and replace. That one is actually bundled in with MediaWiki. It's one of the, 20 extensions that are part of it. Widgets is nice. It lets you put in little embeddable widgets, YouTube videos, the like button, and so forth. All kinds of examples like that. None of these extensions are used on any real Wikimedia sites. Some of them are used on something called Wikispore, but that's no offense to Wikispore, but it's not one of the standard Wikimedia sites. Even replace text, which is bundled with MediaWiki, is not actually used by anything in Wikimedia. So this whole concept of enterprise MediaWiki really does have a different feel from the standard Wikimedia setup. Although I should point out things like Visual Editor are used heavily within the enterprise also, and those are, of course, that is of course a standard Wikimedia extension. A few notable enterprise MediaWiki skins exist also. There's Chameleon and Tweaky. Those are both responsive skins based on Bootstrap. Those are both quite popular. They give it a totally different look from Wikipedia, and it's mobile friendly. That's what responsive means, basically, and so forth. Yeah. So enough of that. Let's see some demos. I could have used shown a variety of wikis, but I wanted to use this one, Inventing Aviation, which is run by Peter Meyer, who's also one of the organizers of this conference. It makes heavy use of both page forms and cargo. This is basically a site of the history of the early years of aviation, like airplanes and ballooning and so forth. All of this stuff is queries. If you look at the source code, all of these are queries to the cargo database to display the current counts of the different things. And if you know SQL, you can start to see how this has similarities to SQL. And let me show another interesting example. You can drill down through all the massive amount of data on here. And this is all generated automatically by Cargo. So we're here at a conference, so let me show the conference one. This is the list of all 100+ conferences that are in the system. You can drill down. So let's see. Well, let's find all the ones in the U.S. since this is a North American conference. Maybe all the ones that happened in 1906. Fine. So we got this one, Pittsfield Gas Works race. Now you can see this there's View Source, which just lets you view the wiki text. There's also this additional tab, View Form, that's defined by the Page Forms extension. I'm not logged in, so I'm not allowed to modify this form. But if I were logged in, I could change these values and then save the page. And it just makes it a lot easier to do this kind of editing of structured data. What else did I want to show? I want to show one other. Oh man, I gotta. Well, if you do a search on Cargo Query, you can see all the places where there are queries. Oh yeah, this one was nice. This is just one example of the kinds of visualizations that Cargo allows. Here it does a bar chart where you can see the distribution of patents by various countries. The first from where they're filed, and then the country of origin of the inventors. There's a ton of information here, but it's very simple to create if you know the syntax. It's just 2 queries. Well, okay, it's simpler than it looks. And this really looks like an SQL query if you know those. So besides bar charts, you can do maps, calendars, a variety of trees, a variety of different visualizations of data. So I think that's basically it. The only other thing I wanted to share. Oh, I guess okay. Well, I got 10 more minutes. Is the planned next steps? I really think the future of enterprise MediaWiki is in products, what I call products, where a person downloads not just MediaWiki, but a whole bundle of MediaWiki and skins and extensions, and potentially that can be done via Docker image or however else, tarball, the technical aspects don't really matter. And then in addition to that, they also get built-in wiki pages to define templates, forms, and so on, which can together fulfill some standard data management need, like project management for landscapers. That now, I mean, I could have just called it project management, but I wanted to pick a sort of niche thing because I think that's really important. I think that's really where the strength of this whole enterprise MediaWiki thing is in those specific niche needs that there's no incentive, financial incentive for a major software company to, or even really any software company to get into. So ones where there's either very few or no solutions for that exact data need are really where enterprise MediaWiki can be extremely useful. And of course, there's an endless number of those niches. That's the whole long tail effect. Yeah, I mean, this is really where I'm hoping that this software will go. Of course, people can just use it for anything as they do now, but I think that's really, for anyone, I guess, thinking of going into MediaWiki-based consulting, I think this is really where the big success lies. And that's it. I can go over anything else. Oh, okay. There's a question. I don't know what I should be showing right now.
If you just continue to share your slides,
okay, fine.
You can see the questions. So I'll bring them up. Yep.
All right. Yeah. Is there a usage? Is there a sense of how much usage of MediaWiki there is? That's very interesting. Of course, not all usage of MediaWiki, in a sense, all outside usage of MediaWiki is enterprise MediaWiki, but not all of it is what I've been describing with this whole structured data approach. In terms of just anybody using MediaWiki, it's hard to say. But I would guess there's hundreds of thousands of wikis. MediaWiki is, I think, at this point, without a doubt, the most popular wiki application in the world. 10 or 15 years ago, there were a lot of other wiki applications and a lot of hosted sites that had their own proprietary software, like Wikidot, Wikispaces, a few others, Social Text. Each one had their own proprietary software. By this point, a lot of those have fallen by the wayside, and a lot of the standard open source wiki applications, if people remember things like Waka Wiki and gosh, now I'm blanking. Well, UseMod and all those and so forth. A lot of those have fallen by the wayside too. So anyway, MediaWiki is really the standard wiki application, both for hosted solutions and for just people downloading it. The only real alternatives being things like Confluence and there's some new ones, but Notion. But anyway, I would guess in the hundreds of thousands. There's a long way to answer that question. Yeah.
There's a question from Brian Aaron about what is stopping MediaWiki from being used more by corporations. With a footnote, why is Confluence so slow?
Wait, why is what so slow?
Confluence. Dig at Confluence there.
Yeah, that's an interesting question. MediaWiki has some weaknesses. It has a reputation, maybe deserved, of just being too complicated, difficult to set up. And I think part of this whole, what I'm talking about with products is trying to circumvent that by just having something that's pre-installed where you don't have to do all that setup work at the beginning. Beyond that, I think more generally, people don't realize all the benefits that a wiki can provide. They think of wiki, for better or worse, as being like a Wikipedia, having a local Wikipedia for your needs. And they're not aware of all this additional functionality that you can have. Of course, that doesn't answer why people would choose Confluence, which is also a wiki solution. Confluence has some very nice features, annotation and so forth. maybe it's changing now that visual editor is becoming a more standard part of the approach, because the WYSIWYG editing was always a big advantage that Confluence had over MediaWiki, but not anymore. I don't know why Confluence is slow, by the way.
There's another question from Omar. Do we know how much bandwidth the main companies use? I'm not sure the context there, but
I don't understand that. If you can rephrase it or something, it'd be helpful.
okay. Great. Any other questions? There's a link to Wiki Apiary in the chat.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. Wiki Apiary is a nice site actually created by some people in the enterprise MediaWiki community, created and hosted, that shows the current usage for a lot of for basically all extensions and all skins. That's something that's right now lacking on MediaWiki.org, is a way to actually see. There's a listing of 1,000 extensions. It's very hard to see which ones are actually being used. Yeah, and there's also a ratings system there on Wiki Apiary, so you can see how people rate different extensions. So it really fills in some missing functionality for MediaWiki.org. MediaWiki.org being the place where all these skins and extensions are documented.
Yeah.
Okay.
We've got links we can put in the Etherpad, folks, and if there's other questions, go ahead and put them in the chat. Otherwise, we can go ahead and wrap up with Yaron.
Okay. Yeah, I was rushing through it. I trying to make sure I finished on time. I guess I've.
Yep. No, you're good. You're good.
All right. All right.
Okay. Any other last questions from folks? I'm not seeing any. There were some good links shared.
Yeah.
So
Okay. Oh yeah, I want to show. Let me show my podcast here. If anybody wants to be on my podcast, I talk to people, not just people from the MediaWiki world, but some people from the Wikimedia world in general, like the last guest, Zico Van Dyke, although he's somewhat from the MediaWiki world also. But anyway, I'm happy to talk to anyone. Just let me know, send me an email or something. Send me an email. It's yourown57@gmail.com if you want to be on the podcast. Oh, and listen to the feel free to listen to the podcast also. I've talked to a lot of users, developers, and so forth, and a lot of interesting conversations have come out, including Peter Meyer, whom I mentioned was one of the organizers. Many others also.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Yaron. That's great. So we'll go ahead and wrap this talk up. Thanks for listening, everyone. Anything else? We can put links in the Etherpad, which is linked from the session on the schedule. But we'll go ahead and end this talk and have a short break before the next one. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name's Lane Raspberry. I'm going to present Wiki Project Clinical Trials. This is an effort to bring information about clinical trials, which is medical research, to Wikidata and the Wikimedia space. I did this at the University of Virginia. There were a lot of other people and projects who contributed to this Wiki Project Clinical Trials effort. I'm going to give more credit specifically to these various people and organizations throughout the presentation, but I want to emphasize right from the beginning how easy it is to collaborate across disciplines in the Wikimedia platform to do things that matter both for Wikipedia, Wikidata, the Wikimedia projects, and which also have relevance to research that people are already doing, existing projects outside of the wiki space. To give an outline of what I'm going to cover, I'm going to start by just saying what we did in this project. What did we do with clinical trials? I'm going to explain what this means for our wiki community. What can we do now that this information is in the wiki platform? I'm going to give some background on Wikipedia and medicine. Wikipedia has a long relationship with the field of medicine. It's influential in sharing health information, bringing in information, and delivering it to the right kind of people. I'm going to give an explanation of how we did this and then open it up for discussion about what might come next. In all of this, I want to start by saying, even though this is a medically themed project, what happened here is a model for how universities or other kinds of research institutes or anyone with data sets can engage with the Wikimedia platform. So even if medicine isn't your particular interest, you can consider the activities that we did in this project as a precedent for engaging with Wikipedia in other spaces related to data. So what did we do? There's a United States government website. It's called clinicaltrials.gov. We imported records from this website into Wikidata. Now, a clinical trial is medical research on human subjects. So anytime there's an experimental drug or some kind of test of a procedure or an intervention, and it's going to be happening in human subjects, meaning not animal trials, not theoretical planning. If there's human test subjects, and that's a clinical trial, and the custom is that these need to be registered in advance in this database, this United States government database, if it's happening in the United States. We were able to import over 300,000 records, almost all of the records from this database, some parts of these records, into Wikidata. And this last number that I have here, 170,000 clinical trial phases links, I'm sharing that to show that most of the original records of clinical trials, they had phases links. Not all of this data translates into Wikidata. There's different things that comes up. Some of these don't apply. And if we look at the different records, the 300,000 is the total number of possible trials that we could have imported. And then for every other characteristic of the trial, we're not importing all the data. There's different kinds of things that we're able to bring in, some things we aren't able to bring in. Here's a sample record from the government website. This is what it looks like. You can visit this at clinicaltrials.gov. So we have the name of a research project. We know who was responsible for this, when it started, when it stopped. This is a long page, how many people participated, what disease is being treated, what drug was being used, so much other information. It's actually a lot of information. This is called the data schema. And as you can see here, there's hundreds of fields, data fields, structured data fields. In the original database, we did not try to bring all of these into Wikidata. We're trying to bring in only the fields that are relevant to the wiki community or that have some other application that wiki people can engage with. And this is characteristic of Wikidata. Wikidata is not a project specifically for machines to do queries. Wikidata is a place where you put information of relevance to humans that humans might actually read in the database. And once we got it into Wikidata, we did wiki style, anyone can edit data curation. Various people in the wiki community, either as humans or sometimes with semi-automated bot-supported processes, curated the data in ways that are common in the wiki community. I can't briefly explain how this works. It's wiki magic. If you're interested to see what the wiki community is doing, just go to Wikidata, go to any of the community forums and see what kind of questions people are posting. There's thousands of people doing many hundreds of projects. There's no way I can explain it briefly, but I can tell you that humans are interested in this data. They're curating it in different ways. If you want to see what's happening in Wiki Project Clinical Trials, we've also got a documentation page. It's called Wiki Project Clinical Trials. You can go there, post comments, see some of the other data that we have available. This is the general model of Wikidata. If someone's doing a project, they set up a documentation page, they invite community comments. This is how it works. So that's what we did. Now, why does this matter? It matters because we're bringing new medical knowledge to the wiki community and to the larger world. So what kind of medical knowledge do I mean? We're able to do queries that were not possible in the original clinicaltrials.gov database. There's certain kind of searches that the original website allows. And when you move this information, and it's free and open information, it's work of the US government or that's what the people, when they enter it into the website, it's available for export from clinicaltrials.gov to other projects. When it gets into Wikidata, we can do new kinds of queries in new kinds of ways. Apple has their Siri, Amazon has their Alexa. Here in the wiki space, we've got this person, WikiPitan, who is behind the scenes sorting out many databases, giving people answers to queries, providing all kinds of answers. So I'm going to put this in human readable terms. You have to put these in a language called Sparkle, a query language to ask them. But some of the things you can ask is, Wikidata, WikiPitan, can you please show me all the clinical trials for a particular disease or the trials in my city? There's all these questions you can ask, and people come up with questions. So if you wanted to see what are the clinical trials on COVID, that's been very relevant lately. The world has been more interested in this kind of research. You can ask this in this system, and you can ask multiple questions at once to filter your results. Like, just show me the COVID clinical trials in cities with a population of a certain size, or by particular scientists at particular universities. There's all these different ways to sort it. When people think about clinical research, they think about it from certain perspectives. When it comes into the wiki platform, it gets remixed in ways that are unexpected. Like, for example, something that I think is particularly important is being able to sort clinical trials by research institute. We have a lot of students at a lot of universities editing wiki, and I'm anticipating in the future that the day is going to come when every clinical trial and every research project at every university is part of the Wikidata profile for that university, and we can well understand the relationship between research and universities and communities. Now, what's the context of Wikipedia Medicine? Why don't we just leave this in clinicaltrials.gov? Why should anyone care about wiki at all? This has been well discussed. You can read lots of papers about the position of Wikipedia in the medical ecosystem and what the research says. I recommend this paper that just came out recently. Wikipedia is very popular as a health information resource. Many people access it in many places. Lots of academic papers you can read about this. There's also a Wikipedia article on the topic. You can get some more context there. If you want to know about a specific case, we even have a Wikipedia article on how Wikipedia, Wikidata, the translations and everything else covered COVID. I recommend reading this Wikipedia article as well. If you want a summary of all the research on medicine and Wikipedia, you can go into Wikipedia, Wikidata, run this query, show me health information on Wikipedia. There's 119 scholarly articles. So you can check out what the academic literature and the reviews have said. We have different ways of visualizing this information. If you're not familiar with this is Wikidata Profiles. This is a tool called Scholia. It's from something called the WikiCite collection of academic publications, very important to wiki community. We try to find the best sources and map things out. I'm not saying in this project that clinical trials are appropriate for Wikipedia. They're really not. They're primary data. It's only rarely that we have Wikipedia articles on clinical trials. I'm really talking about the structured data, new ways to look at the database, remix it, and come out with new information. Doing your research in Wikidata, not necessarily in Wikipedia. Only extraordinary trials have Wikipedia articles because of the notability criteria. But what can we do when this information comes to be in Wikidata? We remix it in lots of ways. And now I'm going to give credit to some of these partners that I mentioned at the beginning. So where this started, there's the source information, the United States government website, clinicaltrials.gov. There's a Duke University project called Clinical Trials Transformation Initiative, which has formatted the original website as structured data that's very easy to import into other projects. So we actually used this collection, not the original website. We used this collection from Duke to import into Wikidata. Thanks, Sherry Tibbs at Duke University for importing 300,000 records and matching these records from clinicaltrials.gov and the Clinical Trials Transformation Initiative into Wikidata's data model. We can't just import a data set. We have to map it to Wikidata's system of labels. After this information was in Wikidata, there's another organization, another wiki. This isn't a Wikimedia wiki. This is a community wiki, but they still produce free and open data. ClinWiki. They had their own community of volunteers. This is patients and families, people who have an interest in clinical trials. They're curating their own data sets independently of this project, independently of Wikidata. They just have free and open data where they're tagging up the clinical trials data set in ways that's relevant to them. They donated their data set to Wikidata. We have their data. They also pulled data out of Wikidata to improve their project. So we have a mutual exchange with a community project. So thanks Willie, thanks Amy, and thanks everyone who's volunteered for ClinWiki to produce free and open data that just circulates around the internet for people to reuse in all kinds of new ways. Vanderbilt University has an existing project for their own benefit in their own library system to catalog every faculty and researcher at the university and match them with the academic articles that they're publishing. This doesn't necessarily have anything to do with clinical trials. However, this is a university compiling a free and open data set for their own benefit. And with the tool that they made, Vanderbot, a robot from Vanderbilt, they exported their faculty profiles from the library system into Wikidata. That affects this clinical trials project in a few ways. It means that when they have researchers at their university who have also been the investigators for clinical trials, we're able to do queries for people at Vanderbilt, show us all the publications from people at Vanderbilt, show us all the clinical trials which have come from people at Vanderbilt. They also disambiguated research sites. Typically, if there's a clinical trial, it can happen in any number of laboratories, any number of departments. And sometimes it's unclear what's the relationship between the laboratory and the university. So Vanderbilt, they did all kinds of disambiguation. So thanks Steve, thanks Cliff, thanks Philip for organizing this project. They didn't have clinical trials in mind when they started, but what a powerful contribution to this project. I wish that more universities would have free and open data about their research projects and research outcomes. There's an organization called PCORI. They do research. They happen to do clinical trials. They do other things as well that are for the benefit of patients. A lot of clinical research, this is just the nature of the industry, it has some commercial interest in mind. It's from the pharma companies. But this is an organization that's more community focused. There's not many of those in the clinical trial space. And they were able to provide funding data about trials that they funded, trials in their network. They put this into Wikidata. And when they put this into Wikidata, that enriches our entire ecosystem by matching clinical trials that perhaps weren't clearly indicated. The funders weren't clearly indicated in the original record at clinicaltrials.gov. But now that it's in Wikidata, we're bringing in new data sets, and this gives us new insight. We can't go into clinicaltrials.gov and edit their database. That's just not permissible. But we can bring in multiple data sets into Wikidata, and we get new insights into funders. So thanks, Jeffrey, for coordinating this. I showed you earlier this profile, this project, WikiCite, where we're taking records of every academic paper ever published, trying to integrate those into Wikidata. This has multiple purposes. It helps researchers better find research papers, to do research outside of Wiki, inside the Wiki ecosystem. It helps Wikipedia editors make sure that they're citing the best available scholarly and academic research when they're writing a Wikipedia article on some kind of science or academic topic. Well, when we import clinical trials and make that available, this existing project, Scholia, that profiles everything in the WikiCite, it helps to match clinical trials with the people who organized them, with the papers that came out of those trials, the subjects of these trials, so that if somebody's searching for something in Wikidata, diseases or drugs, we can find the papers on these kinds of things, match it to clinical trials. So thanks, Daniel. Thanks, Finn. Thanks, Egon, for developing the Scolia project. It's bigger than Scolia. It supports other things too. I contribute to Scolia as well. I work with these people on their team independently of the clinical trial stuff, just for disclosure. Wikimedia Bangladesh. There's wiki communities around the world. You all are at a conference right now for WikiConference North America, this region, but there's wiki communities around the world organizing their own events, organizing their own activities. Wikimedia Bangladesh, Bengali language, Bangla language. This organization, they translated some medical terms, some drug terms into their own language, put that into Wikidata. This has two effects. One effect is the one that's easier to explain. It makes information more accessible in Bangla language Wikipedia, health information, just for drugs, just for diseases, not necessarily for clinical research. But when these translations exist, for whatever purpose, maybe they were editing Wikipedia articles about diseases and drugs, but now that means that if somebody does queries about clinical trials for particular diseases, we can share information output. The tool can give output in Bangla. So we can provide it in this other language. Wikimedia Bangladesh organized this kind of translation. There's wiki volunteers around the world who are doing this for all kinds of reasons. But I just want to say thank you. Thank you, Tanvir, for contributing translations in this language. We need more translations of more health content. It's a United States database, but this information is relevant to everybody in the world, and we need to make it more accessible. Finally, I've got collaborators at my own university. Thanks so much, Cherry. Graduate student studying very hard, and also helped with the documentation and sorting of this project out. I'm trying to make this a free and open project. There's parts of it that are still in process. Of course, we haven't curated all the data. Much is left to still be sorted out. Records are incomplete, but we've got models for how to do these kinds of things. What I have is transparent. So if anyone wants to see the research proposal, that's available online. It's through these slides. You can search for it. And we haven't published the scholarly paper about this. It's still in development, but it comes from a lot of people as well. What's coming next? Like what does this mean for Wiki at large? And how will we ever complete this project? This is my own prediction. I can't say what the future is going to be, but something that I anticipate about Wikidata in general, Wikipedia in general, is that universities are very friendly to Wikipedia. There's Wikipedia editors at so many universities around the world, and universities in general are proud of their researchers, proud of the papers that they publish, proud of the grants that they get, the awards that they get, and proud of all the research projects that they do. I'm anticipating that there's going to come a day that either universities contribute more data to Wikidata, or somehow we get better profiles of every university in the world in Wikidata. And some of the implications of that are going to be that if someone queries about a university through the Wikidata system, that we can say, show me every paper that's ever come out of that university, show me every clinical trial that this university has ever organized, or someone from the university is affiliated with, or that the university has ever hosted. Of course, not all clinical trials happen at universities. Many of them happen at hospitals that just don't have this academic mission to share so much information in the open in the way that universities do. But I think that more universities are going to be trailblazers for this, like the good contributions that we got from Duke and Vanderbilt and my university, the University of Virginia. There's so many other universities that are contributing their data. I think that's where the future is going to be for completeness. Entire universities sharing whatever data they can have in Wikidata to make it more prominent and to make the data more accessible for people to reuse it in many ways. Also, I'm anticipating a future where Wikidata gets more recognition as a place where people can go if they want to export open data and use it for their own purposes. I'm also anticipating that Wikidata is going to be a place increasingly where if somebody has data, they want to share it with the world, and they want to make sure that it reaches the most people with the most efficiency, with the least amount of effort, and gets the most remixing. If they put open licenses on their data and they make it fair, which means fair is a term. It means that people are able to very easily take a machine or take a bot, move it from the original data set and move it into wherever they want, like Wikidata. People are going to see Wikidata and think, I want to take advantage of this. This is a great place to store my data and get it to the people who need it. I'm anticipating more talks about that in the future from many directions. Thanks again to everyone who contributed. Again, Wikipedia and Wikidata are great places to collaborate because so many people can come together and in a uncoordinated way actually meet in Wiki and get all their data in the same place at the same time. Any questions from anybody? Thanks so much.
So thank you so much, Lane. There is one question from Paulina. For the trials that were imported, were these only completed clinical trials with results, or did you also include ongoing trials?
These are ongoing trials and also trials that have never started and also trials that will never start, trials that got canceled before they even started. We imported everything that we could from clinicaltrials.gov. So long before a trial even starts, it's a government requirement that people have to register in this database. So people can do queries like what kind of trials never started, and you can get an answer through this database, or what kind of trials got suspended for some kind of problem. It's not necessarily completed. Also, you can use this to find errors in the original database, and people are doing these kind of things, like what kind of trials have been ongoing for many years and didn't stop on time. That's probably a database error when somebody didn't update the trial when it finished. And so we can surface these kind of things, write queries that find these kind of results also. Other questions?
Great. Well, Paulina added in, this is awesome, and I'd love to see more transparency in this clinical environment. So
I agree. I'd like to see more transparency in every field of research.
That's wonderful. Yeah, so I'm not seeing other questions right now. That Lane shared lots of links. We can put those links in the Etherpad perhaps for folks to look at later. It's just linked from the session.
And slides are on the conference page. They're going to be there.
And the slides are on the conference page, so you can go back and look at those too.
Whenever you like. And come visit Wiki Project Clinical Trials if you have questions. Come post to Wikidata if you have questions. There's always people who want to talk to you in the wiki space.
Great. Well, thank you so much, everyone. Thank you, Lane. This was really great and informative. And we'll go ahead and wrap up. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Helene, I think we are live. So thank you to everyone for being here. Will Kent, our colleague, is, I think, popping in as he can. Maybe got mixed up by the different links for doing this, but hopefully he'll be here soon. And so I'm going to go ahead and jump in because I think we are struggling to stay on time here. So my name is Jamie Mathieson. I'm the Director of Partnerships at Wiki Education. And I'll be joined by Helene Blumenthal, my colleague, and then also Will Kent. So we are going to talk a little bit about some of the survey data that we get from so many of Wiki Education's program participants about their experiences before they take our courses or participate, about kind of their perceptions of Wikipedia, and then also what they learned during our courses. So let me just start with a quick, oh, if it lets me advance. Here we go. A quick overview, just as a reminder for anyone who's new to Wiki Education's work. We have two primary programs. Our Wikipedia student program is where university students in the United States and Canada are writing Wikipedia articles instead of a term paper. So that's the program that Helene oversees, and she's going to speak about that first. And then our newer program, which is now several years old, is our Scholars and Scientists program, where we run virtual courses to train academics, librarians, scholars, any subject matter expert, how to edit either Wikipedia or Wikidata. And so I'm going to talk about the Wikipedia courses, and Will is then going to take over the talking about the Wikidata ones. Hey, Will. Okay, so I'm going to hand it over to Helene.
Okay, great. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. So thanks, Jamie. As Jamie mentioned, I'm going to talk about our student program. And just again, that's where professors have their students contribute to Wikipedia as an assignment in their courses. We are regularly running over 300 courses a semester. And each semester we survey all of our instructors. We do not survey our students. So most of the information today will be from instructors in the program, a little bit from the students. But what that means is that we've got a lot of data coming from the instructors who are running these Wikipedia assignments. Most of the stuff I'm going to talk to you about today is more anecdotal in nature, but I will start with a little bit of quantitative information, specifically about the demographics of the students and the instructors who participate in our program, because I think it's actually one of the great strengths of our program, and I think it's important for the community to understand who these students and who these instructors are. So I'll start with the students. We do collect this demographic data directly from the students. The demographic makeup of our students is pretty reflective of the demographic makeup of colleges and universities nationwide. So it doesn't deviate very much, but it does have some interesting points here. So in terms of where they are in their college careers, it's pretty much across the board, first, second, third, fourth years, with a slightly higher concentration in third and fourth year students. Each term, over 60% of our students identify as women. When it comes to our students' racial and ethnic makeup, again, this is reflective of colleges and universities more generally. The majority do identify as white or Caucasian. About 9% identify as Black or African American, 11% Hispanic or Latinx, and 17% Asian or Asian American, as well as some a very small percentage that identify as Native American. And so while we want to see these numbers grow, they are much more diverse than the general wiki editing community. So our students, by virtue of the fact that the majority identify as women, and that we do have a fairly mixed population, it's just bringing a lot more diversity and a lot more diverse voices to Wikipedia. And just very quickly, about 45% of our students speak another language, 11% identify as having a disability, and about 19% report that they're the first in their family to go to college. So pretty diverse group. And then onto our instructors. So interestingly, our instructors deviate a little bit from academia at large, and they do this in terms of who identifies as women. So term after term, the instructors that are running the Wikipedia assignment, over 60% of them identify as women, and that's a much bigger percentage of women academics. So again, just that bringing more diversity, more diverse voices to Wikipedia. Most of them are assistant, associate, or full professors, meaning that they're either tenured or on tenure track. and their racial ethnic makeup is over 75% identify as white or Caucasian. Again, pretty reflective of academia. So the next bit of stuff I'm going to get into is more anecdotal in nature. And the first thing I wanted to talk to you guys about are motivations. Why are instructors doing this Wikipedia project? I think the relationship between the students and instructors in our program has, with the broader Wikipedia editing community, has really grown and really strengthened over the past several years. But I think there's still some mysteries as to, why are instructors having their students take on this project? Why are they not just sticking, to more traditional assignments? So I thought I would cover some of those motivations. So the first one is that assignment does a better job at teaching really, the important skills that they want their students to learn: research, writing, and above all, digital literacy and digital citizenship. Well over 95% of our instructors really feel strongly that the Wikipedia assignment gives their students critical digital and media literacy skills, and even engenders a sense of digital citizenship among their students. So I have a quote here from a professor that I think sort of captures this essence, and I think Jamie's gonna read that quote.
So I actually think the students learn more about writing, reading, and research than they would have with a traditional research paper.
Yeah. So just, they just, the skill set is just pretty incredible for what's, that students get from the assignment. The second piece is accountability. So many of our instructors expressed that the public facing nature of the Wikipedia assignment makes their students more accountable and more responsible for the work that they're doing. And as a result, they do better work. And so I have another quote that reflects this.
The most important point is that students no longer see me as the sole audience for their writing, and consequently feel more invested in and take a greater sense of responsibility for their work.
Yeah. So again, it's not just that term paper that one professor is reading, right? Students know that, their work could be viewed by millions potentially. And the last sort of motivational piece is the idea of impact. So professors want a project that both impacts their students, but also gives their students a chance to have an impact in the world. And the Wikipedia assignment really excels in this. Again, another quote to kind of reflect this.
Wikipedia is quite simply the most impactful and effective thing I do as a teacher. The students learn valuable computational, communication, and research skills, while at the same time providing an important service and making a positive impact.
Great, thanks. So the next piece I'm going to talk about is equity. So, and this is sort of part of that motivational stuff as well, with some additional stuff. So equity has been a big focus at Wiki Education for the past several years, meaning that, just improving Wikipedia's knowledge equity and filling in content gaps, et cetera. And this is also an important motivation for many of our instructors. 76% of our instructors feel strongly that the Wikipedia assignment helps their students to develop social and cultural literacy, meaning that they learn how to identify systemic bias, how to remedy it, and essentially they learn to become attentive to the politics of knowledge production and knowledge consumption. 66% of our instructors have equity as a central focus of their Wikipedia assignment, and 55% have asked their students to directly tackle equity gaps on Wikipedia. So I have a quote here from a professor that I think sort of sums this up nicely, this equity piece.
My students wrestled with their status as quasi-gatekeepers to particular information. I believe this revelation made their commitment to and belief in free and accessible information even more poignant. And privilege.
And then, sorry. Well.
In the Academy and exercised our positionality as a driving force in contributing to the Wikipedia articles.
Cool. Sorry about that. You cut out for a sec. And then along these same lines, so many of our instructors view the Wikipedia assignment as a service learning opportunity. So it's a chance for their students to really do some good in the world, but it's also a chance for them to see some of the issues that they're speaking about in their classes played out in the real world. And so here's a quote from a women's and gender studies professor that kind of captures us.
The Wikipedia project served as a great introduction to women's and gender studies, as it incorporated the material we had discussed in class in a tangible, realizable way. It showed how the theories and practices we covered are not just concepts or academic discourse, but are real, applicable, and powerful.
Great. Okay, and then lastly, as I wrap up here, I thought it would be nice to talk about some of the attitudes that our students and professors have toward Wikipedia more generally. So, you know, for years, the refrain from academia and from teachers was don't use Wikipedia, it's terrible. That attitude has changed dramatically in recent years. And so I wanted to give you guys, I think, a sense of what our students and what our professors have to say, how they view Wikipedia. So for many of them, they view it as a critical starting point. And so here's what one professor had to say about that. The next photo, guys. Uh-oh.
I'm sorry, I think I lost Will, Helene, and I accidentally did something weird.
Okay.
Hi, everyone. I don't know what happened, so I'm just going to read your
It's the third to last one. It's the third to last one, I think.
Yeah, no,
Okay.
I just, something
Okay,
happened on my screen.
Yeah.
It is a controversial platform in higher education, as so many educators discourage students from using it, but it serves as the first resource that many of them go to for information. I think that knowing more about the platform helps us as educators evaluate its importance and how we can help students use it better as a resource that might ground them in general knowledge and provides links to more reputable and citable research material that they can use in their own work. That was a really long sentence.
Okay. Next thing, so most of these quotes have been from instructors, but here's one from a student. So many of our students come away from the Wikipedia assignment with like a really newfound, deep-found respect for Wikipedia. So here's what one student had to say.
Wikipedia is way cooler than I thought, and to have been able to contribute to a chemical article and publish it this semester was definitely a game changer. I just Googled my article wondering if it was all real, and yes, our work is definitely on the web.
Okay, and lastly, I love this last part. I think it's a lovely way to end. So many of our instructors are drawn to this project for, I think, the same reason that many of us are here today, and that's Wikipedia's loftier mission of making knowledge freely available. And so I will leave with this quote.
As a human being, I find it both amazing and reassuring that Wikipedia can provide such voluminous and high quality information while existing as an open resource to which anybody can contribute. In these times in which society is so filled with mistrust and misinformation, social media in particular, Wikipedia's continuing success is a testament to our better nature, demonstrating that the overwhelming majority of us value trustworthiness.
Okay. On to you, Jamie.
Okay, thanks, Helene. Hopefully we'll come back. And I don't know if it was just weird timing with whatever happened to my screen, but I don't think I kicked him out. So hopefully we'll see him soon. So as I mentioned, want to talk about our Wiki Scholars and Wiki Scientist courses. So in these courses, we train groups of usually about 20 people how to edit Wikipedia, and they actively do that by the end of the course. So for example, we work with the American Physical Society. We've run several courses with them, and their members are either working on biographies of physicists or on physics information. So we're helping them go from never having edited Wikipedia, and then they go through the curriculum and really learn kind of the ins and outs of getting started and making a significant contribution. And Will, who was in here and will hopefully be in here again, is the person who typically teaches these courses. All right, so I want to start with, these are also a couple of quotes that we've had from some of our participants before they take our courses. So it's really their perception of Wikipedia that they come into these very structured training experiences. They come in with these perceptions, and you'll see a trend here in the few that I'm going to share. So years ago, 2016, I tried to contribute to some marine geology pages only to lose enthusiasm after being squashed by a controlling editor. He repeatedly deleted all of my entries. My lack of familiarity and confidence led me to complete inaction instead of seeking help. So that's what one of our science communicators who took a recent course with us shared about their experience with Wikipedia before taking a course. A PhD student we recently supported at UCLA said, I've done some light Wikipedia editing, but find it still to be pretty overwhelming aside from minor edits. I think every article I've created has been flagged for speedy deletion. As someone trying to write prominent BIPOC people, organizations, etc., into Wikipedia's powerful encyclopedia, I find this especially frustrating because I'd like to be able to contribute more. And then lastly, a grad research fellow at the University of Washington said, I've tried to contribute before, but most of the time my edits are rejected. Hopefully this course helps teach me what I'm doing wrong so I can be a more productive contributor. I really love how generous this person was in kind of assuming they did something wrong. And I think a lot of us doing outreach have had this experience over the years where people tell us, you know, I really wanted to join the community. I really want to create content on Wikipedia. But, you know, I came and I tried and stuff got deleted. We can probably assume they are not aware of notability, you know, requirements, or maybe they don't understand sourcing standards, or as we often face in the academic community, they say, you know, well, I am the expert on this topic, so why would, you know, they don't really understand the credentials they have in their scientific community don't translate to an anonymous person online, right? So I think this person saying what they did wrong is really sweet, but also, you know, kind of what we're trying to approach in our courses is helping people actually learn what are the community norms and practices and expectations so that you understand, well, you need to actually have these reliable sources that you cite to. Otherwise, yes, somebody will probably come along and delete it because it's a requirement for Wikipedia. So that's really what we're aiming to do in the course and the courses that we run. So I have a couple of things I pulled up from the surveys for the people who've learned about Wikipedia through our courses to kind of just show, you know, we have a series of questions where we ask them about their really changing understanding of Wikipedia through the 6-week course. So I'll share those. Since taking this course, I'm better able to find a Wikipedia article to work on. So about 244 people either agreed or strongly agreed with that, and then only 3 were neutral and 2 disagreed. So that's great because a really big part of Will and our other instructors' goals in the beginning of the course is to help people understand, how do I find a content gap, whether it's a missing article, how do I use categories, how do I use the article finder, how do I use red links, or is it looking at existing articles and really evaluating what are the gaps in the literature or based on the literature you're familiar with and figuring out how to add new sections or new information. Since taking this course, I'm better able to communicate effectively with the Wikipedia community. I need to hide this thing so I can read my whole slide. Community. So again, about 231 people either agreed or strongly agreed with this, and far fewer, 14 were neutral, 3 disagreed. I guess one person strongly disagreed. I assume they did not have a great experience interacting with someone in the community. But again, we're really proud of this because a lot of people come into these courses not even knowing what the Wikipedia community is. What does that mean? They're really, I don't want to say passive users of Wikipedia as a reader, but as we all know, most non-editors don't really understand the community, what's going on behind the scenes. And I think our course curriculum really helps people dive into that and understand how to use talk pages and how do you debate content. And, you know, sometimes people do go back and forth and we really help them kind of navigate that process. Keep switching monitors here. Since taking this course, I'm better able to demonstrate a subject's notability on Wikipedia with reliable sources. That's a huge part of our course, especially we have so many about biographies, so really helping people have, you know, understand notability and how to be successful in adding that content. So again, you'll see here, the vast majority agreed that that was something they learned. I'm more convinced of Wikipedia's importance as a source of information. So 152 people strongly agreed with this and 76 agreed, and very few kind of disagreed with this. I think this is really something I've heard from other talks I've been to today, something that Helene mentioned. We're happy to see that people learning more about kind of how the sausage is made on Wikipedia actually makes them value it more and makes them see, you know, okay, well, the world is going to this resource for information. And these are subject matter experts. So we also want them to feel compelled to continue doing this work and to continue making Wikipedia better and updating when they see scientific, you know, information maybe is out of date. And so that's something that we're really happy about. Hey, Will. I've contributed meaningfully to Wikipedia. So this is the last of the charts I'll show, but 196 of our survey respondents strongly agree with this. 44 agree, 7 were neutral, and 2 disagreed. So this is really wonderful because I think as Wikipedia editors, we typically know like it is meaningful to do this work and to share knowledge with the world. And this is a platform for doing that. And so helping new people come into the community and have that experience is really great, and really a main goal of our courses. So I'm going to try to quickly so we can get to Will, jump through a couple of quotes. I will try not to have commentary on all of them, but these are some of the things people have written to us and said to us in our surveys after actually taking the course. So I just want to share, what are their perceptions of Wikipedia after they kind of delve into this community and all of these norms and policies and guidelines. What are they saying? This was my first time editing Wikipedia, and I appreciated getting to do that as part of a small community. I've been wanting to contribute for a while, and this gave me the push I needed to make those first edits and get started on a project. We all know this in the outreach work that we do. People like having a face and someone to go to and ask questions of, and help when they need it. And so doing this as a community can be really effective. And I encourage when we're designing programs that that's something we always build in. I really think most people have a poor understanding of how Wikipedia operates despite using it often. I was one of those people and underestimated the range of ways in which contributions, edits, and people are able to interact with Wikipedia. Again, Will, as our usual instructor, great job helping people understand really how it works. Yes, anyone can edit and change articles, but there are people who keep an eye on articles and are vetting changes. Knowing what it takes to edit Wikipedia makes articles more reliable than what I've previously thought. So again, actually bringing people into the community, getting them editing is really the best way to help them understand, well, Wikipedia is not the Wild West. It's not what you're reading about in some of the mainstream media publications. There's a lot more to it. And then the last one I wanted to end on is from one of our professors at Penn who actually teaches in the student program too and took one of our courses recently. She said, writing for Wikipedia is empowering and mind expanding. I feel smarter and more engaged in the world as a result. The experience challenges me to immerse myself in new topics while hopefully making contributions to global knowledge. So I just hope that's something that anyone we bring into the community can have that experience, and learn, this is a really wonderful place to be and that they want to stick around like so many of us have. So now I'm going to hand it over to Will. Just let me know when you want me to advance.
You bet. Hey, everybody. Sorry I dropped off for a minute. I'm here to address some of the survey results from our Wikidata course. And the Wikidata survey is a little different than the surveys that both Helene and Jamie relayed to you. As a newer program at Wiki Education, we have been most curious about the curriculum and the experience that our participants are having. So I just want to give you a little background about that survey first. You can go to the next slide, Jamie. So there are 37 questions, and it's sent through the dashboard after the course ends. And like I mentioned, we're focusing on the curriculum, how people feel about it, if I can improve in any ways. So we've got 63 results as our pool to work from. You can go to the next slide. And we receive a lot of feedback because there's so much to Wikidata, a lot of different points of entry. A lot of people are interested in Wikidata for a lot of different reasons. And in spite of all the really wonderful trainings that are free and available to everybody, that we've received a lot of feedback from these trainings that having an instructor really makes it easier and more digestible of an experience. And even if you have a background in linked data, that doesn't mean that you might know everything that Wikidata can do. So I like this quote: a lot of what is taught in the course is available free online in tutorials. However, nothing beats having a person guide you through the learning, and the experience is enhanced when you're learning in a group. So a lot of group support too. Next slide, please. So one of the ideas is, or one of the large pieces of feedback that we've gotten is a lot of, is to move people forward from where they are. They join the course with varying levels of experience with linked data and Wikidata, and just meeting them where they are and moving them forward is something that kind of has come through in these survey results as well. Next slide. Oh.
Will, we have to wrap up because we hit time. Sorry, we had the tech difficulties and didn't stay on track. Do you have a final most important takeaway from the Wikidata participants?
I do. If you just go to the last slide.
I don't know, what's the last one?
Here. That's it. That's it.
Sorry to cut you.
Don't worry about it. I think this is a nice little takeaway, which is having a course means people are more confident in using Wikidata. They're more convinced of the mission of Wikidata. They're advocates for linked data in general. And they also see Wikidata playing a central role in the linked data ecosystem. So I think those are wonderful takeaways that you can all think about. Thanks for listening to the abridged version.
Sorry we had to do that.
That's okay.
Oh. I think Leanna was responding to some questions in the chat. Thanks for doing that, Leanna. I don't know how to create a breakout room. Somebody asked if we should do that, which I think Will and Helene and I would be happy to do, Laura, if that's a possibility. Christine asked if there's a link to the slides. I think we're going to investigate how to share slides through this platform, and we will definitely share them. Sorry again that we ran a bit long. Richard, how do you get to that green room?
It's inside Hopin. You go to sessions and you click on the green room.
Going over there, and we'll see if anyone shows up. We'll keep talking Wikidata.
Sure. Sounds good.
Thanks. We'll move to green room, maybe, if we figure it out. Thank you, everyone.
Bye.
folks to help questions and stuff pass back and forth. But I'll be presenting today about links. And I'm a research scientist with the Wikimedia Foundation. You can see on this slide deck a link to the links, or a link to the slides, which I also shared in the chat just a second ago. There's also an Etherpad that you can follow along in and add questions as well. All right, briefly, if you're not familiar with the Wikimedia Foundation research team, this is us. We're a team of 8. We collaborate with many external researchers as well. And today's presentation will hopefully give you a good overview of the types of work that we and others in the broader research community do. Just to ground us briefly, I'll be using this English Wikipedia article about modern art as an example a lot today. There's lots of types of links on Wikipedia, as I'm sure most of you know, but the links I'll be talking about today are wiki links, which are all those blue links to other articles on Wikipedia. So in this example, this is ambiguation page, philosophies, art, narrative, abstraction, and so on. So this is a sort of scattershot presentation. I've been thinking a lot about links lately, so it's a product of some of that excitement I wanted to share with you all, but also hoping that I might hear back some feedback about what folks find interesting or what I missed. And if you haven't thought much about links before, I hope to convince you that they're important for a wide range of reasons. I'll be talking about an equally wide variety of research, data, and tools, so hopefully even if I lose you in one part, I'll get you back in the next. So part 1, what makes a successful link? That is, what links do people click on? A WWW 2017 paper from Dimitrov, Singer, Lemerick, and Strohmeyer looked at how to explain how often links are clicked on. That is, the success of some over others. So they collected a large data set of the English Wikipedia page network and how often each link was clicked, and they built a model to try to explain this data. What they found, first, the vast majority of links aren't heavily used. Just 4% if you define heavy use as 10 or more clicks a month. So what did predict high numbers of clicks? Well, page placement matters a lot. Links that are higher up and on the left, that shouldn't come as too much of a surprise. With respect to network features, articles that are more peripheral were clicked more often. So people tend to not click so much on general topics, but went towards the more niche specific articles. So in this example, a neighborhood in Manchester probably receives more clicks than England. With regard to semantics, people tended to click on articles that were more topically similar. In this case, that means higher overlap in which words were found in the two articles. And in this example, England would be more similar to Manchester than association football, and therefore more likely to receive clicks. Okay, so this is all well and good as general guidance, but what data were they using for these analyses, and how does someone such as an editor get to make use of this? Well, the data they used is called the clickstream. It's a public monthly data set that's released for 11 high-traffic Wikipedia language editions. But many of you might not have heard about it because it wasn't particularly easy to explore the data. But that all changed recently with a new tool called WikiNav that allows you to see how people get to and from any article in the data. This tool was developed by an intern, Munisa, as part of the Outreachy internship program this summer. You're seeing part of the diagram for the modern art article here, with most readers coming from search engines like Google, and then clicking on links to contemporary and postmodern art. And you can compare across languages, so you can see how reader behavior varies and potentially what links are valuable to add or make more visible. In this case, we're seeing that perhaps Italian Wikipedia could elevate links to Cubism, while French Wikipedia might elevate links to Henri de Toulouse-Lautrec. And there's even a corresponding user script that allows you to see link click-through in situ. In this case, links that are clicked on more have a darker red background. So as you can see, contemporary and postmodern art get a lot of clicks, and they do appear early in the article and have a lot of overlap with the topic, as the research I discussed prior suggested. And most links in the lead paragraph are getting some clicks, with perhaps Vincent van Gogh getting an additional bump in traffic courtesy of the image. Okay, so that was a quick dive into what sorts of links readers click on. Now I'm going to talk a bit about what sort of links get added by editors. A really excellent paper on this came out in 2016 in EPJ Data Science from Wagner, Graels Garrido, Garcia, and Menser, called Women Through the Glass Ceiling, Gender Asymmetries in Wikipedia. They examined the gender gap through a number of different lenses, including structural properties like links and PageRank. The reason they cared about this is because an article's PageRank value, which measures how central it is to Wikipedia based on links, that affects its visibility externally on search engines as well as internally through readers. What they found is that women have lower PageRank values than men, that is, are less well linked, and they did a number of controls to make sure this wasn't just historical bias being reflected by Wikipedia, which it wasn't. Relatedly, a more recent paper by Langrock and Gonzalez-Bailón called The Gender Divide in Wikipedia, Quantifying and Assessing the Impact of Two Feminist Interventions, looked at the work done by the Art and Feminism and 500 Women Scientists projects. These projects are exemplars of feminist interventions on Wikipedia that seek to improve the quality of content about women on Wiki. They find that while both campaigns are incredibly effective at generating content, that is, content they create tends to be of higher quality, tends to receive more page views than similar biographies of men, but these articles receive less incoming links than similar biographies of men, and thus are less likely to receive those incidental page views that come from reading Wikipedia and discovering a link. So I gave you a sense of what the research tells us about how link coverage intersects with the gender gap at a large scale. Now I want to share a small tool that I helped to build at this year's Wikimania hackathon that tries to make it easier to visualize some of these gaps. Specifically, user Taylor Robinson helped me to build a user script that I'm about to show, for which I'm very grateful because my JavaScript skills are generally not great. But you can see that the script does two things. The first is that it presents this summary table that is available at the top of the article, which shows the distribution of gender identities of the different people whose articles are linked to and from the Modern Art article. So in this case, out of 600 links to biographies, only 68 or 11% of them are to articles about women. 89% are to articles about men, and none are to articles about individuals with transgender or non-binary gender identities. The second thing the script does is highlight the links to biographies within the article based upon the associated gender identities. As you can see, women are not just poorly represented within the Modern Art article overall, they also do not appear in the lead to the article. And in fact, I believe you have to scroll down most of the way before you encounter any links to women articles or women artists. While fixing these biases is not necessarily easy, hopefully this tool can inspire some editing, help raise awareness of the important work done by groups like Art and Feminism or 500 Women Scientists. And I'll note that this script works for any language Wikipedia article because it's backed by Wikidata, though I apologize because those table labels and the layout are hard-coded in English right now. A thank you to the wonderful Humaniki tool as well for design inspiration. Okay. Next, I'm going to talk about the important role that links play in some of the machine learning modeling that we've been doing on the research team, specifically around our ability to provide high-quality models to many languages at once. So this pulls from work that I presented at this year's Wiki Workshop, an annual workshop of Wikimedia-related research. The goal of this research was to build a model that could take as input a Wikipedia article and predict as output which high-level topics are relevant to the article. So for modern art, you'd expect it to return visual arts. And this wasn't a new undertaking. Prior research had done this using the words in the article. So learning that when you see art or artistic or styles, etc., that the article was probably about visual arts. So that all makes sense, but in practice that meant you had a model for just English Wikipedia. So if instead I wanted to make a prediction for the Vietnamese Wikipedia article about modern art, it was highly unlikely I'd find any of those words that the model had been trained to identify. And in practice, for every language, you needed a new model, which quickly becomes unsustainable. Now, this is where links come in. What if instead of representing each Wikipedia article by the individual words that are in it, we instead focus on just the links to other articles? Now, we're throwing out a lot of data, but these links are pretty representative of the content of the article. And specifically, we can represent those links by the Wikidata items that they point to. That's what all those QIDs are. And the nice part is that you can do this in the same way in any language. So now, if we compare the English and Vietnamese article, we don't have to be able to do any translation to know that they're talking about something similar, because if they're about the same topic, they'll likely share some of the same wiki links. And what a machine learning model learns about these QIDs in one language would directly apply to other languages. So now I can train a single machine learning model, and that model can handle any Wikipedia language, even new ones, so long as the article uses links and is connected to Wikidata. Now we've done this for topics, as I just showed. I also have a prototype that does the same thing but predicts relevant countries. The links in general provide this really powerful approach that allows us to build models to support all Wikipedia languages by default, as opposed to just the few that had lots of data. Okay, I could talk about that for days, but I have one final vignette I wanted to share. This one is about newcomers, that is, new editors to Wikipedia. A final cool thing about links is that they're pretty easy to add, even if you know very little about Wikipedia editing. So some folks on my team and in the product department of the Wikimedia Foundation teamed up to support new editors in adding links as a gentle introduction to editing. This work was written up in a paper at CIKM this year titled A Multilingual Entity Linking System for Wikipedia with a Machine-in-the-Loop Approach by Gerlach, Miller, Ho, Harlan, and DeFala. Notably, some of them presented this work not long ago at Wikimania. Highly recommend watching the presentation if you didn't see it. The goal of this work was to build a model for determining which links should be added to a given Wikipedia article. So the lead paragraph for modern art article is actually pretty well linked, but imagine for the time that the link for the abstraction wasn't included. So the goal of this model was first to identify that, hey, abstraction, that's a concept that probably should have an associated wiki link. But then the question comes up, to what? So for abstraction, the disambiguation page alone shows that there's 15 reasonable article choices. So the model uses a bunch of context, such as the similarity between those potentially linked articles and the modern art article, the most common links associated with the word abstraction in other articles, and a few other features that together it uses to predict which target pages, if any, are most likely to be the anchor, or sorry, to be the target. And so models for a bunch of different languages were trained to do this task. And then they were incorporated into a workflow for new editors. And I apologize because I'm switching now to Czech as the example, which is one of the languages where this tool is available. Bear with me. The flow is as such. New editors are invited to add links and given some explanation for how to do this and how the tool works. They then are shown these suggested links and can select whether to add them or not based on context clues. Because while the models are good, they are far from perfect, and adding links happens to be a good lightweight way to learn a bit about editing. Now, this has been highly successful where deployed, which I believe currently includes Arabic, Bengali, Czech, French, Hungarian, Persian, Polish, Romanian, Russian, and Vietnamese. We see higher engagement than other newcomer tasks and lower revert rates in these languages. So slowly it's being rolled out to other interested wikis. Now the obvious question might come up, could this approach help with some of the gender gap challenges that I just raised earlier? Answer is not yet, but I do have some ongoing research about how this might work and the expected impact. In fact, if earlier you were also wondering why should you care about topic models and how they work in all different Wikipedias, this workflow also allows newcomers to filter articles by topics that they're interested in. So topics that can't be labeled with articles that can't be labeled with topics are in fact less likely to be improved via these tools. Okay, quick summary of the takeaways now. First, links are awesome and powerful, and I think underappreciated. So if you take away anything, it's that links are really important. But not all links are equal for readers. Some are much more likely to be clicked. And I shared some general trends, but I hope that folks make more use of the Quickstream dataset to see how they're being used for articles they edit and consider if any improvements could be made. There are also still large structural gaps in how well incorporated articles about women are to the rest of Wikipedia. That is, various organized efforts have made a huge impact in terms of content creation, but there is still work to do around links to help raise the discoverability of this valuable content. And tools like the one I shared can hopefully help advance this work. But even links that are never clicked on can be valuable for building machine learning models across many languages to aid in editing and other tasks. Perhaps raising the article's visibility to a level where the links are used by more readers. And not written here, but tying some of this work together, I think there's a big open question to me of how to properly align some of these recommender systems, like add a link, with some of the community goals around topics for impact and knowledge equity. Finally, especially given that I was pulling from a lot of sources of research, some important attribution. So my team, of course, and Wikipedia screenshots used throughout, but also I was able to borrow some figures and images from other presentations that were openly licensed, for which I'm very grateful. And finally, thank you again. At this point, I think I can take questions from the chat or the Etherpad. Okay, first question I'm seeing from Alan Wu. Are there tools to identify overlinking, which is sometimes a newbie mistake? Yeah, that's a good question. So overlinking is this idea that you can actually add too many links to a page. I don't know if there's tools that exist to identify this currently. I do know that for the add a link tool that was built, that recommender system, they do check to make sure that the link doesn't already exist in the page. So that would hopefully help a little bit with that. But I think right now, actually, that's a kind of understudied area. All right, next question from Phoebe Ayers. What are some other areas related to this that you would like to see research in? What are some open questions? Ooh, that's a really good question. When I think about this, I think the recommender space is the most interesting to me. And I think it's the most interesting to me for the reason that recommender systems really kind of can scale up editing, and especially when you're talking about newcomers who maybe don't have ideas of what articles they might want to edit. This is a space where you can get a lot of improvements. But because of the scale of these things, I think it's important to be thinking about what sorts of articles these improvements are going towards, and thinking about kind of the best way to balance maybe some of these equity goals with people's personal interests and a lot of other things. So I just think that's generally an understudied area, and would love to see kind of more research on recommender systems within Wikimedia, more even just like ideation about how they might work to kind of better be aligned with community goals. Yeah, so just a lot there. And I'm not getting more questions from the chat, but I will wait to see if any others pop up. Oh, here's another one. Samuel Breslow. I hope that edwardbetts.com find a link is improved, as it's one way a lot of experienced editors add links. It breaks in some circumstances, though particularly related to adding links within references. Thanks, Samuel, for elevating that. I actually was not aware of that, so I will copy down that link myself and check it out. And maybe some other folks can check it out and see how it might be used. From Magnus, we see, can we use Wikidata as a graph database better for clustering what we now, can we use Wikidata as a graph database better for clustering what we now and see patterns? I think I'd probably need to get a bit more clarity around what patterns you're thinking. I will say that Wikidata has been incredibly important to a lot of my research for a number of reasons. One is the multilingual nature of it. It allows us to do research on Wikipedia in many languages at once. Other thing is it does track certain properties that are really important for us in the community, things like gender. You could also imagine occupation, people's occupation, any of the other kind of high-level topics. And yeah, start looking at, are there differences, for instance, in how links go to these different topics and maybe topics that are currently underrepresented in links. So I think that's a great idea. And generally, Wikidata does help a lot with this. If we don't get any other questions, just thank you all for listening. And if you think of additional ones, feel free to add them to the Etherpad and I'll check back. Yes, thank you, everyone.
welcome you to the State of Education panel, where we'll have 2 presentations, and then we'll have a little discussion at the end. So if you do have questions, please save those until the very end. We'll be able to address those then. But I want to start by introducing Trudy Jacobson and Jackson Gray, who will be presenting on Information Has Value, Engaging Students as Wikipedia Editors. So Trudy and Jackson, welcome. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Will. We're delighted to be here. We're talking about engaging learners. So using the WikiEDU program, which is something we'll be talking about, we really need to support students in a mode of learning that they may not be used to. And we really want to encourage them to build upon their own knowledge and to create something that's going to benefit others. So the course I'm talking about, and that Jackson also will be, is this undergraduate information literacy course, Information Literacy for the Humanities and Arts. It is a 1-credit, 7-week-long course. It is online, asynchronous, and the students really are put through their paces in the course. They learn about information literacy, meta-literacy, and they do Wikipedia editing. So what we're talking about here is open pedagogy, which is, and I'll just quickly read the quote, a framework for revising the practice of teaching to engage students in actively shaping their learning and contributing to public knowledge. So a very different model than what are called disposable assignments, which are ones that are really just meant for the professor alone. So I love this quote, that open pedagogy is not for the faint of heart, not faint-hearted teachers or faint-hearted students. To some degree, it is like sewing your parachute after you have jumped from the plane. And it really does feel like that at times, but when you manage to sew your parachute in time, it works pretty well. So some selected characteristics of this open pedagogy is that there's agency. Learners are able to sort of devise their own learning path. There's choice in the way they do that. It's expansive. It's open-ended, and the learning network really can grow, particularly with the Wikipedia community. There's a chance for creativity in a variety of different ways. Students need to take a very different role in what they're doing. They are making a lot of decisions, and this goes back to that agency and to choice as well. The problems are open-ended, okay? Anything can happen. The process is important, and then seeing what you can do. The outcomes are unmeasurable. So again, this goes back to the open-ended problems. Depending on what's happening along the way, the outcomes are not the kind of thing that you can quantify ahead of time. And then the last item, risk and goodness. So it can feel very risky to students. It can feel very risky to instructors, but the rewards can be really very great. So what I've done is pulled out some of the words from those characteristics: responsibility, risk, choice, freedom, and open-ended. And these are all things that can be seen as really positive, or they can be seen as anxiety producing. So I will turn it over to Jackson at this point.
Hi, my name is Jackson Gray, and I am here to provide the sort of student perspective on some of these topics. Just real quick, I saw the last 3 presentations and everybody was great so far. So thank you for having me. First thing that comes to mind when I'm thinking about just the most important sort of takeaways from this class and the experience is the way that having this freedom to edit on Wikipedia, the way that a course like this balances the total openness with some structure. And so, rather than being completely self-taught in a given thing, I'm able to self-teach through a project that has, deliverables and deadlines and some constraints, and that it provides an opportunity to sort of step outside of whatever a student's given major is. So rather than having to take a class within the field specifically, which may or may not be offered by a given program, I'm able to take this course and then say, oh, what do I really want to learn about that is something I would have to go somewhere else for? And using this as an opportunity to sort of structure that learning. And then I did this little vector image. So yeah, just thinking about the way that freedom and constraint have to be in balance for good productivity. I find that when there's total open-endedness, that there's not sort of a forward-moving feeling to a project often. And similarly, or opposite, when there's total constraint on the process, it can feel uninspiring and sort of rote. But that by having a lot of freedom, but also the sort of structure around the project, it's just the perfect balance that makes it so that the student's able to keep moving, maintain inspiration, and ultimately really feel a sense of pride and excitement and ownership over the thing that they're able to create and the relationships that they form along the way.
So Jackson was just talking about, having, let me just go back, some freedoms, but also some constraints. And that provides sort of a sense that, as he said, can sort of move along the path and create something that he's proud of. So I wanted to talk a little bit more about scaffolding for open pedagogy. Um, and I wanted to introduce the meta-literacy model. Um, Students do find this open pedagogical situation they find themselves in this one credit course that very often they think, how hard can a one credit course be? 7 weeks long. Um, we'll ace it. It'll be no problem. And they get into the course and something of a shock because they're being asked to do a lot on their own. And so this model can really help. So we'll talk a little bit more about it with some other diagrams, but in the inner ring, it's the idea of a meta-literate learner. Meta-literacy, the word meta, which is Greek, has a lot of different meanings, but one of them is what comes like after. So after the literacy, reading and writing, um, today more is needed. And being able to work collaboratively, produce information, act as an author, all of these are made possible by the web and all that's available. And so thinking about oneself in connection to what one can do is really important. So, outside the idea of the meta-literate learner, there are 4 learning domains I'll talk about in a minute. Then there's some characteristics. And then on the outer ring are the different roles that we all take on. So, how do we engage learners? And the learning domains are one thing that I introduce in class that can really help students think more granularly about the learning process. So, in classes, very often it's the cognitive and the behavioral domains that are emphasized, what students would know after they finish successfully learning something and what they're able to do. But by introducing the affective, what somebody sort of feels, um, one's emotions or attitudes as they're going through the learning, and then the metacognitive, reflecting on one's own learning and one's own thinking. Those can play a really big role. And students have found them to be extremely helpful. And there's also, and this was the outer ring on that first circular model, the roles. And very often, what I've seen with students is that they don't always think of themselves in this way, although they may very well be doing a lot of these things. But when we talk about producing information, for example, um, even posting on social media, for example, could be producing information, but they don't really think of it that way. Researcher in an academic setting is one that they do align with. But by bringing up these different roles, they think of themselves in a different way that allows for um, sort of new responsibilities. So, Jackson, would you like to talk a little bit about this in this from the student's perspective?
Yes, thank you. So one part of the thinking about these roles that's really helped me a lot throughout this course and throughout this project in particular is that, you know, as an artist, I have a lot of experience with doing many sort of different jobs within one project. And I often find that, you know, it can be really challenging when I'm considering myself to be doing multiple things at once. So I'm researching, I'm writing, I'm creating, I'm thinking about the audience, I'm communicating and distributing, and it's super overwhelming and really easy to kind of over personalize the thing that I'm really working on. And by segmenting these roles and separating them, and actually separating them in my head as I'm working, I found that I've been able to sort of step back a lot, and not only in this project, but in the work that I'm doing in other courses and in my job and just throughout life, to be able to say, okay, here I am doing research, and I'm just a researcher right now, and I'm not thinking about how, you know, am I a good writer or what am I going to write about? How am I going to frame this? But I'm just using this particular kind of part of my brain. And then once that's over and I have my notes compiled from the research process, then those are someone else's notes. That was the researcher. And now I'm writing. Now I'm the author. And in doing that, I'm able to then look at the work that's preceded whatever step I'm in, and sort of with more of a measured, objective mindset, look at it and say, you know, here's where it's lacking. Here's where I might want to go back. Here's what's really great about it. And able to assess it sort of factually in a way that's totally removed from my ego, my desire for the project to go well, or any of the sort of hesitations or excitements that I might be swayed by in any direction. Oh, and another thing that, so this is something totally new that I've been noticing. But as I've gotten more familiar with these sort of democratized information platforms, like Wikipedia is one, and then another one of my classes which uses an excellent textbook that's also sort of an open platform that people can collaborate on. Oh, I just saw it says you're currently backstage in the chat. Can everyone see me? Oh,
Yes, you're
sorry.
fine.
Okay, good.
Go
Sorry
ahead.
about that.
Yeah.
So as I've started to more thoughtfully approach these open platforms, I've realized that, like, the monetized model of textbooks as an information source is just incredibly flawed. And we all knew that already, as far as, you know, as far as thinking about, you know, students spending too much money. But also there's a real impact on quality that I've noticed as I've looked at some of my, you know, sort of major mainstream big company textbooks from other classes. And I see there's dated information, bad language, not foul language, but just bad writing, and confusing, sort of opaque content that even when I'm reading about something that I understand and am fascinated by, I think this is bad writing. And I spent $100 on this book. And so I think that just continuing to move the world of information towards this more democratic, collaborative model is just so good, because it removes the sort of financial incentives. It removes the impact of university and publishing deals in sort of what information rises and spreads and what information doesn't. And then also it's just a much more agile, sort of limber information system where every single person is looking at it all at once. And, you know, their interests are in improving this thing for themselves and for other people in tiny ways and big ways, but mostly just fast and by a lot of people. And then as far as the value of information, which is one of the key components of this class, you know, information has value in all different kinds of contexts, and different types of information have value. But what this experience has really shown me is that there's you can separate the value of information, particularly through school, as a means to an end versus just on its own. So for instance, a student might see themselves as a contributor of information when they're writing an essay or when they're giving a presentation, but it can be really transactional and sort of short term. It's like you write the thing and you turn it in and you get feedback from one person, and then it's gone, it's done. And you may have learned a lot along the way, but there's, you know, the value of getting the grade and having a little checkbox checked off can obfuscate the value of just the experience itself. Whereas doing something like working in a collaborative information environment where, you know, your name is not on the product, so you don't have that sort of reputational credit, and then also you're not getting paid or graded. You're able to really distill like what is the value of collaboration and contribution, and the value is inherent in it. There's value in the processes of learning, researching, and then finding a way to sort of condense that into something that's, you know, able to be communicated to experts as well as to people who have no idea what you're talking about, but can be brought in with, you know, good writing, good research, and just a tight, sensible understanding of form. And going through this process has just hugely, you know, made me appreciate that, and the value that these processes can have when there aren't the sort of obvious reward systems in place. And one final thing on this topic is, you know, as somebody who, I don't know how many people in the presentation right now can relate to this, but I'm 23 years old, so I basically grew up with the internet all the time. And prior to that, it was, you know, still very easy to just find information whenever I wanted. And so I think for a lot of my life and for a lot of the lives of people in my cohort, there can often be a feeling that, you know, the availability of information on the internet or in books is equated to how important the information is. So if I look something up and there's nothing on Google, and then I go to a library and there's nothing there, without being reflective about what that really means, it can feel sometimes like, oh, this thing is not significant, it's not important, or maybe it doesn't even, you know, to be more abstract, it doesn't even exist. This isn't an idea. And I think that's a byproduct of a world where so much information is available. And so by going through this process of researching and contributing to something, as, you know, I go to Wikipedia all the time to learn things. And so if I want to learn about something and the Wikipedia page is empty on it, now I can think, okay, how can this be improved? And just because the information isn't here right now doesn't mean that it shouldn't be. And I think that taking that more active approach is beneficial in many ways, but one that really stands out to me is that it disentangles the idea of the presence of information being in any way related to the importance of that information.
Jackson, not to put you on the spot here, but you were working on Zydeco as your article.
Yes, that's right.
And you found that there was sort of a dearth of material available in the scholarly literature.
Mhm.
Could you speak a little bit about that? Because I was thinking
Yeah.
about that when you were talking about availability and importance.
Thank you for asking that. Yeah, it's definitely related. Basically, one of my biggest interests is musicology, folk musicology, and history of early American music. And a lot of these traditions, so Zydeco is one. It's a style of music from Louisiana. It's a sort of up-tempo accordion-based dance music. It sounds similar to Cajun music, but it was more dominant for Black Creole communities. But similar region, very similar sort of parallel histories. And one of the things I've run into is that, unlike many fields where the best information you can get is going to be from academic journals, scholarly articles, these reputable sources, the best information about Zydeco is coming from message boards and blogs and just people who have, and people who are experts, like people who have grown up in this world, people who have studied in the way that, you study an oral tradition by growing up, by apprenticing, by playing with these groups and knowing it better than any academic who hasn't had these experiences could know it. And it's been really interesting to just sort of, exploring that idea of what information, like what does reputability mean in the if that's a word, in the context of something like this, which is such a sort of human to human exchange of information and not something that's looked at much by the academic community. And my takeaway has been, I might not be able to use some of these sources directly in my project, but I have realized that there are a lot of quote unquote non-reputable sources that are actually the superior avenues of information for really being able to understand something. And it's just been an interesting experience to have kind of firsthand like this.
Thank you. So here's just a couple of quotes by Sean McCusker and sort of the different roles that teachers and students take in open pedagogy. We're trying to really sort of engage students in a way that they may not be getting, say, in a lecture-based course. And also teachers have a different role. And there is an article on it, Open Pedagogy, where the authors used as the subtitle "From Sage on the Stage to Guy in the Audience," which I think is fun. But really, it's a very different role. And students are becoming a researcher, a curator, a creator. And that goes back to the meta-literacy roles. And if they start to think of themselves in that way, then I think it makes it easier for them. So we just have a couple of slides left. I know we've got, I think, 2 minutes. For meta-literacy, if you are intrigued, if you go to metaliteracy.org/ml-in-practice, there are a lot of different learning resources, all open resources that might be of interest to you. By encouraging learners to think of themselves in these active roles, as I was just saying, really can help them. The metacognitive reflection is really important. So is the affective, because if they're really worried or concerned or anxious, then they understand that that's sort of a natural thing, and they can identify areas for growth. And I just want to end with this quote from a student who's in the course with Jackson. This was in a reflective writing all the students did on a discussion board. And I thought it was really interesting that she felt that she was learning quite a bit, and then that contribution to something bigger than just for a grade was something that she was really excited about. So we thank you very much, Jackson. I'd like to thank you very much for collaborating with me and doing this presentation, and we'll look forward to answering questions after the next presentation.
I want to thank you also, perhaps even more. And thank you guys all. Thank you to everyone who's presented, and I'm looking forward to seeing who's next. Appreciate y'all having us.
Jackson, Trudy, thanks for joining us. I'd also like to invite Glenn Kolig and Adrian Warner, who will be presenting on Wikipedia as information literacy vector. And just to highlight from the chat, if you do have questions, feel free to ask them whenever you want, but we'll be having the conversation after the next presentation. So the floor is yours. Thanks.
Thank you. Thanks so much for having us. I'm really excited to follow up that wonderful presentation. I'm just excited here. I think there's a lot of overlap. So I'm just going to start sharing my screen here. And oops, I can remember how to do this. Okay, so we're going to be talking today about Wikipedia as information literacy vector, authority, and undergraduate students. And the presentation portion of our session is actually fairly short. It's about 15 minutes because we wanted to allow enough time for questions and answers and discussion. And I'm hoping to talk a little bit about the overlap between Trudy and Jackson's content and ours. So I look forward to that. So who are we? I'm Adrienne Warner, and I'm joined here by my wonderful colleague, Glenn Colling. And we are academic librarians who teach a credit-bearing course with an information literacy requirement. Before we get going on our content, I did want to take some time to acknowledge where we are sitting. Our university and where Glenn and I are right now is in Albuquerque, New Mexico. And I'm going to just go ahead and read this land acknowledgement. Founded in 1889, the University of New Mexico sits on the traditional homelands of the Pueblo of Sandia. The original peoples of New Mexico, Pueblo, Navajo, and Apache, since time immemorial, have deep connections to the land and have made significant contributions to the broader community statewide. We honor the land itself and those who remain stewards of this land throughout the generations, and also acknowledge our committed relationship to Indigenous peoples. We gratefully recognize our history. And I also included a link to a brown paper that the Indigenous faculty of our institution have put together. It contextualizes the history of the institution and the history of UNM and the state, and how Indigenous folks have played a part in that. So we link to that at the end of our slideshow, so you'll see that link again if you're interested. Okay, so now to the information literacy component of our session. So where are we going in these next few minutes? We're going to be talking about authority and information literacy, and we define both of those and contextualize those. And then we talk about why we chose authority as a frame for our class. Then we actually give a brief explanation of the class. And finally, we wrap up with discussion about our 3 Wikipedia projects that are scaffolded throughout the class. So the framework for information literacy in higher education is how we position ourselves as professionals and as information literacy educators. It's accepted by the Association for College and Research Libraries. And it's a set of 6 interconnected concepts that each provide a lens for understanding information. And one of those panes, or one of those frameworks, is authority is constructed and contextual. And incidentally, information has value that Trudy and Jackson presented on is another one of those concepts. So let's get back to authority. What is it? This is what guides us in our thinking. Authority is a form of intellectual trust granted by an individual or community to an information source. It is both constructed, built through expertise and reliability, and contextual, limited to certain knowledge domains or situations and shaped by community norms. And we provide a link or a reference to this quote at the end. It's from a book that one of our colleagues co-authored called Transforming Information Literacy Instruction, Threshold Concepts in Theory and Practice. So authority is what we're going to be talking about here for the rest of our slideshow and how that pertains to Wikipedia and undergraduate learning experiences. So why authority? Of all of those frames, those 6 frames, why are we talking about authority today, and why did we choose it for our class? Well, we did so for a bunch of reasons. First, we wanted to be We wanted students to be able to recognize good information, and understanding authority is a part of that. Good information includes verifiable, traceable facts, and we guide students in finding sources for facts. We had noticed that students were reluctant to use library sources to find their facts. They were more comfortable with Google, but the quality and authoritativeness were inconsistent and much lower than when we required sources from the library. We wanted them to practice looking at information through the lens of what would be acceptable to add to Wikipedia. In other words, what has enough authority to be added. In addition to wanting students to work with facts and sources in practical ways, we also wanted to counter the overemphasis of the peer-reviewed article as the sole source of authoritative information. And I love how Jackson touched on this from his perspective as a student, pulling in some of those better information sources than peer-reviewed academic journal articles. While a deep understanding of these types of articles might help the students who stay in academia, most don't stay and don't go on to read a bunch of peer-reviewed articles after college. Many professions or jobs our students graduate into do not hold these sources in the same high regard. So students need to be flexible in their understanding of authority and how it shifts depending on the context. And again, I just thought Jackson portrayed that beautifully. So that was so exciting for me to hear. Finally, our use of the concept of authority, we hope will add richness to students' interactions with Wikipedia that will serve them beyond their time in college. Many people use Wikipedia every day, maybe multiple times a day, maybe constantly, and understanding the variations in articles contained therein will help students become better consumers of Wikipedia. The more they understand how to interpret the quality of Wikipedia articles and what goes into making them authoritative, the more discerning they can be of the information they consume. They gain an understanding that authority is constructed.
So I'm going to be talking a little bit more about what we do in our class. Our class is called Introduction to Information Studies. It is a 3-credit, 8-week course with 3 overarching goals. The first is to give an overview of the current state of information in society. The second is to introduce the concept of organizing systems and information formats. And finally, to examine how authority is constructed, keeping in mind the power dynamics. And here's a better idea of what that actually looks like. We spend time on figuring out what information actually is. We talk about organizing principles, information structures like databases and the internet, information access, and the value of information. I'm not going to go into too much detail here since we're focusing this talk on authority in Wikipedia, but you can see that Wikipedia complements many of our course goals and themes. We scaffold their Wikipedia work over 3 main assignments throughout the class, and we'll briefly describe those here with a focus on how they help students understand this concept of authority. To prepare them, students complete the trainings offered by WikiEdu, as well as listen to a lecture from our local Wiki expert, Laura Soito. And it is this class where we talk about the mechanics of finding information and editing Wikipedia. Then we rip the Band-Aid off, so to speak, by having them add a fact in class. This step is often the most intimidating for students. So by adding a fact in class, we show them that it's easy, it's not really a big deal, and they have help along the way. This class is also important because it is their introduction to the Wikipedia community. They learn about community guidelines like Be Bold, as well as about the process of how an entry gets added or created. They also get a new understanding of peer review. So it's a different community of peers than what they've heard peer review refer to in the past. The first project is a worksheet that asks students to analyze and compare two articles, a featured article and their article that needs work. The worksheet walks them through the analysis because there are specific points we want them to address. What's happening in the talk tab, the history tab, citations, and so on. In terms of authority, we ask students specifically to look at who made the edits and to choose one editor to examine. They look at the editor's user page and their talk page, and this is especially useful for the featured articles where editors have spent significant time improving these articles. Students start to get a sense of what constitutes authority on Wikipedia. So yes, everyone can edit it, but it's not the Wild West. As was mentioned earlier, the definition of authority that we use asserts that authority is shaped by community norms. So Wikipedia authorities understand and adhere to the rules of this community. Students can see information about the editor's place in Wikipedia. They see that editors develop their own interests and specialties. These editors may have authority that is both taken, so we can see self-identified specialties like history buff, and conferred, e.g. the Barnstar Award. The range of authority here may diverge from the type of authority valued in academia. With this second assignment, students move from analyzing to improving their article. They must propose 8 substantive edits, 4 of which must be new facts, and turn in an Excel spreadsheet log explaining each improvement. So these are not live edits yet. For their facts, students must decide which source is authoritative enough to support the proposed edit. They begin to see how the authority of the Wikipedia article is constructed over time and with credible sources. They also have to keep in mind that they are writing in a context that is different from an academic essay. And what might count as authoritative in an essay might not on Wikipedia. For example, findings from experiments or studies may be too granular or specific to add value to a Wikipedia article. As students step into the author role themselves, they understand that there's more at stake here than a traditional research essay. We give specific feedback about each edit, which gives us a chance to explain when they may be missing the mark. So we can intervene when students find sources that aren't appropriate. So for example, using their own experiences or using websites that might have conflicts of interest or clear biases. The culminating project asks students to make their edits from the second project live with the addition of 2 new unvetted facts and a reflective essay. This is where our students transition from being our students to taking a role as a public scholar, assuming authority for their edits. Their work is immediately available to anyone looking at their article, including opening their work up to evaluations from the Wikipedia community rather than just us, their instructors. During the reflective essay, we see that this project is more than the sum of its parts. The students are the author, but more than that, they take authority over their edits. They transition out of novicehood and are more comfortable with the content and the process. They have a new or deeper understanding of Wikipedia as an entity. Moreover, these assignments trouble their initial understanding of Wikipedia. We often hear the refrain that, quote, my teacher told me not to use it, and yet here we are, their teachers telling them that not only are they going to use it, but they're going to make it better. By the end of the class, students must grapple with these viewpoints and come to their own understanding of what makes Wikipedia authoritative. And I think next we just have our sources. Here are our references and our image credits.
I'll go ahead and stop sharing there and open it up.
Awesome. Thank you, Adrian and Glenn. That was a wonderful presentation. I'd like to invite back Trudy and Jackson, if he's still around too, and open up the floor to any questions that anybody might have. And if you do have a question, please, if you could address it to one of the speakers, that would help me guide it in the right direction. And if there are no immediate questions, I've got one for everybody, which is clearly these Wikipedia assignments worked really well for all of you, which is wonderful, but that's not always the case for others. And I'm wondering what's a piece of advice you would offer someone who's new to teaching with Wikipedia or working with Wikipedia, trying out an assignment? Like, what's one thing that's worked particularly well in your cases?
I can start, which is really that hands-on in-class edit was a relatively new change that we made. We used to only have them edit at the end, and we realized that it was this huge buildup, and students were quite nervous and felt unsupported making changes. And so by having this time in class to help them just, like I said, rip the Band-Aid off, for me, it made a huge difference.
And I might just jump in too, like, I think it was that positive peer pressure kind of, or positive like learning as a group where they could hear their neighbors editing and like, oh, how do you add this citation? And oh, it was a very collaborative environment. And I think it lowered the stress level of trying to figure out everything on their own or individually.
Jackson, I'd be curious to hear what you have to say before I add my thoughts.
Sure. I was switching back into the backstage room right as the question was being asked, so I missed it, unfortunately.
The question is, what's a piece of advice you would give somebody who's new to a Wikipedia assignment? Because obviously you're all sold on it and it works for you, but other people might not be convinced. So
I think this seems, this might seem like a really simple, too simple of an answer, but well, let's see, is this advice for an educator or for a student who's going into it?
Either role.
So for an educator, I would say my advice would be, if you want to, motivate and mobilize students to make really impressive work, the best thing you can do is have them be excited about it. And that often means giving some sort of self-directive abilities to the students and letting them crack into something which they might not otherwise be able to. And my advice for students would be the same, which is like, don't choose something that just because you think you ought to, but choose something that you genuinely don't know much about, or something that, like my motivation for choosing Zydeco is that it's something I grew up with, and a lot of friends of mine play it, and I've tried my hand at it, but I haven't quite gotten there yet. But it's just a kind of music that I really love, and I've done a little bit of it live, and I've grown up with my whole family's Zydeco dances, but I didn't actually know anything about it. And so if somebody had asked me what it is, I wouldn't have a meaningful definition, even though it felt so familiar to me. And so something like that was just a perfect, like, choose something you love already, but just feel like you're lacking in.
So Jackson sort of mentioned what I was going to, being able to choose your own topic. Some of the students in my course are in it because it's required for their major. So philosophy students, East Asian studies students. And so I do ask them to pick something within their major, but they have full freedom of choice within it.
That's really interesting. Do you mind if I jump in? I'm interested to hear that kind of like balancing act of choosing a topic, because we've really struggled with how much leeway to offer students in terms of choosing a topic. And I think we settled on, if they really have something they are interested in, they're welcome to do it. They just have to run it by us first. For us, there's this balancing act of making sure that there's enough to work on, while at the same time, like Jackson said, choosing something, I think it's actually easier for people who don't know a lot about the topic. So they're not coming in with this original, firsthand knowledge, and they're kind of just blank slate for them in terms of knowledge. So we have ended up giving some boundaries also. But for us, it's that we went through and chose articles that we knew they would have success finding facts about, and then offering those as an option unless they found something that they wanted.
And I do ask students to submit 3 possible ideas along with a reputable source for each one of the 3. And so I will look at the sources and I will look at the articles. I've only had one student in all the years I've done this who actually created a new article.
Oh.
And he was a returning student. He was practicing chemist for many years. So, you know, that was easier for him. But so there is some vetting involved. And so it's not complete choice, but they know that they're probably going to get one of the 3 that they put in. And they can put them in rank order.
I would say also something that comes to mind is just that there's, you know, there can be a lot of value in failing along the way also, and struggling to find information on something. And I think that there's, rather than, I think a good way to sort of constrain the process could be making sure that people are really thoughtful about the thing they're picking. So, you know, before you choose something, you know, write a little bit about it. What's compelling you to choose this thing? As you were saying, you know, what are some sources that already exist for it that you can find? And for me, going through that process did turn me away from the idea of doing certain things, because I was thinking this is something really cool, but it's just the writing isn't there, or my interest is less than I thought it was. And maybe this would be fun for a 1-day project, but I don't know about this 7-week project. And so I think just actively engaging with that choosing process can be, you know, the limits will be put, you know, the students will put the limits on themselves, I think.
And Glenn, let me just add, I have almost entirely seniors in my course, some juniors sometimes. I think I had 2 or 3 sophomores who made it through this time. They often decide to drop the course. So I think that because they are mostly seniors, or at least upper class, then that they have like a bank of knowledge to draw upon in their discipline.
Sure. That and I would expect some more confidence using library website or doing research as well, which I'm sure makes a big difference for them also.
And I'd say that's a mixed bag.
Oh, yeah. Sure.
I just want to take a quick chance to highlight William's question. Do you sense Wikipedia editing raises civic engagement, lowers indifference to society broadly, or is that overreaching? And I think this is for anyone who's interested in answering.
I might just jump in real quick. It definitely raises engagement. We've focused obviously on the academic engagement here. And I think your question is a really good one, William, in terms of like the broader implications of this engagement and their work. And I'd like to hear Jackson's answer to this, but I mean, I think this would require some longer term study. And unfortunately, like it's an 8-week class and it's a 3-credit class. So we are going really quickly through the material. I think it raises the possibility of engaging in a civically minded way. I think students, when they can pick something they're passionate about, I think Wikipedia offers this bridge from their passion to the public. And so in that way, I do think it raises civic engagement, but I don't know. I think it would be an awesome longitudinal study.
Any other comments on Wikipedia and civic engagement, or students being affected by that?
Yeah, one thing that came to mind as I was just listening to your response and thinking about the question is that I think the sort of the psychological profiles, like the underpinnings of a civically engaged person and an active contributor to any kind of information world are similar, because both involve realizing importance of active roles on the part of individuals, and not just sort of accepting, oh, well, there's those people doing that thing, whether it's there's textbook people and we're consumers of information, or there's the government and they deal with social issues, we don't. Whatever the thing is, realizing whether it's the active role we all have in government or the active role that we all have in the information world, I think both are similar sort of mindsets, which is, realizing the sort of on the ground, individualized role that people can play.
And I do see in some of the reflections that the students write that they really are thinking about the roles they play in connection with information and the importance of verifying the information before, say, they share it. And I think that sort of goes into the civic-minded issues, as you've both been saying.
These are some great insights. Thanks for sharing. Just another plug for questions, if anyone has any. I've got another one for you, which is you've both groups have highlighted some successes of these assignments, which is fantastic. But I'm wondering if you could advance these assignments in one direction or improve upon what you've done already, whether it's like a bottleneck with the Wikipedia community and sourcing, or whether it's student interest or outreach within the department. Like, what's one thing that you can see to make these assignments even better or have a larger impact?
More time?
That's exactly what I was going to say. If we could have a follow-up class or a second 8-week class, I'd love to be able to jump off and go deeper with the students. I think in between our second and third projects where they're doing that log and filling out the log with their suggested edits and their sources, and then making them live, the turnaround is pretty quick. Like, we need to give them feedback very quickly on their log and look at their sources and sort of make a determination. This is just a random website, or this is indeed authoritative enough to be added to Wikipedia. I think I'd love to draw that out a little bit more and be able to go into more depth about, why this houseplant website is recommending that all houseplants need fertilizer when they're selling fertilizer on their website. So I'd love to parse that out. And so just having more time, I think.
It goes along with more time, but they make their edits live at the end. And I would love to be able to revisit their articles to see how they've changed, what has stuck. Because we've had some people remove all of our students' edits for a reason that I didn't quite agree with, but it did create a very interesting moment between me and that student where I'm like, well, I know, I saw what you did. I don't agree with this user. It was an interesting shift of power where I was not the ultimate authority in the class. I mean, for their grade, sure, but in terms of what happened to their work and their edits, and it was an interesting experience, I think, for the student as well. I'm not quite sure. I don't want to speak for how they experienced it, but if I saw my work, kind of removed like that, I would have feelings about it. But I think also it would be nice to return and just see how these articles have changed, how they've lived on after the students' contributions.
Yeah, I think that that's also just a super interesting, valuable experience to be able to have. On the one hand, it's kind of painful because it can reinforce somebody's already existing fears about not being up to the task. But on the other hand, it might on some weird level mobilize the person to say, oh, okay, this can happen. Like, this is not me. This is not my magnum opus. Like, we're all collaborating and deleting and adding and changing each other's work constantly. And there's no author here. There's no owner of this information, but we're all just sort of shaping it together. And as far as where to go next with a curriculum like this, I think one thing that comes to mind, and this is definitely nested into that more time need, is just to be able to more personally share what we've researched. Like, I mean, so much of this has been this sort of researching, writing, more sort of academic process. We've done some peer review, but I haven't had the opportunity to just like sit down with one of my fellow students and say like, you want to hear some cool music? And share that sort of more like the more intimate side of this work, which is everybody's gotten, you know, ideally everybody's gotten really excited about something, and to be able to just not think about referencing and sourcing and just talk really fast and energetically to each other would be a blast. And then the other thing is broader and bigger and more ambitious, but like this should be a program that schools offer, not just classes, but this should be a minor or even a major. Because man, this is the direction that the world is moving in. And I think anything that can be done to facilitate that and make it more legitimized and believed in by the public would be huge.
Jackson, when you mentioned sort of talking energetically to classmates about it, I sort of thought about a speed dating kind of scenario, you know, you take 5 minutes and learn about a new topic. And
Brilliant.
you mentioned the peer review too, and I know that Adrian and Glenn, you mentioned that you also do that. One thing that I've been doing for the last 3 courses is working with an instructor of a writing and critical inquiry course, so a first year course. And her students in both sections do an awful lot of peer review in connection with the writing they're doing. And so I go into the class for one period and sort of teach the students. We talk a lot about sort of Wikipedia and some of the guidelines and um, how it fits with the meta literacy. But then the students in that class will do peer reviews for the students in my class. And they may not have the subject knowledge, but I think that the reviews that they have been doing have been helpful. Jackson, I don't know. So my students got either 1 or 2 this time around on top of the one from their course.
Yeah, the peer review has definitely been helpful, not only in getting feedback on the project along the way, but also just an opportunity to check out what other people are doing and see that everyone's work is super different, and that's freeing. You know, you can see that all of this looks like Wikipedia, all of this is good work, but I can tell these are different writers. And so I don't know, that just reinforces the idea that this is not a perfect sort of ultra precise thing. Like the barrier to entry is much lower than it feels like it is. And anything that you can do to make that clear to students on the front end, I think is ideally through experience, is just super valuable.
That's great. Love these answers. I see William is asking about addressing political slant in articles and what you're doing to address that. But I would also expand that to neutral point of view or encyclopedic tone, or how do you address these larger issues, you know, quickly and effectively?
I can start us off. I have not explicitly addressed political slant. We often are just so concerned with the mechanics of finding and incorporating, but we do have, I think this is in terms of sources and tone, and this is one of the reasons why we implemented the suggested edits so that we could help vet and figure out what might be biased or what might be too one-sided. We've had students who, for instance, if they're working on a local Wikipedia page, want to use business websites because they might have history or information. And so that gives us a chance to open it up and talk a little bit more about neutrality. And of course, that's coming from the source. It's not, from their side of it as entering that. But it does seem like a lot of our students haven't necessarily considered that aspect before. And then when they hear it or see it pointed out, that they get it and are happy to find other things.
And I rely a lot on the training modules that WikiEDU provides that is extraordinarily helpful. And the program has gotten better and better over the time that I've been doing it. And so that helps a lot. I also have a lot of students who are doing some fairly arcane philosophical topics where I don't think the political issues actually have an impact. But I do know that when students give me their 3 ideas, if I see one that I think is going to be um, something maybe where there's a lot of activity going on with it and a lot of tensions, I will suggest students stay away from that because there might be a higher risk that their work might be removed.
I remember in the training modules, I liked the way that it handled sort of neutrality, and specifically how it talked about the fact that neutrality isn't balance. It's not giving equal voice to the 2 sides of an argument. It's giving appropriate amount of voice to the appropriate sides of an argument, those which are backed up by facts, notable enough to warrant a mention on a page. And if not that, then, framing the thing in a way that explicitly draws attention to, the fact that this might be a fringe theory or an extreme sort of theory. And I think increasingly, we're in a world where political polarization is going along with information polarization and believing in untruths. And so on some weird level, it's easier to weed out sort of political bias because it so often comes along with, not believing real information, which is verifiable. And so starting with, can this information be verified? Is it notable enough? Is it widely circulating enough in sort of, mainstream society and academic circles? If the answer to all those things is yes, then generally speaking, that thing will be without any sort of malignant bias.
I love that, kind of like letting the sources speak for themselves. If that makes sense.
I want to, that kind of sparked something I've noticed in our students. We started framing, so initially we just said substantive edits. We didn't specify what those edits were, so we gave a lot of leeway about that. And as time has gone on, we've specified more and more adding facts. And we found that it is a little bit easier for students. And we're kind of going back to, you're just finding facts, right? For right now, we're just adding facts. And so they feel confident, like, okay, I know what a fact is, which I love seeing, like, oh, okay, facts, great. And it seems to help with some of the just general stress of trying to figure out what they're contributing and takes that pressure off, while at the same time, at least in the classes we've had, there are facts. Like, we have found facts, and students seem to enjoy trying to find what they're going to add.
I think one of the things, when you were talking about the facts and what they're going to add, that helps take some of the pressure off is that I do have a chance to tell them, if you're writing a paper, that might be a 10-page paper or 15-page paper. But here, if you can write 2 or 3 paragraphs, that's great. And I think, or if you can add a couple of images and fix a number of typos and add some references and a paragraph, you're good. And I think that makes it a little bit less stressful.
And although, to piggyback off of that, although I haven't had the experience of guiding a student through sort of political pages or fraught pages, I do just want to give a shout out to someone that I think we look up to in our circle, and that's Barbara Pfister. And she recommends reframing from political intervention to work for democracy, so that it's maybe also, in addition to just adding a fact and that taking some pressure off, working for democracy and for that civic side may also help people reframe how they approach the article edits.
All right, it looks like we've got another question in the chat from Gergo about gender bias on Wikipedia, since there's a 90% male editor base. Do you see that as a problem, and how do you account for it in these assignments? Do you bring up the gender disparity of Wikipedians in your courses?
I do. There's a reading on it, or a choice of readings on it, and I think that it really resonates. And although not all the students pick topics that will help to sort of do some balancing out, some really do try hard to find ones. So I think that it is, and it's something that I see written about in on the discussion board in the class. So I think it would be something that it would be nice to have more time to spend on, but it is a part of the class.
We don't touch on that, I don't think. And it's something that I think we would be interested in, especially when we think about authority, who is being left out, who is being represented, and how information is created and shared. You know, like I definitely see a spot for that, but again, it goes back to time for us. There's not enough of it.
And we do just touch a little bit on biases in search results. And while we don't explicitly link that to Wikipedia editorship, maybe they make that gets it there somehow, I think, that sort of critical examination of the information they're seeing on the screen.
So I am one of those male Wikipedia editors, so I'm not going to claim to be an authority on the other experiences. But I do think that just the very fact of what y'all are doing, teaching these classes, is, even if you're not explicitly talking about the bias, you are doing a lot of the work of breaking down the symbolic barriers to entry. Because now it's, the more classes like this there are, the more the Wikipedia community is going to look like the college community, which is still not necessarily reflective of society at large, but I think is getting closer to that point. And, you know, more programs like this could turn into programs like this at younger ages as well in public schools. And I think, I mean, we're talking about the scale of generations, but I think over that wide scale, a lot of change can be made just through programs like these.
There's one thing I've noticed with my students that's a gender-related issue, and that is that I'm seeing that female students are more often writing in their reflections that they feel like imposters. So they bring up the imposter syndrome. I see that less frequently with male students. I have female students who pride themselves on their writing, but don't feel like, you know, when I invited Jackson here today, you know, some of these female students, you know, are also very good writers, but probably would not have felt comfortable doing this. And one of my students last semester actually wrote a blog post for the Wiki EDU blog on the imposter syndrome, which students this semester read in the class. And I think in a way that it may be, and Jackson, I don't know, because probably it's not something that I don't know if it's an issue for you or not, but maybe just the idea of other people have this feeling too might help to mitigate it to some extent.
Yeah, I think I think just real briefly, I think being reflective and open and communicative about the challenges of the process, the emotional challenges, the interpersonal challenges, the feelings of fear and imposter syndrome and worrying about whether or not your stuff is going to remain published. Just talking about all of this stuff, I think it can become increasingly clear that everybody who's doing this has these concerns to some extent, and that feeling nervous in whatever you do, it's not a bad thing, and it doesn't mean that you're lacking. It's just part of doing something big, part of doing something exciting, and just being really open and honest about that, I think, is invaluable.
I went to a presentation by the author and chef Ruth Reichel the other night, and she talked about the idea that if something's not really worth doing, if it's not, if there isn't some fear or worry involved with it. So it's just interesting, this idea is surfacing in other ways too.
I just finished reading her 4 memoirs, and I love them.
All right, well, I'm not seeing any more questions. So if there are no more questions, I want to thank all of you for presenting this afternoon or evening, depending on where you are. Thank you so much, Adrian and Glenn, Trudy, and Jackson, especially. Thank you so much for joining us. I hope we can all keep these conversations going. And I know Phoebe has a few words that she wants to share with all of you. So Phoebe, if you're ready, you can come on back.
Yeah, great. And thank you again to all of you. That was really, really cool. And, as someone who is also taught out of libraries, it's really interesting. And like I said in the chat, I think we should pursue this Wikipedia major idea. Yeah, thank you all. And thank all of you for coming to WikiConference North America 2021. We are going to wrap up now, but I just wanted to point out a couple of things on the schedule. We have a lounge space which is open. Folks should have gotten the links to the WCNA lounge, and it's a new platform that we're trying out. We like to experiment in this conference with different things. So it's called Work Adventure, and it's like an old school video game a little bit. So you can go and play around with that. It's on the schedule. That will open at 7:30, I believe. Richard, if you want to join in.
It's open now if you want to join.
It's open now.
You can go to lounge.wcna.wiki.
Great, lounge.wcna.wiki. The other thing that I wanted to make sure everyone knows is that tonight we have a very special, not surprise, but a very special event at 8 p.m., a Wikipedia Weekly podcast that's a trivia contest, and we have a special guest, the creator of Depths of Wikipedia, which is this extremely popular Instagram and TikTok account. So Andrew and Richard and Rosie and our special guests will go through some of the crazy Wikipedia trivia that's out there, and we will have a contest. And so the URL for that is in the schedule. Someone can put it in chat. You'll just join the YouTube stream, and then we'll have the link to the quiz inside the YouTube. Yeah, so it's going to be awesome. Everyone should join at 8 p.m. tonight. In the meantime, we have a little space for a break. So depending on your time zone, get some dinner, get some breakfast, get some lunch, take a nap, and we will come back for that stream tonight. And then tomorrow we will start at the same time at 11:45 Eastern. So the schedule is up on the wiki. We had an amazing day today. Thank you so much to all the presenters and all of the participants. And we will see you tomorrow. And then we'll continue on into Sunday as well. So thanks so much, anyone. Laura, Richard, anyone have any more information that we need to share tonight?
The only other information I want to share is we're looking for more lightning talks. So if you have more lightning talks, you can add them to the wiki. There's a slot on Saturday. There's a slot on Sunday. Any topic. It could be, you know, subversion, something you gave somewhere else. It could be something totally new that you just thought of today after hearing a discussion. And yeah, we welcome them.
Awesome. So lightning talks, we can handle more. I'll put the link to tonight's session in the chat, and it's on the schedule as well. We hope to see you there. And again, thank you to everyone, and we'll wrap up for now.